is up, everybody? We're all you got, probably. We're all you're going to need. I know a lot of you are having trouble right now figuring out where this game is. If you have cable, it should be on Bally Sports. If you do not have cable, you're going to probably have to download an app called the Bally Sports app, and you're going to have to sign up for a 7-day free trial and make sure you cancel it. Shout out to Tom Lang, who just got it working on the TV for me up top the Hotel Indigo. Our guy Dominic Robinson doesn't have to deal with those sort of problems because he's on the West Coast. There's that guy. There he is.
All right.
Look at Tom.
Second half. All right.
Dominic, how are you, big guy?
I am so excited to be with you guys. So excited for this game. Man, it's kind of sad actually, because when you get to this game, you realize, okay, we're really winding down. You know what I mean? Like, I think prior to this game, you're so focused on the build up and the big, those big 3 games we had there in the middle, and then now we're on the back end. So I'm excited and thankful for today, but kind of sad that it's coming to an end.
It is. Noles in black tops, gold pants, gold helmets. They just ran it on first down, got about 5 yards, courtesy of Trey Benson on an inside run. It is 2nd and 5 for the Noles. Jordan rolling out to his left all day, right to Pokey. What? Not a big black unis guy, but these, of all the black unis, are the most palatable to me thus far.
Aslan, is this the first time we've ever gone black
on gold
with gold?
I think so.
I believe it is. I can't think of any other time. I don't love it, but I don't believe it's I think we always go black on black.
Black on garnet. We've done black on black.
Black on garnet. I don't believe we've done black on gold before.
2nd and 6 for the Noles, 3 out to the boundary, and that is incomplete. We'll bring up 3rd down and 6 for the Noles. I got 13:49 on the clock. They just showed Jordan doing the little money sign. What do you got? Are we pretty close, Dominic, you and I? Now he's licking his fingers. Now they're showing the Raging Cajuns guy.
Yep.
Okay, just making sure. Shout out to the Armed Service Appreciation Day. The coaches in the olives. I like it. 3rd and 6 for the Noles. I already know what happens because I can hear what's going on in the stadium. It's crazy, isn't it? Tom, I have to sit here and act surprised when I can hear in the corner of my ear, that's a Seminole first down. Here we go, though. Let's see how it works out. Lafayette looks like they're bringing pressure. They got 6 guys, 4 rush, all sorts of time for Jordan Travis. Lots of time. Running. Stop that, Jordan. Come on, man. First down for the Noles. He really likes politicking for flags whenever he goes down.
Whenever he's on the ground, I feel like he's always looking for something.
I was listening to a podcast, and they were talking about the Eagles game and the Commanders and how the Commanders – and that actually was a face mask. He's got a legitimate gripe there. But the Commanders pretty much iced the game on a roughing the passer penalty that was really soft. And the person on the podcast, if a quarterback can celebrate getting a flag, it's not roughing the passer. It should be offsetting penalties. If you celebrate the flag – right, offset.
I agree. That was pretty bad. I don't know that I've seen. You don't see that very often. I felt kind of embarrassed. I actually like Taylor Heineke, though. I like the way he plays. He's very, very spicy. But
anyone besides Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
2nd and 3 for the Noles now. They got 2 backs. Flanked to Jordan Travis. Tom Lang heading out. He'll be with you guys in the second half. 4-man rush. Jordan lets it rip down the middle of the field and just overthrows. Yeah, just overthrew. But yeah, it's crazy, man. It is mid-November. We know what next week is. What are we coming up on, man? We're almost in the 20-year anniversary. Next year will be the 20-year anniversary of the. I don't want to make us feel old, Dominic, but. The original 4th and 14. Man, Trey Benson has just been an absolute beast. I want to ask you a question about him, bigger picture, maybe when we hit a little bit of a lull in action. Looks like he's off the field, maybe getting his contacts attended to. 3rd and 3 for the Noles. They're in a Wildcat set here. Looks like it's Trayshawn Ward that's going to get it. And he does, and he runs and weaves his way through, and he's gone. Woo!
Touchdown.
Look at that.
Give me that.
Give me some Gene Deckerhoff, Ben.
Yeah, man.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
One more.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Thanks, man. That was easy, Dominic.
That's a great play. Little counter, little QB counter.
But with
Gotta
a running
love
back.
it.
Yeah.
Yep, yeah. Little QB counter. Gotta love it.
This
Good
is just
call.
what
Two
they
third
just,
downs.
they're so efficient, Dominic. And listen, man, I get it. It's not the 85 Bears they've played against the last 4 weeks now. But, man, they just slice through teams. It's incredible.
Yep.
And they apparently don't have, like elite talent everywhere on the offense. But that line is mauling people, giving them all sorts of time. Receivers are getting open. Backs are hard to bring down. Jordan's making the right read. Man, they are about as hot as any team in the nation right now. Crazy.
And Gene Deckerhoff is doing Gene Deckerhoff things. With the rocket man in the background and John Cena. We love it.
So I guess
That's a
they're
great
reviewing.
start.
I guess they're reviewing. What I wanted to ask you, Dominic, and I know people plug your ears if you hate hearing about this sort of stuff, everybody. But I'm pretty sure Trey Benson is draft eligible. If he has a strong game today, a strong game against the Gators, bowl game, I know you have a son that's going through the recruiting process, so it's a little bit different getting recruited to go to college and then being recruited, if you will, talking to agents about going to the NFL. Like, do you think Trey Benson could obviously benefit by coming back for another year, being a dominant back that everybody knows about, having a really strong 1,300-yard season. How legitimate of a chance do you think he has at being like an NFL running back now?
I hadn't a couple of these guys I've done sort of draft work on them. I haven't done much on Trey. It kind of feels like it just came out of nowhere, to be honest. He kind of snuck up. I knew, as a three-headed monster, the three of them were as good as any three, any combination of guys across the country. But just Trey Benson specifically, I hadn't really done a lot of research and looking into it. So I'm interested. I definitely think he
in this day and age,
he's got to look like it's especially as a running back, the shelf life on running backs and the sort of timeline for them to strike.
Yep.
The window for them is really, really shrinking.
Yep.
So they got to go. Like, you're really only going to be able to make money for like 4 years now as a running back.
That's what I'm saying. I just feel like
if you're 20, I got 20 to 24 to make money. Like, I can't delay that a year. I can't afford to.
Listen, I would be surprised if he left, but I just feel like he probably, if he were to leave, has a pretty good case for it because even if he comes back, what he would have to do to become a first-round NFL draft pick would be astronomical. It just doesn't happen a lot, man. Like, a lot of running backs don't go first round. So if you come back next year and you do go for 1,200 yards, how much more money does that really translate to you? If you look this good for 3 more weeks, you're going to kill it in pro day because you're just an absolute specimen. You're an Adonis. But,
so
you just got to tell us.
And that's the thing. That's the complexity of the running back position is you don't, running backs do not go in the first round anymore. They just don't. So do you make the decision to just come out because you're not going to move up because of just because of the culture of the NFL now, where they're not taking running backs early? So do you just say, you know what, it doesn't matter, I'm going to be a second or third rounder regardless? Or do you say, okay, I think that I could have a generational year and move into the top 15, so now I'm going to go?
That's a high bar to clear, though, Dominic.
Right. But you have to understand the way that we're built. We believe that we can do that, right? Yeah. We believe that we can do that, and so most guys, they're just built that way to think, you know what, I'm about to have the best year anyone's ever seen, or a lot of them think I'm about to go into the draft process and I'm going to run a 4-3 or 4-4, low 4-4, and I'm going to get picked early. And so you have that sort of confidence in yourself. And so that's what I'm saying. It's a very complex decision because there's certain factors that it all kind of comes back to, like the makeup and how someone was raised and all of that we could never know.
All right, well, the Noles kicked off and they hammered the Cajuns deep in their own territory. Brendan Gant on the tackle on the return. Azaria Thomas also in the mix there. Louisiana starting off with the ball on their own 14-yard line. They get a man in motion here moving down towards our screen. They flip it to him, and that's about a 7-yard gain on first down for the Cajuns. Tatum Bethune on the tackle. Again, if you're blacked out, try the Bally Sports app Plus. You will have to sign up for a subscription, but it's a 7-day free trial. Just set a reminder to cancel it after a week. DirecTV apparently is fine. We don't know why it's blacked out. I can't even watch it. Tom had to work his magic to get it running for me. So even us elite people are having troubles. Lafayette's with their backup quarterback. He's scrambling all around. He's like a poor man Stetson Bennett, looks like. Why did I make that comparison? I don't know. Look on the screen. You can tell for yourself. Here we go. 3rd and long coming up now for Louisiana after a nice pursuit here by the Florida State front four. Derek McClendon, Jared Verse on the pressure. Ultimately, DJ Lundy with a tackle. 3rd down. It's 3rd down. It's the only time I'll do that, Dominic, I promise. Louisiana's got 3 guys out to the field side. He's locked in, can't find what he wants, and throws it away, and that's a 3-and-out for the Noles. They're not beautiful. But they just get off the field all the time. That's what this defense does. They just get off the field without allowing touchdowns. 2 straight games for them. I feel like Micah pops one today, Dominic.
That would be great. I'd like to see that. That kid plays really, really hard. I've been very impressed that, when I'm watching his film, he does a lot of things that don't show up on the TV copy.
Yeah.
He really gets after it.
Yeah. Favorable bounce for the Raging Cajuns. Ball be spotted at the Florida State 35, it looks like. They're going to take a break on the field, which is a good time to remind you about our good friends over at Zaxby's who help fuel Warchant GameDay, which is presented by Zaxby's. Tallahassee Zaxby's, spearheaded by a 17-year Golden Chief booster. Pre-game, post-game, or no game at all, anytime is the right time for the Zaxby's platters, just as long as you're hungry. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, just get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget the world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with the Zaxby's platters. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. And hey, Friday night, Black Friday night, you don't want to cook for your tailgate when you're driving up to Tallahassee. Stop at Zaxby's. Grab a platter. Can't go wrong. Friday night's going to be crazy, man. Black Friday, 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m., 8 p.m. prime time. Noles taking on the Gators next week. Looking forward to it. I looked at Florida's game last week. Can't look past them. No one ever looks past them. Their last game of the year. Feel really good. Feel really good about our chances, Dominic.
Really yeah. I watched them early. I haven't watched them recently. I know everybody thinks the world of that quarterback, but when I watch him, he can't put it together. Or at least I hadn't seen him put it together. But I think he's a uberly talented guy. Like he can.
His arm is freakish. His arm is freakish, but he can't make if they don't roll him out and give him a primary read dragging across the middle of the field, like he doesn't see it. His touch is lacking. Man, they've gotten 6 kicks blocked on special teams. Punt unit isn't all that strong. Their defense isn't amazing. South Carolina had a really sloppy offensive line. That's what made Florida look so dominant the other night. And I don't think Florida State's offensive line will look nearly as porous as South Carolina's. It's it's a really good matchup, man. It should be a good coordinating or good cap off to the season.
Yeah, that would be huge. I think I'm going to try and come into town for that one.
Oh, no, really? Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. 7-0 Florida State with 11:02 left in the first quarter here. Noles methodically marched down the field. Trayshawn Ward with a touchdown run to give them the lead. The defense promptly goes 3 and out, gives the ball back to the offense, Jordan Travis and company. I'm sure they'd like to maybe get Jordan some time off in the second half. First play of this drive, handoff goes motion to Micah Pittman, about 8-yard gain. 10:50 and running now. Lawrence Toafili split to the right of Jordan Travis. 3 receiver set. Deuce Span at the bottom of our screens. Malik McLean up top. Jordan has time. Rolls out. Tight ropes down the sideline for a first down. Noles are across midfield.
Did you say it's on the Bally Sports app?
Bally Sports Plus.
Bally Sports Plus. Okay, because a lot of people are still struggling. I'm seeing.
I know. We should probably just scroll. I know they don't like us scrolling stuff, but we should probably have that scroll at the bottom. An emergency situation here. Lawrence Toafili bouncing out and around. About 3-yard gain, 4-yard gain on that one right there. This guy, I don't know. This might be some sort of code word, maybe on YouTube. Not that we promote pirating copywritten content on this program, everybody, but Florida State was 2nd and 5 on the Louisiana 47, we'll call it. Handoff goes to Lawrence Toafili, who runs hard off tackle to the right. Those are in the red zone. He fumbles, but the ball goes out of bounds. Big run there by Lawrence.
Great
Noles
run.
are cooking. Noles are cooking. It's what they do. It's what they do. It's almost hard to get excited about because it's just so commonplace now, Dominic. Like, yeah, that's what they do. Just pop off from the yard.
Yeah.
Same as it always was. Same as it's ever been. Pistol set now for the Noles. I think Trey Benson has returned back to the game. He has. Handoff is faked on the run action. Jordan then flips it. That was a little Mahomesian, but not as clean on the execution. Playing some backyard ball there. Jordan faked the handoff, rolled out. Looked like he was going to run, but then at the last minute decided to overhand pitch it forward. It was incomplete. It was just, he was out there just, shooting the breeze.
Yeah, it's an interesting deal. They had a little RPO going, and then when you put that guy in conflict, if he comes and gets Jordan, then it's sort of, an option play, but it's, instead of a backwards pass, you just flip it forward, almost like a shovel look.
They ran the same play, it looks like there. This time Jordan scrambled for a minimal gain. Yeah, same little run action, rolls out. I mean, credit to him. He probably could have ran for 7 or 8 yards, but he tried to stay in the pocket a little bit longer. Ends up getting 4 yards. It's 3rd and 6. Looks like Deuce Span, Micah Pittman up top our screens, bottom Malik McLean. No safety help over there right now. Malik McLean one-on-one, but he's being jammed up now. Yep. Oh, safety rolls over. Nice throw and catch by Jordan. Great read. Good catch there by Trayshawn Ward. Noles will be 1st and goal inside the 5.
Oh.
A nice little clear out looks like there, Dominic. Malik runs on the inside, opens things on the wheel.
Yeah.
8 minutes and counting for the Noles. They got 1st and goal inside the Louisiana 5-yard line. A little bit of a substitution problem there for Louisiana. Flag on the Raging Cajuns. I think too many men on the field. Be a half a distance penalty. I mean, man, they're a 23, 24-point favorite and just cruising right now. Looking every bit of it. I have to read lips. Looks like no flag on the play. I guess Florida State had made a substitution, so that probably gave Louisiana the opportunity to match.
Yeah.
Clock running again, 7:48, 47, 46. First and goal for the Noles on the 3-yard line, we'll call it. Heavy set looks like here. Trey Benson, the lone back, fake the handoff. Jordan Travis scrambles off the right end, and that's an easy touchdown. 13-0 Florida State. Gene Deckerhoff, thoughts?
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
John Cena.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
I mean, they make every team look like a Division II team this month of November. It's incredible.
How have the Raging Cajun season gone?
Not great. And
No.
they're on their backup quarterback too right now. They've only allowed one team to score more than 30 points on them. But I mean, they're 5-5 coming to the season. They're in the middle of the pack in the Sun Belt.
Have they beat anybody decent? No.
Their wins this season are against Southeastern Louisiana, Eastern Michigan, Marshall, Arkansas State, and Georgia Southern.
All right.
So not great. They came into the game 83rd in total offense, averaging over 368. Scoring offense, 68th, averaging 28 points per game. Their defense, 31st in scoring defense, allowing only 21 points per game. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Ben.
What you got to do, though, Dominic. You got to make the inferior team look inferior.
Yeah. I think there were a couple questions for me, Ben, if you could pull those up.
There we go. Maximus, D-Rob, what was your first moment where you thought to yourself, yeah, I'm in a big-time school?
Way before I ever even stepped foot on campus. I was probably 10 years old. There was no one moment. I will say there was a huge moment for me was standing on the sideline, and Andre Johnson was on Miami's kickoff team. He was on the front line of Miami's kickoff team. And I was still playing corner at the time. And I remembered looking at him and thinking, there's no way I could guard that physical specimen. Like, that's not a human being. Like, he was huge, and he was physical, and he could run. And he, like I said, he was on the front line of kickoff and was just manhandling guys. And that was when I knew, like, okay, I'm playing big time college football. When I have to, like, eventually I'm going to have to guard a guy like that, So that was I guess that would have been my third game of my career. I think we played Miami, third or fourth game. We went to Duke to start my career. We smoked them, and then I can't remember who we played game 2, but I think we played Miami game 3. And that was the first time that I'd seen like a real man on the football field. And it was Andre Johnson.
Yes.
So
that dude.
Yeah.
Freak.
He was a freak, man. He was an absolute freak.
It is 14-0 here as the Noles get ready to kick off against Louisiana. They've been extremely efficient on offense in their 2 drives. Their 1 drive on defense, they pitch a 3-and-out. Tom Hortner here with a little bit of a clever question. Dominic, let's just say you were a coach at a school and you're responsible for bringing a tight end for Florida State. How would you recruit for Florida State if you wanted a tight end?
I think it's pretty simple. Actually, if you just, sent them video of what you're doing, yeah, it's pretty clear that it's kind of I don't want to say it's the missing piece, but in terms of like going over the top, because in terms of like offensive efficiency, this team is as good as you could ask. It's unbelievable when you look at where they're at. If you look at like higher, analytic numbers, they're with the Georgias and better than SC. And I mean, just offensively, and the production they're getting out of from the tight end position is pretty low. So it's if we had an elite level guy, obviously that would put it over the top. They play with the tight end on every snap pretty much, so that's a big sort of selling point. Is look, we got a guy out there all the time. We're not in 10 personnel, and we're not in 2-back personnel. We're typically in 1 back with a tight end every snap. So just the way that you play does enough selling in itself.
Fair. First down for the Raging Cajuns after, I think, a series of runs here. Stat here on the screen: Florida State has not allowed a touchdown in their last 24 drives on defense. Cajuns step back, passes incomplete on first down. Nice break up there by Tatum Bethune will bring up 2nd and 10. 6:35 of in the first quarter. Florida State up 14-0. Daquion, thank you. Tom, also thank you for the tips in the jar. We appreciate it, man.
Aloha.
How's it? Yeah, our guy.
Who was that? Somebody from Hawaii.
Our guy Ralph. Spartan Knoll.
What's up, Ralph? Aloha.
But I think Tom, you're not going to get the answer you want, but we appreciate you trying. Oh, back shoulder throw there by the Cajuns on the sideline. Flag.
Hey, we got anybody else? I guess Hawaii's not out of the country, but where's everybody else at? Where we checking in from this morning?
Where's Belgium at? Where's Singapore at, man? Everybody get ready for the World Cup, man. Where's Senegal at?
Is it nighttime somewhere? Is anybody watching at night? Because it's 9 in the morning here, 10 in the morning.
Oh, man. I'm an old man. I love these noon kickoffs, Dominic.
Do you? I hate it. Absolutely hate it. I get
from my house to the stadium in under 10 minutes, man. It's clockwork. And then I get to go home after this at like 5 p.m. and actually have a life on a Saturday. It's pretty cool.
Let's go, Wyoming. Stand up, Wyoming.
There we go. Cowboy.
Fort Lottie Dottie.
There we go, everybody. Rainbow Springs, huh? Look at that. 6:31 left in the first quarter, 1st and 10 after a pass interference call on Renardo Green, I think. Here come the Cajuns trying to cross midfield. They're on their own 44-yard line. 1 back, 3 wide. Handoff. About a gain of 3. Bring up 2nd and 7 here as the clock starts running. Shout out to our guy in El Paso, by the way, and shout out to our guy in Mississippi. Again, we'll maybe do this like every 15 minutes. The Bally Sports Plus app. It does require a subscription, but you can get a 7-day free trial and remind yourself to cancel it before your credit card gets hit. So
yeah, put a reminder in your phone because you will forget. And you'll be subscribed to Bally's for a year.
2nd and 7, real good play out there on the perimeter by Jamie Robinson and Greedy Vance. Greedy Vance to absorb and eat the block, and then Jamie to come clean it up. Brings up 3rd down. Ball is right at midfield. Probably 4-down territory for the Cajuns at this point in the game. It's 3rd and 4. 14-0 Florida State lead, 5:25 and counting running down here in the first quarter. I would think they're probably going to run it 2 times here. But what do I know? I'm just a guy up top of a hotel.
San Diego Bowl game would be amazing.
That'd be nice. Little bunch formation at the top of the screen. They're going to throw it. Quarterback's got a window to run, and he got scared. He got a little bit scared. He had it, but he stopped shy about 2 yards of it. It'll bring up 4th and 2. 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes now. Counting down here in the first quarter, 14-0 Florida State lead. Surprised he called a pass play here. But, hey, we'll take it. Good tackle there by Kalen DeLoach. It indeed is 4th and 2. There is 18 seconds left on the game clock. 4:37. Mike Norvell imploring the crowd to make some noise. 10 seconds on the play clock. Running back shifts over. Handoff goes to the running back, and he is met well short. They got off the field. That is not a first down. That is not a first down. Noles with the stop on defense.
Oh, baby. Yes, sir.
Not even close. Boom. I mean, Jamie Robinson coming in with the shoulder, too, to avoid the targeting call. Good, healthy, safe football. Look at this guy from Louisiana for the first down. Not even close. Not even close.
Goodness.
He's like a full yard short. I hope they're not reviewing this for targeting, or they can, then go ahead. I mean, that was all shoulder, man. That was clean. They're going to actually measure this. I can't remember the last time I saw somebody measure. You're not even going to be able to see the chain. It's going to be so far off the screen, it's that far off.
Yeah, but they got a good spot, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, pull the slack. Pull the slack. Pull it. What? Are you kidding me?
Yep. Spotting the ball in American football is an absolute joke. It's the worst thing that we do. I don't understand it.
The Louisiana coach is laughing because he got away with it. Now he's like,
the technology we have and the way we spot the ball is so ridiculous.
Listen, I was looking at the yellow superimposed graphic line. It was nowhere close to that. They got to be reviewing this. I think Norvell is called for a review. I mean, it looks like it's got to get to the 47, and he has hit. All right, maybe
it's driven me crazy for years, the way that they spot the ball. It's such a joke. That ball was a yard short. It's not going to be interesting. It's not even close.
I can hear what they're calling out over the stadium. You're going to like the
You're
going to like the news, everybody.
They probably already know because our stream is way behind.
Yeah. Sorry, everybody. We're trying. We can't control.
It's kind of crazy. This one is crazy. This game because it's not even ACC network.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's blaming the ACC on this one. Although I think it might be an ACC refereeing crew. I don't know. Can't tell. But yeah, they got everybody on the screen right now. Louisiana's coach, Norvell, the referee. Hey, who you got in the crosstown rivalry over in LA later today, Dominic?
I actually took USC.
Okay.
I really love what UCLA is doing. Yeah. It's a toss-up game. The reason I took SC is Caleb Williams. I just think when you have things, when all things are equal, you got to take the quarterback. Yeah. And I love the other kid, BTR. He's incredible, but Caleb Williams is on another planet when it comes to quarterback play. He's unreal. So I think he's going to win it. It's going to come down to the last possession. It'll be 38-35, and Caleb's going to make a play.
I don't know if he's trying to make light of like my receding hairline, which we don't like to talk about, Christopher, out loud. But I haven't got my hair cut in a while. I did shave though. Shave a little bit. So again, the play was reviewed. It was called a fourth down conversion, a first down for Louisiana on the field, but after review has been overturned. It is Florida State ball on their own 46-yard line. There's 4:23 left in the first quarter. 14-0 Florida State. Jordan Travis and the offense back out there. 27 drives now in a row the Florida State hasn't allowed a touchdown. 25, 27, one or the other.
Unreal.
Trey Benson with a suboptimal run, but he still got like 4 yards. It's incredible.
That's 6.
6? All right. Dominic's got better eyes than I do. You got to wear these things. Under 4 minutes ago in the first quarter, 14-0 Florida State. The score you see at the bottom of your screen here in the ABC live chat. Jordan with all sorts of time rolling out. Nice touch on the ball. Kentron, you got to make that catch, champ. Got to make that catch. I mean, Jordan just is not under its. There can't be many quarterbacks having more fun playing football right now than Jordan Travis because his running game is on point. He has all sorts of time. Now his receivers drop the ball every now and then, but that happens to a lot of people. But just the amount of time and the clean pockets he has to throw from is incredible. Looks like there's a flag.
Well, yeah, they're doing a great job. And the reason is because of the way that they're running the ball. They're wearing teams down, and they're just doing a good job of mixing run and pass. Where they're running into or they're passing into optimal looks because they're running the ball so well, and so it's just really, really tough to stop what they're doing from a coaching standpoint.
Really good play call there by Florida State. Really good defense, though, by Louisiana. Minimal gain. Previous play was not. It was a drop, but they called holding on the defense. Automatic first down for Florida State. So they are across midfield now. 2nd and 9 after that 1-yard screen throw to Trey Benson. It was great, man. Louisiana blitz. They threw away from the blitz, but they were able to get off their block and make a tackle. Now all sorts of time with Jordan. He's going to let it rip. That was a pretty gross throw. But, hey, you can't have all the tools, Can't have a rocket arm and have all sorts of accuracy and elusiveness. But he had all sorts of time there. Good play fake. And I don't know. That was into double coverage. I don't know if you're throwing it to Ja'Kai, who's like 5'10", maybe on a good day. That probably wasn't the best read. Louisiana.
Well, they rushed 3 and dropped 8 on that. There weren't going to be many places to go, and we only released 3 out into the pattern.
They just rushed 5 on 3rd and 9. Florida State with just a conventional handoff, and they ran right through the blitz. Not a problem. Huge gain there for Trey Benson. Gain of 16 yards on that one. Florida State operating now, moving it. Yeah, I'd probably stop handing the ball to Trey Benson because every single play is just another one for him to put on a tape to give to a agent to get on that. He's just, it's amazing.
Yeah.
And people were giving Mario Snowball. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'd like to see Johnny get involved here. You don't want to go that long without your playmaker touching the ball. We're going to get out of the quarter, and he hadn't even got a target yet. Has he been healthy at practice?
Yeah. Micah chopped down after a gain of a couple, kind of gingerly walking off. No, he's gonna stay in there. Lines up in the slot. 3rd down, 3rd and 3. Jordan keeps it. And that's another touchdown for Jordan Travis. Runs it in. Piece of cake. Gene Deckerhoff, what would you describe that play as being ultimately?
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Galactic Deckerhoff.
Accurate.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
I mean, I don't know. You guys got to get me drunk or something to get more excited about this sort of stuff. They're just it's just what they do. They're just beating up. I mean, they're just beating up on everybody. It's incredible. I mean, that was like a sloppy kind of, not sloppy, but like the run action on that play wasn't like the most clean, run fake. But still, Jordan like stumbles out and still gone. 21-0 Florida State. Now up on Louisiana. I think they were a 23.5-point, 24-point favorite as this game went off. Tate Rodemaker might want to get mentally prepared for coming in after halftime at this point. AJ Duffy as well. Let's see here. Ben, give us some full screen stats if you don't mind. Our guy Ben Spicer behind the scenes, making sure everything runs smoothly. It's just an absolute one-sided beatdown. Florida State has 183 total yards, Dominic. Louisiana 20. Florida State a perfect 5-5 on 3rd down. Florida State averaging 10.3 yards per rush, 6 yards per completion, 8 yards per play.
10 yards per rush. Goodness gracious. That's pretty tough. Yeah,
7
Tom, go
plays.
get us on a mimosa, Tom.
No, he's gone. Tom's setting up back at the crib, man. He's got to get ready for the second half of this game.
He's setting up where? You're cutting out.
Back at his house.
Oh, he's going home? Well.
Yeah. Louisiana returns it to the 35, but a flag down on the field. I'm guessing probably some sort of illegal block. We'll wait for the stripes to call it. 21-0 the score for Florida State with time winding down in the first quarter here.
I will. Let me say this. I talked about this earlier, and somebody just alluded to this in the chat. You got to start thinking about next week, in terms of we don't want to get anyone hurt. Like Micah Pittman just got dinged on that jet sweep, stuff like that. Man, that stuff starts to pile up, and get these guys out as quickly as we can. I tell that story when we played Florida for the game behind right here over my shoulder. The week before, we played NC State at home, and we had a bye actually the next week. But I didn't play much in that NC State game because we ended up going too tight and just playing one receiver, and we were just rotating that one receiver. I had a pulled hamstring. Ended up probably playing 25 snaps or something. If I would have had to play that full game, I definitely would have never played that Florida game because I was not in good shape. So just something to think about. It's like don't want to accumulate any wear and tear injuries here or anything like that. Somebody had a question, Ben. I missed it.
There was a flag on the return. Louisiana was backed up, but they now have a first down after a pretty healthy run there. CJ asked Dominic, why do you think Johnny isn't more involved? He disappears throughout games. Am I missing something?
Yeah, it's very interesting. So, to be honest, I don't believe Mike Norvell has ever had like a dominant wideout in his offenses. And so the structure of the offense doesn't really lend itself for that. It's more fluid in terms of like who's getting the ball, when and where. It's not real isolation, get the ball to this one guy. And so, and even the way that they rotate the wideouts, they fluidly rotate. They don't just have two guys that always are playing, and so sometimes I think plays are called that may be technically for Johnny, but he's just not even in the game because of the way that they fluidly rotate. I've noticed that a couple times. So yeah, it's just the structure of the offense, to be honest. It's kind of the ball goes to the read, and there's no real forcing the ball on isolation to guys often. Now, there are some calls that he has where you can tell he's trying to get the ball to a specific guy. But, most of the offense is just, you make the read and you throw the ball to whoever's the best read or the right read. And it's part of the reason why Jordan's played so well is because he continually distributes the ball to the right person. And he very rarely forces bad throws. But yeah, there's certain times where I do feel like, what's that?
I mean, he had a guy that caught 76 balls his last year in Memphis. I mean, there's some years where he's had guys that have really gone off. But otherwise, I don't know. I mean, listen, you got to take the good with the bad. You want to joke here about put the tape on if you want to show a tight end how you're going to be utilized at Florida State and how you can be a missing piece. Well, also, man, if you're a number 2 overall wide receiver in the country, man, They're going to be coming on and off the field a bunch because they cycle dudes in. It's just what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Florida State, meanwhile, has gone off the field again. Their defense forcing another punt. Have we got to the end of the first quarter yet? We have not. My gosh. It's the longest first quarter of the season, feels like. 7 seconds left. Florida State takes over on their own 19. Jamie Robinson fielded that last punt. Hope Micah's all right. Handoff goes to Trey Benson. Minimal gain. That'll take us to the end of the first quarter. It is 21-0. Florida State up on Louisiana on the week of the Florida game coming up here. We'll be right back after this commercial from our good friends over at Zaxby's.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the Warchant GameDay watch-along, presented by our good friends at Zaxby's of Tallahassee. Thanks, everybody, being involved in the ABC Live viewer chat. Best comments get showcased on the screen, as well as questions to Dominic that don't involve why your son isn't going to come visit Florida State. Chill out, everybody. Let the man and his son live their lives. What is that? Let's go full screen on Dominic here real quick. What you got on there,
You
Dominic?
see that? That's us at Zaxby's last week. That's my youngest son down there. That's our first time. That was his first time having Zaxby's. Shout out to Zaxby's.
Yeah, life-changing. His life will now be split into two eras. The day before that when he never had Zaxby's and every day now.
Yes, sir.
Hope you're able to watch the game. Again, what we're hearing is that the easiest path of resistance to get to this game is to download the Bally Sports Plus app, which involves a subscription, but you can get a free 7-day trial, and you can cancel it immediately after the game today and not get your credit card dinged, I think. Can't vouch 100% for that, but that seems to be the play for a lot of folks here. Dominic Robinson, Florida State great, joining me, Aslan Hajavandi. Dominic and Tom Lang will take you from the second half until the end of this one, and then the postgame show with Gene Williams and Tom Lang will take you into the evening as we celebrate what looks to probably be a healthy, easy rocking chair win, as Jeff Cameron says on the Jeff Cameron Show. Florida State just absolutely dominating Louisiana right now. 192 yards of offense in the first quarter for Florida State, 46 for Louisiana. Florida State averaging nearly 8 yards per play. It's a sight to behold, everybody. They're just dominating folks. We got a score on the Florida-Vanderbilt game, perchance? Anybody? How's that going in Nashville? Listen, man, we put way too much stock into playing teams that had played Clemson the week before they played us. We thought that was going to be good, but Wake Forest and NC State beat Florida State. But, man, Florida's been on the road. They'll be on the road for their last two games of the season. Florida State will be at home. And I know Vanderbilt isn't great, but Vanderbilt on the road, probably a little bit more of a tougher test than Louisiana at home. So we'll enjoy that. Shout out to Sacknell. Apparently Vanderbilt's up right now, 7-3. Let's go. And a big run there by Trey Benson. He's just put him in the garage. Put him in the garage. Bring him out next week. Another handoff to Trey. First down And listen, he's a big human being, Dominic, so it takes a decent-sized hole for him to be able to run through it, man. They're blocking well, too. It's incredible.
Yeah, and he is so hard to tackle, man. I believe his break tackle rate is the highest in the country.
Yeah, sounds right. I wouldn't argue it.
Yeah.
I mean, Ira was all in on him in January, so shout out to Ira for having the foresight to see that one. Yeah, he's like, man, this kid's going to be something. I'm like, we'll see. Roll out there. Come on. Is that 2 for Kentron drops? All right, we can shut down Kentron probably. We can shut him down for the day. He got bailed out on the first one because there was a holding call, but that one was a really nice rollout by Jordan. All sorts of time, all sorts of space for him to catch it, but a legal man downfield looks to be the call. Also, Jason Turntine looks to be back in the game now for a few series ago. He came back in for Darius Washington, it looks like. And no, we will not be able to get you an injury update on him after the game because the coach doesn't like to talk about injuries. So what are you going to do? 21-0 Florida State. It's up 14 minutes left here in the second quarter in the first half of the game. Jordan Travis and the offense are out there on their own 28-yard line, 1st and 15. Hand off to Lawrence Toafili, off tackle left side, about a 1-yard gain. We don't know, Chase. It's a really good question. Because I think they want us to have the Bally Sports app or something like that. I don't know. But again, Bally Sports Plus, 7-day trial. Use it. 2nd and 13 for Florida State after that illegal man downfield penalty and a 2-yard gain from Lawrence Toafili. Toafili in motion jet action. Good throw to Marquise there by Jordan. Slips out the backfield, brings up a 3rd and very manageable. I would assume this is probably 4-down territory for Florida State too.
Oh, there's a question from CJ.
All right. Where would Johnny – CJ just bringing all the Johnny's. Johnny's PR. Where would Johnny rank as how much he would scare you as a defensive back if you played him? Could prime D-Rob cover Johnny?
He would really be up there in terms of knowing, okay, I got to bring my A game. The guy can really run. He's obviously got ridiculous height and length. But in terms of me covering him, no problem. I'm not worried about anybody. But he'd be up there in terms of ranking because he's got a full bag.
Just right behind Andre Johnson, right?
He's got yeah.
Trayshawn Ward on a Wildcat snap on 3rd and 4 tripped over Robert Scott, pulling Robert Scott. So that brought up 4th and 4 for Florida State. They opted to punt. They punted. A legal block in the back on Louisiana will back up the Raging Cajuns on their first possession of the second quarter. They'll take over at their own 15-yard line. Florida State up 21-0 with 11:57 to go here in the first half. It has been total domination. Florida State outgaining the Raging Cajuns 208-46. Meanwhile, apparently around the country here, people telling us Michigan, only 7-0 Michigan up on Illinois. Illinois is all right. Michigan's looking ahead to Ohio State. They got a big one next week. A&M is only up 3 points. A&M and UMass are tied in the second quarter. He's going to get – there's no way he lives. There's no way he survives. No way he survives.
Can they fire him?
Yeah, they got money. They can do anything they want. They just got to eat it. Someone's going to look really silly for giving that guy $90 million a year ago and then having him lose to – who did they lost App State? They've lost 6 in a row. It's bad.
What do they have to give him to fire him? How much?
Close to 90, I think, man. They gave him an extension. I mean, you can kind of maybe break it out into a payment plan, but I know. I mean, I guess you really can't because then you got to hire somebody really good too. You know, that's going to cost you a bunch of money. I saw some far-fetched rumor, Dominic, that Auburn might go after Dabo. But it was like a really far-fetched rumor. Like I don't think he's in Alabama. He's from the state of Alabama, but he went to Alabama. He was on the 91, 92 national title team.
Yeah.
So Baylor up 14-7 over TCU, our guy Joe says. Which poor TCU, man, getting no respect. And they beat everybody they put in front of them, man. They played a tough schedule, I think, and they're going to get no love.
Yeah.
They're going to lose, and they'll be out of it.
Who's going to get Dion? Who's going to get Dion, Aslan?
Arizona State should go get him.
I've been trying to tell my wife Dion's coming to Arizona State.
Like, because it's Hollywood enough.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they can do it though because I think they went flashy with.
Herm wasn't flashy though. No, he wasn't flashy.
No, but but he was a TV guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they're gonna have to play it super safe. Just not that they should, but I just think the optics of it, are like okay, it just seems like that's kind of how it goes in the coaching realm or these universities is they try something, they go super flashy or they go to an alumni, and then that doesn't work. And then they go super safe and they go with an NFL guy or something like that. Like it just seems to be pretty, cyclical. And so I don't know. It seems like the way that they went sort of outside the box with Herm. So they're going to probably go inside the box. I hope they go Dion though. That would be a lot of fun to have him here in Arizona.
David, these are two different products, ESPN Plus, ESPN3. If you have a cable subscription, try ESPN3.com. You should be able to access it if you're not blacked out in the Tallahassee area, I guess. But ESPN Plus does you no good. You need ESPN3.com, which you get through a valid cable subscription. I don't know, man. Listen, if I was an Arizona State guy, like, what do you have to lose? Your Arizona State? Like, I wouldn't hire Kenny Dillingham.
Exactly.
I'd hire Dion before I'd hire Kenny Dillingham.
You know what? And that's exactly the thing is like, if you're Arizona State, why not? Like, what's it matter? Whoever you hire, you're not going to ever be a 10-win team. You're going to win 9 games at very best. You'll probably never win the Pac-12, or you'll have your 1 year if somebody falters or something like that. But so why not take a chance, take a shot? And
3rd and 10 for Florida State. Looks like they're going to be bringing some pressure here. Louisiana on their own 15-yard line. They're showing 5. Oh, that's face mask. Oh, Patrick Payton got face masked and still caused a fumble. Ball is loose. Looks like the Cajuns got it back. I disagree with you there, though, Dominic. I mean, like, what do you have to lose in terms of, like, where your floor and your ceiling has been? I think your ceiling, I think in Tempe, man, I think you can mess around and every 3 years, like, compete for the Pac-12 for the Pac-12 title. And, hey, with them going to 12 teams in the playoff here in a few years, man, Arizona State, if you're just battling Lincoln for the best guys in California and Los Angeles, man, you probably can fool around and get into the top 12 teams and make it into the playoff.
Yeah, I guess I should retract that statement a little bit. Yeah, well, just because the Pac-12 isn't going to be the Pac-12 as I know it. SC's gone.
Yeah, that's
UCLA's
right.
gone.
Yeah,
Oregon's probably gone.
Yeah.
So we don't know. What is college football anyway? Like it's all just a mess. Like nothing's going to be the same. Even just 2 years from now, ASU can beat San Diego State if that's who's going to be in the Pac-12, and U of A, and whoever they're going to have left. But who knows? I thought the group that they had there at ASU, I thought was going to do a great job. That Johnny's class was incredible. That class that Johnny was with, that class was incredible. And then when they started getting into all that trouble, man, it just all crumbled. But heck, look at Jaden Daniels is killing it at LSU. He was a part of that class. Yeah. The running back that's with Tampa,
Benjamin,
Rashawn. No, no, the other kid. God, he had like a 100-yard game for Tampa last week. What is his name? Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on his name, but he was a part of that class. Like it was a special. I mean, they had some dudes in that class, and it all fell apart. So you're right. I mean, they could figure out a way to win the pack as it will, be 2 years from now.
Yeah, but they had Brandon Ayuk, I think, back then too. They had some dudes.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, man. Listen,
Rashad White is the kid's name. Rashad White, Johnny, and Jaden Daniels were all part of that class like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and that group was, I thought, could definitely get on the national stage and win a Pac-12 for sure.
Ocho Cinco's son too.
Yeah. That was one of their big sort of, he was the guy that was getting other guys. He was getting Florida guys. They were getting guys from all across the country. They weren't recruiting in Arizona really at all. Yeah. And Ocho Cinco's son was helping with that effort.
All right. It looks like they challenged it. I don't know what he was actually challenging because it was a fumble for sure. But it looks like Louisiana is set now to punt. So, yeah, it definitely seems like Micah probably got dinged up because that's 2 straight. And we saw him, get a shot below the hips on a jet sweep run. Jamie Robinson with 2 straight punt returns. And he's aggressive back there, so they've been just fine. Florida State will take over on their own 49-yard line.
I like seeing Jamie do that. I like seeing Jamie back there. That's a good look. Yeah, man. That'll be good for him. Draft-wise, too. That'll be good for him to put some of those on tape. Prove you've got value. Yeah, value on more than one thing.
Just had a nice montage of all of Florida State's scores. They take over on the Louisiana 39 for this drive. Handoff to Trey Benson, and that's about 4 yards. I mean, it's Jason Turntine still out there on the offensive line. It is Robert Scott, Dimitri Emanuel, Maurice Smith, Dylan Gibbons, and Jason Turntine, your offensive line. Under 10 minutes ago now in the first half, Florida State up 21-0. 2nd and 5. Let's take shots. I say deep shots all day. Let's stoppage on the field. Not exactly sure why. Yeah, man, you and Tom are going to be able to talk about lots of big picture topics, I feel like, in the second half, Dominic.
You think? Yeah.
Maybe Florida prep.
There's no question. But definitely have some big picture.
Trey Benson in the scrum. Looks like it'll probably be about 3rd and 2 for Florida State.
CJ wants to throw to Johnny, please. Does that surprise you?
I know, right? See you, golly. Shout out to FSU fan 1993 dropping $2 in the jar.
Appreciate you.
Go Noles. Cheers from Fort Lauderdale. We're drinking water today, pacing ourselves. It's a noon game. 3rd and 1 for Florida State. Lawrence Toafili slashes, gashes. 1st down.
We need Rodney Hill sighting.
Yeah, a little CJ Campbell action. I think that was one of the over-unders I put on the game was over-under 4.5 different Florida State running backs carry the ball. They've already had 3.
Yeah.
They've already had 3. Trayshawn, Trey, and Lawrence. Yeah, that was a good tackle by Louisiana. Keep Trey to only 2 yards. Let's put Trey in the let's put him in the garage. Yeah, he took a pretty good shot there. Let's keep that guy feeling good. Let's see what else is out there.
Out.
I know it's a physical game, but we can maybe mitigate some of this stuff. Oh, that was a pretty play. Wow, that was I like that one a lot. These out the backfield throws, the wheel motion they run, just the slipping out the backfield is beautiful. Jordan with a run action rolls to his left, and Lawrence was the other back in the backfield, and he just breaks up the field. First down, is that? Oh, no. I thought they were going to Johnny, but it was Malik McClain. It's Malik McClain. 2nd and goal for Florida State. Let's see what's going on out there. Wow, Navy and UCF are already in the 3rd quarter of their game. That's awesome.
What is it? You're breaking up. What'd you say?
Navy's up 17-14 on UCF. They're already in the 3rd quarter. They're in the 3rd quarter. That's got some AAC implications, title implications. Which, hey, man, you win that conference, you're probably going to go to New Year's Six Bowl, so you don't want to goof that up.
No.
There we go. Nice little rollout and then a shovel pass on the inside there. TCU and Baylor tied up at 14 in Waco. A&M's up 10-3 now on UMass. And Vanderbilt is now up 7-6 on the Gators. So,
hey, Johnny's not playing.
He has
not been out there. He was out. He was, but he has not been out there this whole drive. And I don't think he's been out there the last 2 drives.
Oh, false start or offsides? We'll have to see here. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I'm checking the game thread too. It doesn't look like no one noted anything about Johnny not being out there.
Yeah.
I'll send up a call to the bat signal on my phone to our Slack app.
Yes, sir.
Maybe they're just saving him for the Gators. 3rd and goal for Florida State on the 1.5 yard line. DJ Lundy's out there. Has DJ thrown for one yet? I know he's caught one. He's run for one. We need to let him throw for one. It's he and Trayshawn, and that's just – it's embarrassing almost how good they look. Oh, Trayshawn's clutching his hamstring coming off the field. That's not great. They're just – I want to see them play Georgia. I want to see Florida State play Georgia's defense, and I want Tennessee to be on offense going up against Florida State's defense because I can't believe how good they look. It just seems too good to be true. Are they really this dominatingly awesome? No one can stop them on offense. No one can get more than maybe 1 first down against them on defense. This is incredible to see just how impressive they are, just outclassing these teams. 28-0, Florida State. 6:59 left in the first half.
No Deckerhoff?
Oh, that's right. Gene, thoughts?
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Shout out to Gene Deckerhoff. The great.
There could be, we do have to keep in mind that after Wednesday's practice, Mike Norvell did reveal that there were several players that were unavailable for Wednesday's practice because of a flu bug, I guess, or a bug of some sort going through the team. He did say that he believed that it wasn't going to affect anybody's availability on Saturday. So, don't want to speculate, but maybe one of those things where some guys try to give it a go and then end up going out there and maybe not feeling their best. And you're in total control right now, and you got a big game next week. So why redline anybody? Second compliment of the day for your shirt, D-Rob. For the troops.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, we need Duke from Rocky IV. Throw the damn towel. It's getting bad out there. Yeah. So apparently a whole bunch of people on staff, I think Tom and Jeff are going to do a keg stand if Florida State wins out the regular season. Ira is going to funnel 2 beers. Corey's going to chug something. I will not be there.
You're not partaking in any of the foolery?
Come on, man. I a keg stand. I could do a keg stand when I was 19. I can't do it. I could be walking through the desert for days, and you hand me a thing of water, and I can only sip it still. I can't open my gullet like the rest of you savages. And Jonathan, that's what I'm saying. Like, I get it. I just want to slow down. Like, I've seen Florida play, man. I know it's a rivalry game. So is Miami. They don't look like they've got what it takes to stop Florida State. Like, you have to be able to get home to Florida State with 4 dudes and 4 dudes alone. I don't think they can do that. This offensive line is too solid right now. Their quarterback is not going to be able to pick apart this secondary. They have a good running game. I mean, there's some – I know Louisiana's had 2 or 3 good runs and people are nervous. Florida's going to get yards. They'll be able to run okay, but not consistently enough. That's why I want to see this team. I can't wait for their bowl matchup. I hope they play an Ole Miss. I hope they play like an Alabama or a Texas, somebody that has something elite, like an elite offense or an elite defense to really get a gauge of where they're at. Because listen, man, they've looked great these last 3 games, 4 including this one. Syracuse might be considered a top 50 team. Miami ain't a top 80 team. Georgia Tech ain't a top 80 football team. Louisiana probably is not a top 80 football team. But who else? People have the same sort of schedule. People are playing the same teams in the ACC. No one is boat racing their opponents the way Florida State is right now. That's what's just the weird thing to kind of try to reconcile, for me at least, Dominic.
Yeah, the Bama matchup would be phenomenal. Or one of these Pac-12 teams that falls out, right? Because it's going to be Oregon, SC,
UCLA. I'll take one of them.
Utah. All 4 of those teams are going to be somewhere in the 3-loss, 2 to 3 loss, area. And I would love to see a matchup with one of those guys. Like you said, Bama. I think Bama's going to be 3-loss. Ole Miss, like you said, that would be great. Someone in that area, like you said, someone that has an elite level on one side of the ball. Yeah.
See, I don't know about Utah. I'll take UCLA. I'm cool with UCLA because their offense will probably be a tough thing to match up with if Dorian, if he plays. And that's the thing, too. A lot of these guys might sit out their bowl game. But, I don't know about Cam Rising and Utah. I don't know if they're solid on both sides. I want to see something elite, like top 10 caliber.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's the other thing that sucks is you got to find a team in that right pocket that they also aren't so good that they have guys that are leaving to not play in the bowl game.
Right.
That's the again, we don't know anything about college football. Like what we used to know, what we thought we knew, we don't know, So you think, I'd love to play Alabama, but what if Will Anderson doesn't play?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young.
And then now it's like, okay, so we play a Bama, but it's not really Bama because 4 of their top players are going to the draft. You got to find that spot of like a really good team that doesn't have guys going. That's why I say like UCLA or one of those teams where they don't have guys that are going to sit out the bowl game, which sucks. It sucks that we even have to consider that. Like, you should, there was a sweet matchup a couple years ago that, man, it broke my heart. It was the year Kyle Pitts was at Florida, and I think they played Oklahoma in the bowl game.
Yes.
But Pitts didn't play. The quarterback didn't play.
Like Kadarius Toney didn't play. They shut it down.
Yeah, it's just, man, I was so disappointed because that was going to be such a great matchup. And so I hate that. That's not good.
Thoughts on this one, Dominic? I remember we talked about this after the Wake Forest-Clemson game where Wake Forest lost in double overtime. It was pretty crushing for them at home against Clemson. And, I thought it was good for Florida State that they were catching Wake Forest after that kind of loss. You disagreed. What about if this holds up? Right now it's currently 14-6 Vanderbilt. There's still a lot of football to be played, obviously. But FSU fan 93 wonders if Florida were to lose to Vandy, would that help or hurt Florida State next week, do you think?
That's a good question. I personally, this is a personal thing. This isn't even like a football coach thing. This is me as a fan and just as a competitor. I want Florida to be as good as they possibly can be. I want them to be healthy. I want them to be winning. I want them to be happy. And then I want to take their soul.
Okay.
Like, I want them to think that they actually have something and then take that from them. That's what I prefer. So I want them to win. I want them to win so I can snatch your soul from you and let you know how bad you suck. I don't want you to say, oh, well, we lost to Vandy and then we sat some guys out and we had some injuries and we were tired because we were on the road. Like, I want them to be like, no, we're confident, we're rolling, we got a good quarterback, all that, and then I want to beat them by 40. So that's just me personally. I do think them losing it'll help them from a coaching standpoint, the Florida coaches in terms of preparation, because the guys will be, sort of, in a humbled state where they're not going to be too, big-headed and listen to what the coaches have to say. So yeah, I don't want them to lose to Vandy. I want them to win.
If you missed it, really good stop by the Florida State defense on third down. They brought pressure. Louisiana called for a screen pass. Jared Verse did a really good job of diagnosing it and rolling back, throwing over his head, but Jamie came in and knocked it away from the receiver. So Florida State's defense, again, I think that's 29 straight possessions, not allowing a team to get into the end zone on defense. 1st and 10 for Florida State. They were up 28-0. Strike to Cam McDonald. Florida State now across midfield and into Louisiana territory again, up 28-0, less than 6 minutes ago in the first half. Did you see the comments that Mario Cristobal made about if anyone's disappointed with their son's playing time, feel free to come pick them up? I thought it was funny, man. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was the most youth sports type comment that I'd ever heard from a college coach or professional coach, a guy that's making millions of dollars, to tell him to come pick up your kids. It sounds really funny to me. It's very ironic. And I also think that there is a shred of truth. I think when I was a college coach, there were definitely times where I felt that way, but it's funny to actually see it vocalized. Did he say it in a press conference, or did he? How did that get out? I think so. He says a parent is free and welcome to pick up their son if they're not happy with their playing time.
Yeah. I'll tell you, man. Like I said, we don't know anything about college football in its current state. It's so ridiculous. I can understand his frustration. It's so crazy to me. It's somehow, there's 100,000 football players, and somehow they all are supposed to be starting at top 5 teams in the country. It's just like, first of all, only 5 teams can be the top 5 in the country.
Right.
And only 11 can play on offense and only 11 can play on defense. So everybody can't start. Everybody can't win a Heisman. Everybody can't win a national championship. Like, chill out. We all have roles. You're all gonna do a job, and you're gonna have a role in that job. And we can't. Everybody can't be, the star. Everybody can't have a leading role in the movie. Like, some people have to be in the background. Some people have to be extras. Like, that's just the way it is. That's the way life is. It's just so crazy to me, man, that you send kids off to these schools and then you just expect, my kid's going to be a starter. My kid's going to start as a freshman. I know it happens more than it used to, but it's not, the timing for everybody's not going to be the same. And just the expectation of both the players and the parents are ridiculous.
Crazy, not crazy, but I mean, Jordan flushed to his left, stops, flips his hips open, throws the back of the end zone, fingertip catch by Malik McClain in the back. It is now 34-0 Florida State. Wow, that's an incredible catch. That's an amazing catch. Holy, that's Sports Center. That's Sports Center top 10 catch. If it wasn't to make it 35-0 in a blowout, but still, that was incredible.
Yeah, that's a great catch.
There we go. That's what we need. They're reviewing it, obviously, here. I mean, Florida State just can't do wrong right now. I mean, they are just absolutely dominating everything they're calling up. It just works. They have over 315 yards of offense with 3 minutes to go in the first half. They've limited Louisiana to not even 50 yards of offense as well. Somebody earlier in the chat said, hey, Aslan, why did and Dominic didn't make a game prediction, but a lot of us on these programming that we do content on Warchant made our score predictions. I think I picked 41-10. Some people picked 39-9, 37-9, things like that. I don't know, just think at some point you're going to roll your backups out there and you're going to allow a touchdown. It's crazy. You thought maybe you look a little bit ahead to Florida and you don't know exactly what they want to get out of this game. Do you want to continue to look this dominating, or do you just want to get out with a win, get the game over with, get everybody in the ice bath and get healthy for Florida? But they're playing this game foot down on the gas, and they're up 35-0. So 41-10 is probably not going to be the right score that I predicted.
I typically want, and actually we had a game like this last night, I typically want my starters to play one series in the second half. In this case, I don't want them to. I might have them done after, like, right now. Right. This is you're not going to gain anything from this at this point in the season. You're not gaining anything from that. You need to get those guys out, especially like the Trey Bensons, guys with high usage rates, guys that play the way that like Micah Pittman plays. Get him out because he's going to hurt himself. I get those guys out as soon as possible. I wouldn't, if we get the ball back here, I probably wouldn't have them out there on this next drive.
You would. You'd let him finish out the first half. You'd let him finish.
I don't think I would, man. This one's bad. Yeah. This one is a little bit different because they're just offering no resistance at all. So it's not like you're even working on anything. It's just, man, it's we're just going through them like tissue paper.
All right. Let me pull it back up here, the stream. I got to find my alternate means of pulling the game up. Looks like our guy, Tom's gone ahead and logged on at home. So, by the way, if you guys are thinking about getting the Bally Sports Plus app and sharing the login with your friends, I don't think they let more than one person on the login. So, be cognizant of that.
Did Tom just try to log in or something and kick you out?
Yeah, but it's all good. I got on one of my tabs here. I see what's going on. It is 35-0 Florida State. They are up with 3:14 to go here in the first half, and Louisiana will get the ball, I think, to start the second half. I think Florida State took the ball and ripped it right down the field on the opening possession of the first half. Second half, though, again, will be Tom Lang and Dominic taking you till the end of the game. along with Gene Williams popping in for the post-game show with Tom Lang. So we got you covered all day long, all night long. Warchant Wrap, all the post-game interviews. You're smarter than I am, Dominic. I want to figure out a way to ask Mike Norvell. Not are you surprised, but like, can you explain how is this happening right now? Or like, and as he went 12-1 at Memphis. Like, were you that dialed in there as you are right now? Because just everything is working for them. I don't know, man. It's incredible. Again, like I keep saying that, and people are going to get sick of it at some point. Like, Aslan, we get it, man. But this team, listen, they were 4-3. They didn't look bad. I mean, they were 4-0. They didn't look amazing. They were 4. They didn't look bad, but man, they look. If they were playing this well all season long, you just start thinking like, wow, where would they be? And how do you turn on a switch like that in week 7 or week 8? Because it was really coming out of the bye against Clemson. It's something that I did not expect at all that this team. I'm not even talking about wins and losses at this point, Dominic. Just the fact that they look this clean, this efficient, this effective on both sides of the ball, just really caught me by surprise. Pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, especially even after that Georgia Tech game, and coming off a bye.
Yeah, ugly.
Yeah, and coming off a bye, you kind of started to think, oh no, like you knew they were better than that, but it's just like how much better? You know, you knew they weren't that bad. So yeah, it's been interesting. Yeah, pull that comment back up there.
Did they switch quarterbacks? No, that's the same quarterback. Incomplete pass there. Yeah, Ben, I'll defer to you on posting up comments because I'm looking at one of these other tabs. So I'm able to look at the live chat.
Christopher, help me out, man. I'll do it. I'll start an online school and school these fools out here. It's bad. I've had a lot of people actually talk to me about that. Actually, Ira has talked to me about doing something like that. There's a lot of clowns out here. If you want to start a school, let's go.
All right.
Start a charter school.
Louisiana has gone. Go ahead, Dom. You're on a roll. Don't let me get in your way.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
It's 3rd and 1 for Louisiana on their own 45-yard line. About 150 left here in the first half. Florida State up.
Shout out to Island Chef. Appreciate you, Island Chef, for the. Chief. Sorry.
Chief. Yeah. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's a subscriber. He's everywhere. 3rd and 1, and now it's taking on 1st and 10. About a 4-yard gain. I wonder if this is where Louisiana gets their field goal. What about defensively? We keep talking about bringing in the backup quarterbacks. How long do you keep your starters on defense out there when you've had this run here now, Dominic, of 2.5 games now almost of not allowing a team to get into the end zone?
So, again, I come from the Mickey Andrews school, which is we don't even want teams to cross the 50. And when they do, we put the starters back in. So, yeah, I would bring the backups in to start a drive if they were backed up. But if they get the 50, you guys are going back in. I don't want them scoring. I mean, shutouts meant so much to Florida State when I played at Florida State. Like it was such a big deal, man. And like even to the offense, like even when I moved to offense, it meant something to us as offensive players to not put them in situations where, where they had to defend a short field. So we felt like it was a win for us offensively if we could help them get a shutout. So, so yeah, man, let those guys play as long as they're getting stops, and hopefully they're getting 3 and out so they're not out there a whole lot.
Under a minute to go now. I guess the silver lining of all this, they're now on the Florida State 29-yard line. The silver lining is that the streak ends now. That's good. At least get it out of the way before you play the Gators. You don't want to give the Gators the satisfaction of maybe snapping that streak. 2nd and 3 for Louisiana on the Florida State 29. They've got all 3 of their timeouts, according to the graphic on the screen here. Their quarterback broke Johnny Manziel out there. ran 50 yards, only gained, lost, I think, a yard.
No, Kev, that's a great question. If I coach at UL, what am I saying at half?
Keep trying, guys.
Keep
trying.
No. I'm not. I'm literally not saying anything to them. I'm walking in, just sit at my locker, stare at my call sheet or scouting report, and when it's time to go out, I'm gonna get up and walk out. Got nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing for you. You guys know you're playing a team that's better. You know you're not good enough to win or come back. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. Like you said, I'm not even giving them the guys keep trying. They know. They know.
Hey guys,
I got nothing for you.
We got Popeyes waiting for us after the game.
Yeah.
Box
No,
lunch,
that's the thing.
know?
Yeah. No. We got Zaxby's. Guys, we got plenty of Zaxby's. You know, we got a charter, so it'll be sitting on your seat when we get there, and just look forward to that.
Third and 4 for Louisiana. Pass is caught. Be first down on the Florida State 24-yard line for the Raging Cajuns with 2 timeouts, 21 seconds left. I'm going to assume they've burnt their second timeout because they're not showing a lot of urgency. Pretty good route there. Jarian in coverage, allowing that first down completion. They have taken their second timeout. I can hear what's going on live through my other ear here, so I'll try to act somewhat surprised. I know some people are ahead of us, but I'm ahead of all of you because I'm just a distance away from the stadium. Let me tilt. Let me turn it, prove it to you. Get ready. It's going to get really bright. There you go. Does that look familiar to anybody, huh? Huh? Yeah. That is Doak S. Campbell Stadium. Do you have an update on the Florida game, anybody out there? I guess I can pull up on my phone, too. Oh, they got stamp and shout going on. It's probably third down coming up. Stand up and shout is aggressive. It is halftime in Nashville. Vanderbilt 14, Dominic. The Florida Gators 6. And that's a FSU Fan 93 wins with the halftime speech of just the Louisiana coach telling himself, check is cleared. All right, first crack of the end zone is incomplete.
Veggie Tony? Is that what that is? Vegetoni? Appreciate you.
All right, there we go. That's my air horn sound. I don't have my sound effects. Thanks, Veg Tony. Appreciate it, man, Vegetoni. Yeah, I think you got it. You got it right, Vegetoni. No, that's fake news. I think A&M's up 10-3. Unless I saw it incorrectly myself. Ah! Now my stream just went out. You're all we got, Dominic. You're all we need.
It's just a coach staring at his call sheet.
Yeah.
They're in the huddle.
All right. It is halftime in College Station. It's 10-3 Aggies. Let's see who's playing quarterback for them. Shout out. Whoever did that. Love it. Oh, man. Chill out, Jay. What? It must have allowed a touchdown or something. Everybody loves piling on Jarian whenever. If anybody else allows a completion, it's like whatever. But if it's Jarian, come on. Chill out. Chill out, everybody. I guess he dropped an interception, they're saying here. I got 2nd and goal on my screen. No timeouts left. And that was going to be an impossible completion, but it was incomplete. 3rd and goal, 9 seconds left. I wonder if they're – I mean, I have the stats up, and I don't think they're going to settle for the field goal. Is that what happened to Jarring? Is that what everyone saw?
Yeah, right
What
through
Jarring
his
just did?
hands.
All
Yeah,
right.
right through his hands.
All right.
I mean, it was like playing catch in the backyard with your dad. Like, it was right.
Oh, Jarring, I'm going to try to defend you.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Jay. All right, guys. I'm sorry. And he's from Mississippi, so I feel like a kindred spirit. I got to defend him a little bit. But yeah, But hey, that's why he plays defensive back, everybody. Louisiana's going to trot out the field goal unit here to try to what would you do, Coach Dominic? Would you try to get points so you don't get shut out, or would you try to
Yeah, man. No, you got to find a way. I got to score. I do not.
But the check cleared, Dominic. The check is cleared.
I know, but you don't want to. Shutouts are just demoralizing, man.
Yeah.
They really are bad. You got to find a way to score. Just get some sort of points.
Woo! There's a flag down, but I know it happens. I know how this ends. It ends with a field goal. They get it. 24-yard field goal. It is 35-3, halftime in Tallahassee. We'll let Dominic breathe. We'll let Tom get settled in.
Got to eat my eggs.
All right. Protein, buddy. Man, they've been cold. You're going to eat cold eggs? Man, you're a trooper. You're a trooper, man. Anywho, thanks for joining us for the first half of the Zaxby's Watch Along, part of Warchant Game Day. Second half with Tom and Dom coming up later on. But first, takes the break bag.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Well, that's fascinating. Sorry about that, folks. Here you go. Let's start from the top, Ben. Go ahead. Pre-game, post-game, or no game at all, anytime is the right time for Zaxby's Platters, just as long as you're hungry. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers, or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget that world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with Zaxby's Platters. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. So you guys would have heard an outstanding introduction to the halftime show, but there are 2 levels of unmuting that I need to do. I did only one of them. Hello, everybody. How you doing? My name is Tom Lang. I am the director of original media for Florida State. And there's D-Rob, Dominic Robinson. He can hear me now because that was on my end, D-Rob. I've got a double verification.
Man.
It's like a nuclear missile code. I've got to turn 2 keys in order to unmute. I turned one of them off, but I didn't turn the second one off. He's the lead analyst for us at warchant.com, and they're going to call us. This is what I said, but nobody could hear me. The blowout bunch. This is every time we meet up in the second half. We're the blowout bunch, D-Rob. It's 35-3. How are you?
Tom and Dom.
That's
Tom
right.
and Dom, the blowout bunch.
Tom and Dom, the blowout bunch. 35-3 is your score. D-Rob, usually I check in a little earlier to hear your thoughts, but I haven't today. I've been, again, being productive around the house. So you tell me what you've seen so far.
Nothing.
Hard
have you been watching the game?
Yeah, I have.
Or you been okay?
I've been watching.
Yeah, man, these guys, we look great. This is not the Georgia Tech game,
Yep.
It's totally different. It's amazing, similar scores or whatever, but it's night and day in comparison. We're executing at an incredibly high level. Defensively, they literally have nothing.
Yeah.
They can't get anything, and this is that game that when I was playing, where crossing the 50 was like we were astonished.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't expecting them to even cross the 50. Like that was like a touchdown. So it looks great, man. The guys look good. I want them all out of there. I don't want any of them in. I want a bunch of guys I want some numbers. I want you having to scroll, looking through to check numbers and make sure these guys are on the roster and that we hadn't said their name all year. I'd love to see AJ Duffy. Let's get Tate in there right now. Let's not. I said this earlier. I typically subscribe to the theory that I want my starters going into halftime, making halftime adjustments, staying mentally locked in, all of that, and then giving them a series. And the way that you do that is you give them a series in the second half, to the first series.
Yep.
To me, this isn't even that game. I'm telling them during the second quarter, I'm telling them, hey, your guys are going to be done.
Would you have gone to the well in the second quarter out of curiosity?
Yeah, I actually would. And that's not me. And that's honestly, you've been with me all these other blowout games. And I've kind of said, hey, funnel guys in, one at a time type of thing.
Yeah.
This isn't that game. And part of it is, and I talked about this with Aslan, this game back here behind you, that Florida game, was what a lot of people don't know. It almost didn't happen because I had a pulled hamstring the week prior.
Oh.
And we played and we went into too tight, and really we essentially just played one receiver for like almost all the second half because Leon Washington and Greg Jones were just eating them alive. And NC State, it was an NC State game. So I didn't play a bunch of snaps. That rest and then the bye week is the reason why I was able to play that game and play so well. And so I'm always thinking about, approaching this game, I get these guys as healthy as possible so we're at full strength when we kick off against the rival. I don't want any excuses for, I was a little dinged. Oh man, Jordan Travis tweaked an ankle on a freak play, something like that. Like none of that, I don't know if do you know what's going on with Johnny? Because he did not play very much today.
He was active today. The guys are saying from the team, meaning Warchant's group, that he was there and looking fine on the sidelines. Maybe it's that the flu bug this week that went around the team. He was one of the guys that caught it. That's pure speculation on my part. I don't know that for a fact, but I do know for a fact that the team had a flu bug this week, and he did early on participate, and he does not appear to be injured on the sidelines. So read into that what you will. That could be coach's decision. It could be flu-like symptoms or anything in between. But as far as next Friday's game goes, I don't think that there's going to be any implications to today. So that's the good news.
Yeah. I want those guys out, man. I don't want there to be any, like I said, any little thing that's like, I could still play, but I don't want this game to affect that game at all. If we have any issues with that game, that needs to be singular to that game, not carry over from this game.
Well, and it's a short week too. You get that one fewer day. So every snap today counts, or every snap that you save counts. And Brian, I see you. Hello from snowy Southwest Michigan near Kalamazoo. Go Noles, class of 1975. So by my math, he was in his mid-40s when he was watching Dominic Robinson play at Florida State University. Hello, Brian. Hope you're doing well today. What's interesting, this is not a pennant race in Major League Baseball. We're not at mid-September. But if you did, as Florida State's head coach, want to check the scoreboards, it's right now a tie ball game because apparently the Gators are down 14 to 12. Sorry, so they didn't get it. So they're down 14 to 12 to Vandy in the second half. So Florida is going to have to play their best players for an extended period of time. My point being, come on now, pull the reserves out. Coach Norvell, if you see what's going on with Vandy and the Gators, there it is. They're going to have to extend themselves today and by extension be a little bit less fresh if you get everybody out as we start the second half today.
Yeah. And that's those things are big. Like to use that baseball analogy, run that pitch count up.
Yep.
Now you can't bring them back. It'll be tougher to bring them back on short rest on Friday. So I love that. We'll take any advantage we could get. And,
Danny Matheson asks, what's up with Micah Pittman? He left in the first half with an injury. That is an injury concern. Can't speak to what it is, but he was dinged up in the first half, and that's not insignificant because he helps you in two phases of the game. He helps you as your receiver, and he's gotten a lot better since we were criticizing him for the Clemson game in the punt return world. So we'll keep an eye on Micah Pittman, and hopefully he's ready to go on Friday, but that's not insignificant.
Yeah, it looked like a thigh bruise type of deal.
Yep.
I don't think it's like anything serious, but you never know. But that's what it looked like to me was he got hit really hard in the thigh on that. Yeah. And those things stink, man. Like he'll be feeling that. That again, that'll be one hit that will affect him on Friday. Will it affect him in terms of like performance? Maybe not, but like he'll be feeling it, on Friday, and that's I don't want you want as few guys feeling Friday or feeling Saturday next Friday as possible.
Yep.
Because at this point in the season, everybody's hurt. That's the interesting part. Like that, I don't think a lot of people know is at this point in the season, like there's almost nobody on the field. Even the kickers, they're dealing with something. Like everybody's getting treatment every day. Every single player on the roster. Your scout team guys they're feeling it. When you start getting to week 8, 9, 10, there's nobody that's not dealing with something.
Yeah, I believe that we're about to start the second half, and if my Bally Sports math is right, they're probably in the third play of the third quarter. The streaming situation today is a nightmare, folks. We apologize.
It really is.
D-Rob, you saw me pop in and photobomb Aslan in the first half. I mean, they're calling a third down play on the PA system. First down on the television hasn't been run. It was really bad, and that's out of all of our control. It's just the nature of the ACC's infrastructure and networks that they divvy it out to. But another great play by kick return coverage for Florida State here to start the second half. If we want to try and sync up, we certainly can. I've got 35 seconds on the play clock, 14:55 to go in the third quarter, and it's not yet first down for the Raging Cajuns. But I could be way behind.
No, you're ahead of me. I haven't even had the kickoff yet.
Okay. Well, they did a good job on the kick return coverage.
Yeah, I haven't even had the kickoff yet. So, like you said, this streaming situation today is really bad.
It's a nightmare. Ben, our intrepid director, also doubles as a social media guru for us here at Warchant and warchant.com. Take a look at that graphic. In the last 10 quarters, Florida State has outscored its opponents 118-9. That is pure domination. I don't care who you're playing. In this day and age of college football, that doesn't happen very often, Rob, you know?
Yeah, you are dead on, man. That I don't want to say that has nothing to do with who you're playing, but man, just look around. You know, the names on the jerseys don't translate to what it used to mean 10 years ago. In terms of the parity in college football is like it's never been, ever. There's never been a day in college football where so many teams can beat someone and be beat. You know, so yeah, man. When you're doing that, you know, with that type of numbers, you know, that's saying a lot, man. That really is.
Shout out to a couple of people who have checked in. I believe it was David or Daniel. Sorry, it's a D name for sure. From Germany, we've got Germany. It's David Niemanen in the house.
Germany, stand up.
That's awesome. And then Phil from Brantford, Canada. Look at us. I just love how international this thing is. It's just really, really cool. Thank you for being a part of this Warchant Game Day presented by Zaxby's. To you gentlemen and to you gentlemen and ladies out there, please do us a favor. Throw us a thumbs up and also subscribe to Warchant TV. It costs you nothing. And what it does is when you log on to YouTube, you got more of our stuff on your homepage. If that sounds good to you, hit subscribe, and we appreciate it.
Hey, do me a favor too. Head over to @3D Robinson and let me know what you guys want to see from a breakdown standpoint. There's something you guys want to see, something you want to know, you want to dig a little deeper into college football, whether that's, you know, our next opponent, something we're doing on offense, defense, special teams, let me know. Shout me out on Twitter @3D Robinson.
@3D Robinson. Were you asked the question before you guys broke about the difference recruiting in these days and your time? Were you asked that question yet, Rob?
No. Ben was going to put it up here.
Oh, there it is. Sorry, Ben. There it is.
Yeah.
You were a high-level recruit, and so is your young man. What's the difference these days is what Noles 1996 is asking. And thank you, Noles 1996. We appreciate it.
I've said it now, you know, 3 times, I think, already today. We know nothing about college football. This is a whole different sport than what it was. And I'm not over-exaggerating. Even just 5 years ago. This is a whole different game. The whole game is different from top to bottom. Nothing about the game is the way that it was, especially from when I was being recruited. It is completely changed, and not all of that is NIL. A lot of that is just the times, the amount, the money, you know, that is now circulated in football is totally different. So yeah, there's nothing that is the same. NIL is definitely a factor. The transfer portal is definitely a factor. Coaches getting the amount of money that they get to do their jobs, coaches losing their jobs. The reason why I came to Florida State, or not the reason, but one of the reasons why I chose Florida State was, I believe at the time, John Lilly was the least tenured staff member on staff, and he was there for like 12 years. Everyone else had been there for 20. Chuck Amato's like 20 years, 17 years. Odell Higgins was played there and then had been coaching there 20 years. Everybody, Jim Gladden. So part of what I loved was the stability of it.
Yeah.
That doesn't even exist. There's no, Lincoln Riley and Brian Kelly was part of a team that was potentially going to make the playoff. I think they were undefeated at the time when he chose to go to LSU. That was just mind-boggling to me. Like, that blew my mind. You're at Notre Dame. You know how many coaches would kill to be a coach on staff, not even just the head coach at Notre Dame, just be on staff. There's no stability in college sports and college athletics at all on any level. There's nothing that you can choose that that's going to exist when I graduate. So I would say that's the biggest thing that has changed. In regards to NIL, I was just talking about this yesterday. I would have been a millionaire. NIL was created for guys like me. I was flashy and I loved the spotlight. I reveled in it. I was doing social media type things before there was social media. I was connecting players. I was recruiting. Like, it's a big thing now for guys to recruit and stuff. Guys weren't doing that when I was, you may have with your buddies, but you weren't connecting with a guy, like Jerome Carter, who was at Lake City in Florida, and I'm a Southern California kid. When we met on the visit, we started talking about creating the greatest secondary that Florida State that the country had ever seen. Nobody was doing that back then. You had to call, because that meant you had to call guys on the house phone. I had to call Kyler Hall on the house phone and say, "Hey, Kyler, man, you think about going to Florida State?" And we couldn't text. I couldn't find him on Twitter and send him a tweet. Like, I had to find his phone number. I had to call somebody that knew him. I had to call his high school. Gerard Ross was the other guy in the secondary. Like, we all connected and said, "Hey, we're going to build one of the greatest secondaries that the school's ever seen." So that's one of the things that has changed tremendously, is the way that these kids can connect so easily. We had to work to do it, and not a lot of guys were doing it, but I was like I said, I was before my time when it comes to NIL. Matter of fact, I got a story about. Did you have something?
No, I'm just gonna say hello, Mrs. Hall. Is Kyler home? Like, that's what you'd have to do.
Right? Yeah. Hey, yeah. Who is this? Oh, hey, this is Dominic Robinson from Los Angeles, California. Calling to talk to your 16-year-old son to see what he's thinking about for his college choices.
He's not home, but he can't call back. We don't want the long distance charges. Sorry.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So one of the things that I did, like, again, talking about, there's Tate with a big ball.
Yeah, to Kentron.
Nice.
Looks like they're getting Tate some work with the ones, which is really important here. You want to make sure that.
For sure. Yep. Yeah. We had this same situation in our game last night. And same thing. We put the backup quarterback in, but we left our skill guys in so that he could at least have one series with those guys. I think that's important, because, again, he's likely to play, or if you need him, it's going to be in a big spot, and you're going to want him to have some sort of continuity with those guys.
So let's sync up real quick before we get to the story. So I got 10:28 on the clock. When you hit 10:28, let me know, and I'll hit play, because I know I'm a little bit ahead. They have a personal foul and a face mask on a run for Florida State. We're going to have a 1st and goal And that will be what happens with 10:28 on the clock.
Yeah. I'm at 10:33.
Okay. There we go. I got my trigger finger ready.
The clock is not running. There we go. 29:28.
Perfect. All right. We go from the defensive player, and now it cuts to the line of scrimmage. Here we go.
Yes, sir.
From the 8-yard line, Tate Rodemaker looking like he's with the ones here, and he is indeed. That offensive line is definitely the first group.
Oh.
Little glance, and there's
yeah.
I was gonna say it looked like Kentron almost stopped running, but there's a reason, so that's why.
Yeah. It was the corner was like actually reaching out to grab him.
Yeah. So Vandy's up 21-12 on the Gators currently. Yikes. For Florida, of course. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the grab on the nameplate.
That's so bad, man. Vandy is bad.
Yeah.
Which again, this is what I'm talking about. And every time I say this, I feel like I don't know. I feel like people probably think, yeah, whatever, D-Rob. Like these teams are bad. Like a school like Vandy, they're no different than this team that we're playing here.
Right.
So when you shut out a team the way that we're doing, like appreciate that, man. It's not nothing, you know. Degerhoff.
There it is.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
John Cena.
John.
It's not nothing when you have a performance like this, man. It really isn't. It is something. Do not discount it because you could be getting beat by App State. You could be losing to Vandy on the road, but you're not. So let's go. Appreciate this stuff, man. Because again, the parity, man. The parity in college football is unlike it's ever been.
Well, and this is a program that routinely was either in games or lost games to teams just like this 2 years ago, 1 year ago.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
the growth is so rapid. It's almost uncomfortable in a good way. You're like, my God, how much better have they gotten in such a short period of time? And one of my favorite things that just showed up on the screen before they went to commercial, just kind of a calm, easy breezy grin on Mike Norvell's face as Tate Rodemaker comes to the sideline and he says, good job. You handled that drive perfectly. I want to juxtapose that really quickly. I'll tell you a quick story before we get to your back in the day. Jeff had the opportunity, our own Jeff Cameron of Warchant TV, last year in the spring game to be the guest offensive coordinator. He was on the field for the spring game calling plays along with a couple other media members. Gene Deckerhoff was one of them, Andy Staples from The Athletic, and Andrea Adelson from ESPN. But at the end of the game, they were calling plays, legit. They were influencing what was happening in the game. Nice PR idea by Florida State. But Tate did not perform very well in that game. And the way they dealt with him, there's a not a meme, it didn't quite go that viral, but Mike's eyes as he was ripping into Tate for not letting a pass go. It's open, throw it, basically is the idea. Bulging out of his head like that. And from where he was then, Mike and his body language surrounding Tate, which is micromanage and like hold on to him, almost like the training wheels are on the bike, to seeing the way he looks at Rodemaker when he comes off the field there, which is, you're pedaling, baby. I don't need to touch the bike. Look at you go.
Yeah.
I love seeing it from the coach because the coach will tell you if something went wrong. And the coach is like, great, you did it right. So there we go. That feels better, D-Rob, in case we need him for a drive or two next week,
Without question. And those moments, again, that's why you put him out there with the ones. Because those moments, they mean more than you think. They carry more weight than you think, just even in terms of preparation throughout the week. Because if you're Tate and you only get, let's say, 25% of the reps over time, that's a lot that you're gonna miss. And so you have to lean on something. You got to find something to lean on. And so when you look for that, you want to lean on moments like that, smiling moments, happy moments. You don't want to lean on when you got chewed out or, whatever it is, So yeah, those things are big, man. They mean something.
Florida man in Texas, thank you for the contribution. D-Rob, is it just me or does all of college football just focus on wins and cash while FSU is focused on culture and the fundamentals? hashtag touchdown otter, which is a reference to the Daily Show. I'll see if I can grab that for him. But I will interject before D-Rob answers. I don't think it's all cut and dry like that. Florida State's not offering nothing to get some of these kids to either stay on campus if they're already on the roster or maybe sway their decisions. But it does seem like culture is much more of a priority now. These guys all seem to be in a special way on the same path, in this working in the same direction. What do you see?
This kind of goes back to the earlier question about the NIL thing and how it's changed recruiting. And kind of the point that I was making is that one of the big changes is, and I alluded to money. It's not as cut and dry as just money. It is the business of college football has become big business. All of the things that surround the team, it's no longer, when I came to college, the team was the big thing. Well, the business of college football is different now. So now the coach has a platform and a business and they all have agents. Like every coach now has an agent. It used to be maybe the top 8 coaches or whatever. Now assistants have agents and are making $1 million deals. So the business of college football is just so much more robust than it was just 20 years ago. So some of the things that like us old get off my lawn guys like myself, some of the things that we complain about, they're absolutely necessary. It's not that you can complain whether it's good or bad, but you're wasting your time because it is what it is. Is that fumble going to be good? Are they?
It's ruled to be Florida State football.
Is it? Yes, sir.
That is the ruling on the field. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the thing is like some of these things are absolutely necessary because it's the business of the sport is so robust that you can't go without it. You have to have it in order for it to sustain. And part of that is why the parity in college football is the way it is too. Because as the business grows, the players realize that I can take my brand to other places. When I was coming out, you didn't go to other places. You went to Florida, you went to Florida State, you went to Texas, you went to, after I left, you went to USC. That was just where you went. Penn State, there was only so many schools that you went to if you were a big time recruit. Now, we just saw it. The kid that was the number 1 player in the country flipped from us to go to Jackson State. You couldn't when I was coming out, you couldn't do that. Like you couldn't. There's no way you could do it because the business of the sport was so different. So
it's the world we live in now, but adapt or die. And I think Florida State, they found a good balance. I think that there's more culture in Florida State's program this year than you'll see, on average in this current age of football. But we've got to alert it. We're 3rd down now, 3rd and 8. A.J. Duffy is in the game. So Tate got 1 series and 1 series alone. You got A.J. Duffy, the backup offensive line, Rodney Hill flanking him. So the freshman gets his due, and he's going to get more than a quarter here worth of football. So 3rd and 8 as he drops back. That is an easy breeze. Oh, what a catch. Oh, my goodness. Well, Ben, we're going to keep you busy. Let's hit it again.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
A very calm and casual throw by A.J. Duffy on 3rd down. And Marquiston Douglas, number 85, with a very nice adjustment and catch. Everything about the body length of this play was easy breezy. Look at all that.
Man,
am I that far ahead of you already?
Kid. Yeah. I don't know how.
We synced up. This streaming stuff's ridiculous.
Yeah. I have no clue how that even makes sense. Like, I haven't touched it. I haven't paused, nothing.
Neither have I. So apparently you got a whole brand new set of ads between segments than I did. What's funny is you were reacting as I saw the replay of it. But that is...
I love AJ Duffy, man. I think we're going to be very happy with him.
The game just looks very slow for him already, and I understand that it's been mop-up duty. That's his fourth passing attempt as a college football player. But even in limited reps that we saw him, I think it was the Duquesne game that we were working together, and he came out on the field. AJ just looked like very stoic. Everything's fine. There's no rush here. There's no happy feet. There's no whipping his head around, wondering where he needs to go with the ball. It's just, here we go. This is the play.
Yeah. It seems like, I'm curious to know if Mike, Coach Norvell, had that moment, like you said, with Tate, and decided we want to let that moment settle with him.
Yep.
Like, we're going to leave. They probably didn't plan for him to only go one series, but he probably operated at such a high level that it was like, you know what? Let's let it lie here. You know, I'm interested to know if that's what happened, because like you said, that seemed to be a moment like that was going to resonate with the both of them.
He looked like a proud parent waiting on the other side of the stage for graduation days.
Correct.
Like, move the tassel. Come here.
Yeah. Right. Yes, exactly. And so I wonder if they, kind of audibled on the run there and said, you know what, let's just go.
Yeah.
Let's let that sit with them, and let's let AJ go. Because he can still redshirt, correct?
Yes, this is his last one. So, or he might have another one beyond this, but either way, he's well within the 4-game limit. So they knew that they wanted to tap him for today. 100%, they knew they wanted to play him today.
Yeah.
And that they could. To the nearly 525 of you watching us right now on Zaxby's Warchant GameDay, welcome along, and thanks for stopping in. Today is a travesty. It's almost like going back from broadband internet back to AOL or MindSpring or something along those lines in terms of the stream. So forgive us if we have to ask each other before big plays, hey, what down are you on? Are you on second down or is this third down? We've tried to sync. There's no need to waste your time with us trying to sync another 30, 40 seconds. I'm going to put my best poker face on. So's D-Rob, and just enjoy the experience with us. If you're in the southeast region of the country, it could be that we're 30 to 45 seconds behind what you've seen. Bear with us. ACC infrastructure is awful when it comes to television networks, and we all know that. So apologies in advance, but we hope you're enjoying the ride. If you are, hit the like button underneath this video. We really do appreciate your support as Florida State leads 49-3 with more than a quarter and a half of football to go. This will now be, Dominic, the 6th blowout of the season for Florida State. Just unimaginable before the year started that Florida State would be on the right side of 6 different blowouts. Awesome.
How amazing is that, man? I just going back to our early conversations. I remember when I was at camp, and we did the Midnight Madness deal, and you guys asked me sort of what I was looking forward to. I can just remember thinking like that this wasn't imaginable to think that we would have 6 blowouts. Like, maybe 2, this game and the Duquesne game. But man, I couldn't, you just didn't see it. Knew they would be, felt like they were definitely going to be better. Knew they would take some strides. I'm beside myself with how great this season has gone. It's going to be awesome to put a cap on it next week, hopefully. But even if some disaster happens next week, like that doesn't tarnish what has already transpired, because this has been such a good season. They've done a phenomenal job, the coaching staff, getting these guys to this point.
Ian McGregor says the results are in. Florida State is the state of Louisiana's daddy. That is true. They're going to be the state champion of Louisiana, are these Seminoles, as the first game of the season, Florida State beats LSU. And in the penultimate game, they are just, doing whatever they want with the Raging Cajuns. I will say, D-Rob, The best of the University of Florida this year was capable of going toe-to-toe with Tennessee and was capable of making an interesting game of it in the second half with Georgia when it looked like it was a blowout. For about 5 football minutes, it got a little squirrely. So it's within Florida's capability, no matter what happens today with Vandy. That's not going to change my opinion that if you don't mind your P's and Q's, you could be in a little bit more trouble next week than Florida State will have been in 4 straight football games. They were in no danger today. They were in no danger in his previous 3 wins. If they half step a little bit, they could be in danger on Friday, no matter if Vandy wins today or not. I don't know if you agree, but I still think the best of Florida is capable of Florida State a game.
I agree 100%. I haven't watched them recently, but I watched them earlier. They are clearly more talented than 90% of the teams we played from a talent standpoint. There were some talented players out there. They clearly haven't put it together, but I mean, the talent disparities between, like, let's say them and Miami it's night and day. You can't even compare it. There's not a player, I don't think, on Miami's roster that could crack our 2 deep. Florida's got some guys that would start for us. They've got some talented guys. So yeah, those are the games that you definitely are concerned about. Where you're the better team, but that there's some talent. You can get into some hairy situations there. And that's the way this game goes. You definitely got to come and play, show up and play. That's why we play the game.
I've got 5:47 on the clock as Louisiana's about to snap the ball. How about you? Where are you? 6:25?
5:56, 55.
Okay. And I'll keep my mouth shut.
I don't understand. Got to do something about this. They got to fix this.
Thankfully, next week will be in prime time on a real network. And
correct. Yeah.
We will unite the clans.
That's going to be awesome.
I would imagine you're caught up at this point. So Louisiana is at midfield with a first down. That's what I can tell you. I'm at the 5:04 mark. I will keep my mouth shut with what they do with a first down at midfield.
5:15.
Here's how I can kill time, though. A lot of the reserves are in for Florida State, so I'll give you a little roster rundown. D-Rob was right. I have to get the numericals out like it's the first day of spring camp, and I'm covering the team. Like, who the hell is that? A lot of guys that though, folks. You got Patrick Payton, Jarrett Jackson, Malcolm Ray, and it looks like All right, we had a brownout. My goodness, Tallahassee, what the heck is going on today? We've got power issues in the city. There's not even raining. It's not even windy, D-Rob. All I wanted to say was that Byron Turner was on the defensive line, and then it cuts out on me. It was the full kind of D-line. So we got
somebody said Bally Sports hacked your internet.
They did. I was talking too much junk about the ACC. They said, "All right, try this size."
Yeah.
Let's let go of the Buck Lake power grid in Tallahassee. So we have the ball back. I have no idea how, but Florida State has the ball in third and short. What a day! What a day! It'll be a third medium after a false start for Optimus Climb. I don't know what you want me to do.
It's our fault.
It's the power grid. Literally, I was out of power for about 15 seconds. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's our fault.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm thankful to have fiber and not regular internet. Like if I had Comcast or whatever, it would have taken 5 minutes for that modem to boot up again. So I also have a solid state drive computer here, so it instantly came back on. If I had an old desktop from 2010, I'd be in trouble. I've got 56 seconds on the clock in the third quarter. I'm sure I'm ahead of you. Is that right again?
Yeah.
Okay. I won't tell you what the circumstance is with 56 seconds to go. But we're here, folks. Nobody's trying to run out on you. We're all we got. We're all we need. But we do need.
I'm at 1 minute and 18.
Oh, my God. Well, I certainly won't tell you what the hell's going on. I'm from the future, everybody. I pay my power bills. We're okay. But we thank you for joining us, the nearly 400 of you on Zaxby's Warchant GameDay. Thanks for your patience, and hopefully this does not happen during the Florida game. That's of more consequence right now than the 49-3 shellacking that's going on at the hands of the beloved Seminoles, who are just a blowout machine of late. And we're at 51 seconds now. Those of you who are near live speed, you know what's going on. But Florida State currently has the football, so we will see what transpires as the third quarter comes to a close. But the backups are in. They've done their job. The starters have done their job to the tune of 35 first-half points. A great drive by Tate Rodemaker and the first team to start the second half. Sudden change, turnover, A.J. Duffy and the backups come in. They score a touchdown to pass to Marquise and Douglas. So at this point, if your goal was to win the football game, come out of it relatively healthy, and then also get your backups in for experience and live game reps, check. That's where Florida State is at present. What's the situation on your television screen right now, D-Rob?
Fourth down, A.J. Duffy. The pass interference on one of the wideouts. I didn't even see who it was.
Yep. I will play spoiler here because you are going to see the Ragin' Cajun coaches decrying that it's an uncatchable pass. They're going to win that objection. And so
wow.
ULL will get the football back. I won't say what's happening next, but there's 51 seconds on the clock. I will now pause it, and we will try to sync one more time.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
I agree.
That's bad.
That's a mercy. I think it's a mercy ruling.
Yeah,
all right.
For sure.
38 seconds and running, but I froze it at 38. So I can play the Jeopardy theme for a little while as the streaming services get caught up. But you let me know when we're at 38, and I'll hit play. How about that? A freaking brownout. Anyway.
Your lights go out and everything?
Yeah, whole thing. Everything went blank. Air conditioner, well, the heater, I guess, today. But, yeah. AC shut off, all of it. I'm telling you, though, if I had regular cable, I wouldn't have been back until the fourth quarter with how long
yeah.
back up.
All right, I'm at 40.
All right.
38.
Let's do it. Oh, my goodness. No,
Did it not start?
No, of course not.
You're behind?
Yeah, I'm behind by a couple seconds. That's fine. I'd rather you lead. You're the analyst, so I am merely the driver of this here boat. 2nd and 7 for ULL. as they're running down inside of 20 seconds.
What's going on in that Florida game?
Last I saw was 21-12 Vandy.
Jeez.
Yeah.
You pull that question up for Ben, Optimus Klein.
It's a great name.
Yeah, it is a good name.
So the question is, Dom, have you seen Malik McClain on film this year, 11 on Florida State? If so, where do you think his biggest weakness is right now? I'm excited about his potential. And certainly you saw a little bit of it, Optimus, with the catch he had in the first half, the adjustment on a throw behind him to haul in that pass. But, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he appears to be a talented kid. I haven't seen a lot of him enough that I could, speak in definitive terms.
Yep.
But I do see that he's talented, and I do see that. I mean, I guess the biggest thing that I have to go on is the way that they use him. He seems to be in the same. He's the X receiver, which is what Johnny plays, and so they seem to think of him which tells me they think highly of him.
Yep.
Like he's eventually going to be in that role. And so they're sort of prepping him for that role. The times when Johnny has, sort of twisted an ankle or something, it seems like that's where they're, they'll use him in the role or for the concepts that they would run to Johnny. So yeah, I think I don't know about his weaknesses or even his strengths. I just know from the way that they've used him or the role that they've given him, I think their perception of him is, pretty high.
We will take a break in just a moment, but I'll answer a little bit there too. Alex Atkins, as an offensive coordinator or a position coach, is not one to hand out compliments lightly. He doesn't do that. He's not one of those guys that says everybody's great, or when they say who's playing well, he lists the whole team. That's not his shtick when he speaks to the media. Mm-hmm. He was asked about Malik McClain this week because of the stiff arm touchdown against Syracuse last week, which was a really physical play and a different dimension than what we've seen from Malik, who's a true sophomore. And his response was, he's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
That is as high a praise from Alex Atkins specifically as can be given. There are some coaches who like to pump sunshine. Alex is just not one of them. So
yeah. That's what I see. That's exactly what I see is the way that they use him. I say I didn't even know that story, but that's exactly what I would have thought is like they think of him in the same light that they do, like they think of Johnny. Like, okay, this guy's going to be, a player for us. They play him sort of in that role.
We will take a quick break as we are between the third and fourth quarters of another tail whipping for Florida State. We've got some words from our friends at Zaxby's, also a little reminder of what it is we do here at warchant.com and Warchant TV. And on the other side of about a 65-second break, we will get you set for the fourth quarter. Florida State's primed to go to 8-3. Enjoy it, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment here on
something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
It seems like everyone's got a chicken sandwich these days, so how do you know which one to try? Luckily, one sandwich towers above all the others in size and in deliciousness. That is Zaxby's signature sandwich. It's an extra large, hand-breaded filet and 3 thick-cut pickle chips on a split-top bun. And it comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. Indeed, indeed. Thank you to our friends at Zaxby's as we are now into the fourth quarter. All right, it's time to laugh again, Dominic. I've got 14:22 on the clock. Where are you at present?
13:54.
Oh, you're ahead of me. Okay, all right, 13. All right, let me climb. Let me do what Mike says. I'm going to climb here.
Optimist climb.
Optimist climb, that's right. All righty. I got ahead of you. Let's see. This thing is just so shoddy. It's ridiculous. I see a green machine commercial pop in. They're showing a leaf blower, a Home Depot green machine. We're down to 13:36. So when we get there, let me know, and I'll mash the button. The 1st and 10 for the Raging Cajuns for those of you watching along.
13:20.
13:20? Oh, my
Yeah.
God. I got to keep pushing. All right. I see he climbs up and I've got a complete pass at 13:12. 13:12. Let me know when you get there.
Okay.
CJ will answer that question once we get synced up, and then we'll stop syncing up after this. It's just it's a fool's errand.
There's 13:12.
All right, so there you go. 19 doesn't have his helmet. They're inside. It's 1st and goal.
Yeah, we are synced for now.
So CJ asks, as ULL is on the doorstep, looking to score the first touchdown against Florida State since garbage time of the Georgia Tech game. D-Rob, can we get a great Mickey story about the desire to not give an inch? Do you have one that's fit for broadcast?
That's yeah. When I saw that question, I thought, wow, that probably 20 of those get thrown out. That just can't go over the airwaves. I do remember one specifically that I tell my guys about all the time. That there was an interview that I did probably with you guys, and it was kind of a lighthearted deal, and it was kind of like who has the best, whatever on the team, who's got the best, who dresses the best, who does this, and well, what do you do? Oh, I got the best hands on the team. So this week. That week we were actually playing Wake Forest. We played the Wake Forest game. And then the next week we go to Maryland. Well, Maryland has a All-American punter. Mm-hmm. He was great. Man, I'd never seen a punt like his. So this is my freshman or sophomore year. And we're spanking Maryland. It's a game just like this. We're not letting them cross the 50. And the guys are fired up for this shutout. Like, I mean, just absolutely, they're just loving it. And I go out there, and it's late in the fourth quarter, probably about 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And, I was returning punts, and the dude booms a punt from their 30, puts me back inside, like on to the 10, and I dropped the punt.
Oh,
I mean, he kicked it. I'd never seen a punt come down. It felt like it came down 100 miles an hour, like an absolute anvil from the sky. And I dropped the punt. And then again, the week before, I had just given an interview where I said I had the best hands on the team, lightheartedly.
Yeah.
It was not taken very lighthearted, and that came up about 100 times over the next 2 to 3 years. Mickey would not let me forget about the day that I gave up the shutout after claiming that I had the bet. And none of this was clean in terms of the way that he let me know that I didn't have the best hands on the team, and I gave up a shutout. We end up winning that game. I don't know what it was, 50-2 or what, 50-3 or whatever it was. But but yeah, that one sits with me, man. It really does.
Yeah, and I'm aware of some of the things that Mickey said in full blast, so that must have been quite special. As we're looking, I'm sure we're behind a little bit, but we're looking at a 4th and goal now for the Raging Cajuns at the 4-yard line coming up. Did he ever make you laugh when he went after somebody else? Where you're just like, oh my god,
oh my gosh, yeah, all the time. I mean, that was a daily thing. And so my high school coach was actually kind of crazy too, very sort of militaristic.
Yeah.
So I was pretty prepared for Mickey, like way more than my teammates. A lot of our guys did not handle Mickey very well. I thought he was hilarious. Like when he would get like the way that he would just like tear into guys, I actually thought was funny. It sort of made me giggle. And he didn't get after me very often, thankfully. But yeah, I would chuckle. I would get a good chuckle when he'd go after guys.
The touchdown streak is broken. I think I saw it. It was 31 or 32 consecutive drives, and on a 4th and goal, they got a receiver. I think that's a receiver matched up against Amari Gaynor, linebacker in the back corner of the end zone. Not the greatest throw, but accurate enough. And a knee came down to the turf, 49-9, pending the extra point. And while that feels lousy, I don't know that it feels quite as lousy as losing 28-18. And here we go. All of these godforsaken pop-up ads. This is just what a day. 28-18, Vandy leads Florida in the 4th quarter. I mean, D-Rob, we're going to get every gremlin that is in the system out of this system today.
Yeah,
flush it, and we're going to move forward. That's all we're going to do.
Yeah, this one is a mess. Somebody asked a good question that I don't know if you know. They said the band isn't in the normal spot. Have you noticed that, or do you know anything about that?
I do know about that. So they changed the structure of the seating. They used to be, I don't know, north from south in the freaking stadium. So I would guess that it is the south end zone where the Champions Club is now, the club seating. They would always be in that end zone to the right of Florida State's sidelines. And in the last, it might have been in the COVID year they made the change, or it was last season was the first year, but they moved the band next to the student section. So they're kind of collected together with the student section. And that was a decision made, I think, to increase premium seating and also put the band next to the students to kind of get them all to swarm together and be a part of the action together. But
when did that happen?
A year or two ago. It either happened, they either made the change in the COVID season or they made the change last year, but it is extremely recent. Yes.
Okay. I wonder where the genesis of it, like if that came from coach or
good question.
Stadium people, or like I'm always really interested in some coaches are very hands-on when it comes to that stuff. And then some could care less. Like they don't even, they have no clue. They just don't have the power to even, like, if they wanted that changed, they don't even have the power to get it changed. So I'm always interested.
When they just before they show the Jordan Travis graphic, you could see it in that.
Oh yeah.
I don't go to the stadium anymore, Florida Man in Texas is the hard part because I do this. I'm not at the press box or I used to when I was in radio, I'd go watch the game as a fan. But I think they wanted to increase premium seating offerings over there because it's already connected to the Champions Club. I think that's the eventual goal. I could be wrong about that, but I haven't actually been inside the stadium for a game in several years because we do this. We do this right here.
Is that weird for you to have not been at a game?
I kind of like it. I got to be honest. Like even there are some games I miss it. Like for Friday's game against Florida. Oh my God, what I would give to be in there. But don't get me wrong. I love working and doing this because you bring the juice, with the fans who can't be there too. And you break it down, D-Rob. It's just so much fun to do it this way. But with radio back in the day, my only responsibility was do a pregame show and then I was done. So I would go to a local bar most times and watch 4 or 5 games at once. And then I'd watch, including us, of course, featuring us. But then I would watch us again on Sunday and Monday morning and be ready to go. So I'm kind of in the habit already. But like, for example, the 2016 Florida game, Dalvin went nuts that night. When didn't he go nuts? That was Jim McElwain, one of his final games as Florida's head coach. That was an atmosphere that I'll never forget. It was a night kick against Florida, which is kind of rare. I always remember that game being mostly a 12 o'clock or a 3:30 kick. And you could see your breath. It had like almost like an NFL and a college feel to it at the same time. That was really cool. And that's what Friday's going to be. Right. For everybody who makes it next Friday, that's what it's going to be like. So if you can get here, get here. 11 minutes to go on the clock. Are we even close?
Yeah, I'm at 11:07.
Okay. I'm now at 10.
It's unbelievable.
10:50. Well, look, at this point, live reactions aren't the biggest thing in the world. Rodney Hill is on the field, and we like watching him.
We like that. Yep.
Yeah. He's starting to use okay, so this is awesome, D-Rob. On the first down play and the second down play that you'll see in a minute, this formation that Norvell is running is one of the formations you broke down for counter out of Memphis in the video you put out there 2 weeks ago. He hasn't run this formation, Coach Norvell at Florida State, very much, if at all. So they're starting to install even more pages of the playbook for the future. This is cool.
Without question. So I can't remember which game it was, but he started a game in that formation.
Yep.
Maybe 2 weeks ago, a week or two ago. And we ran the first play. And I thought we were going to see more of it, and then we didn't see it again. I don't think for the rest of the game. So it's like you said, he is sort of sprinkling it in. It might have been the Georgia Tech game because I remembered I commented multiple times during the Georgia Tech game that he potentially was trying to work on some stuff for later, and that's why they looked so rusty. So that formation, that 2-back formation, was one that he loved at Memphis. And I think it's because he had 2 very good backs. It also might have been because he didn't have the wideouts that, he currently has. So I saw a lot of that. And or I shouldn't say he didn't have the wideouts. One of his backs was a very good pass catcher.
Yeah.
Very good. Like I couldn't tell watching the film. I couldn't tell if he was a wideout or a running back. I had to go back and look at the roster and like game logs to see, because I'm just watching the film. I didn't know anything about Memphis, never watched the game, or anything, and I couldn't tell if this back was if the kid carrying the ball. I think he was like number 19 or something. So it was like his number wasn't really a running back number. His body type was sort of a wide receiver body type. So I'm like, man, what's this guy play? Because he's used them in so many different ways. So, he loved that formation with the film that I watched, the little bit that I did.
So what would you call that? I think you said it, the tight end's in a flex position, if I recall.
Yeah.
So is that formation? Because I know so we all know what pistol is, folks, and shotgun. And they're even Oklahoma State ran a lot of what was called a diamond formation that you see in the NFL a lot, which is a pistol with a back on either side of you. What the hell is that, though? I have no idea what that is.
So it's an old formation, actually. So it's just a split back formation. So I'll draw it.
Time to go full screen here.
We're going to the board. So if here's the ball. So here's what we used to get, back in the day.
Yep.
So here would be your Y. This is your line. And, I'll put him here. And then you'd have your Z out here and your X here. So that's, back in the 80s, this was an 80s formation, just split back.
Yep.
And so now, obviously, everybody's shotgun and everybody has a versatile tight end that, this guy used to be a smaller tackle, back in the day. Well, now this guy is an athlete. So you want to be able to move him and you want him to be a vertical threat. So you take him off the ball. Everybody plays, everybody plays the game in shotgun now. So you take your quarterback and you put him back here. You take this guy now has to be on the ball because this guy's off the ball. And so now you can motion this guy and you end up with, now you have, potentially 3 vertical threats here if you release that back, so it's just like being in a traditional trip set, with your motion, because your backs, again, like I said, at Memphis, they had a versatile guy that could do that. So that's all it is. It's just split backs. It's an old school split back formation, just with the new twist, the new, sort of modern twist to it. Very good formation because, again, say you don't motion this guy, say you don't motion your tight end or your Y, but if one of these guys is versatile as a wide out, you motion him out, and now you're just in, you're essentially in 4 wide with your tailback back here, your H, whoever that is. So that's all it is. It's really just split backs, but it's a good little twist, a little funky twist, because now, again, you end up with 3 players here, and because counter is his favorite run, you have 3 players that now can essentially be your counter. So again, counter was blocking down from the play side and then pulling around. Well, this guy could be your essential puller. You can block down here. That guy can be your puller. And then now you can use him for the counter. You can use the guy on this side for the counter, coming this way. And then this guy can either come back and seal the back end so that guy can pull, or you can use him as your puller, essentially. So you have sort of 3 players. And hell, you could even bring this guy here, use this as your puller, and then you could run your counter to your Y. So it's just a really versatile formation that you can do multiple things from.
It seems to me, too, that if you've got the athletes that you want, which Norvell did at Memphis, you're going to find a good matchup if you've got 3 non-wide receivers on the field and they're versatile, because chances are, personnel-wise, they're going to match up with bigger bodies, linebackers or safeties. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that.
And that's what that diamond formation that you're talking about that Oklahoma State was using a couple years ago, or God, what is that guy's name? I used to love him.
Gundy?
No. The coach that left, he was the OC with Gundy. He left to go to West Virginia. Now he's at Houston. Got the funky hair.
Yeah. Why'd you do that? Oh, no. I got to look it up. I got to be. We're live broadcasting. If we were just the bar, I'd say, "Don't tell me."
You would try to figure it out.
I
love
Holgorsen.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Holgorsen. So Holgorsen, I love him. I love what he does offensively, and that's what the diamond was. What he was doing with the diamond was, it was essentially guaranteeing you were going to get big personnel from the defense, but he was running his pass concepts, his four vertical pass concepts, which is the same that, if you line up in an open set, an old, spread open set, but he was doing it from an old power formation. But the crazy part about it was he wasn't doing power football stuff. He was still doing his spread pass stuff from a condensed formation. So it's really good stuff. Just like you said, it's that's what you get when you line up in any 2-back. You get the look that you want from the defense. You almost always get their base check to your 2-back is going to be an aggressive downhill defense.
Yeah.
And so now I can throw, or I still get numbers in the run because I do have my power, and that's your why. Your tight end there. I still have my power runs if I need it, but you really get a favorable box.
That's what Coach Norvell is trying to build here, but he also has the option of excellent wide receiver play, which that room has flipped in just a season. They had nobody at wide receiver last year, and now they've got
zero. I was just talking to someone about that this week. It was a Miami fan, and I was just saying that one of the saddest things in watching that Miami game is they have zero draftable players. Miami. Like none. And I remembered watching Florida State games where we had zero draftable players, and it was heartbreaking. I feel very sad for Miami because I know what that feels like because I watched those games. And as a fan of the rivalry, I want them to have draftable players, and I want to beat those draftable players. But yeah, the wide receiver room has really drastically changed very quickly for us because there was we were the 100 and something ranked wide receiver group last year.
Yep, that's right. And
is just, that should never happen in the state of Florida. If you're at FIU, you should be in the top 40. There's no way you should be at Florida State and be a 100th ranked wideout group. Like, that's crazy.
I hear what you're saying about how rivalries make things better, but Miami's going on 20 years of irrelevance now, and I say here's to another 20. What do we say? Here's to another 20 years of irrelevance. ULL is driving now, looking prime to score at least some kind of points again in an absolute blowout for Florida State. But the backup
is there a game? Is there a game going on? A football game?
Oh yeah, in Tallahassee.
I
that's right.
I forgot. We were just talking ball, hanging out.
I think you've got to give a blood sacrifice to the gods to get it on your screen if you're out there in the country. But there is a game. It's in the final few minutes here in the fourth quarter. As it is also, to give you a quick update on some scores around the country, 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Vanderbilt leads Florida by 10. It's 28-18, and Vandy has the ball in the red zone. So Vandy is primed to extend on a 10-point lead. That is a really interesting development against next Friday's game as Florida comes to town for the final game of the year. And also, top 25 scores of interest. Today has been a weird day. We thought it was a sleepy slate, but while Michigan is driving, they need to drive. 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. They trail Illinois. 17-13 is the score in the Big House. Michigan has the ball inside Illinois' 30-yard line, but it is a 4-point deficit that they face. And also, with $1:45 to go in the fourth quarter, TCU just got the football on their own 30-yard line, trailing Baylor, unranked Baylor, by 2 points. Baylor leads TCU 28-26. So if you were writing in ink a couple of names for the college football playoff, let's hope it was that erasable kind of pen, because these are interesting numbers here as the noon slate is winding down. Other scores around the country aren't as interesting as those two upset watches in the top 4. So Florida's losing by a lot. 1-score games with number 3 Michigan and number 4 TCU. Interesting stuff, D-Rob. But you know what? Florida State plays uninteresting games in the right way. They're blowing people out. This is another week in a row. It's a month of blowouts. When's the last time Florida State's done that? It has to be the championship year. It has to be.
Wow. That's cool, man. It's so cool to have a good team. It is so cool to have a good team. I'm just beside myself, man.
I agree. And unfortunately, the Raging Cajuns, it looks like a quarterback run by Fields. And it's 49-16, another touchdown on the board. 5 minutes, 16 seconds to go. They ran a read option, and Fields keeps it, runs to the left, and has the corner. So a couple of scores here against the backups for Florida State. The starters can say that they haven't surrendered a touchdown in some time, because that also would extend to the Georgia Tech game. 4 games with the starting group not surrendering a touchdown. but that streak has long since passed. Louisiana has now scored 2 more touchdowns on Florida State than Miami did. So just let that sink in, folks. Louisiana has scored 2 more touchdowns on Florida State than the Hurricanes did just 2 weeks ago. 49-17 is your score.
Hey, do you have any information on the kid who announced he was transferring or in the transfer portal, and then like has anything else came out about that?
Sam McCall, the defensive back.
Yeah.
Mike put that to bed pretty quickly and said, actually, Coach Norvell handled it perfectly, D-Rob. I mean, he can't miss right now. I mean, he could shoot from half court and it wouldn't even touch the rim.
Yeah. He's Steph Curry.
I mean,
he's Steph Curry right now.
He said some things that Tuesday, so it was a couple Tuesdays ago, where, if I reacted to everything in my life the way my emotions told me to initially, I'd have a lot more hurdles in my life. And so that's the lesson I'm trying to teach here. And Sam McCall wasn't demoted in practice. He wasn't made to wear an orange jersey, which is kind of a jersey of shame if you miss a meeting or late to a meeting or miss a class or something along those lines. Didn't make him do that. And he was asked why, and Norvell said, I was 18 once. That's why. And so Sam McCall played in last week's game against Syracuse. I have not seen him today, but admittedly the stream situation and the power outage being what they are, I'm sure he's been on the field. But Sam McCall has been in the fold for Florida State. So,
but what happened? Like, was he? I mean, why did he announce he was going in the transfer portal? Did he and then? Is he still in the transfer portal?
I don't believe he's officially. If he officially entered, they wouldn't play him. So he played today as well. I think it was just an emotional decision, and he took it back immediately.
He was mad with like playing time or something?
PT. I think it was a PT concern. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I could tell you too, speaking openly, just from what I've seen in practice, he didn't warrant it. So, I mean, and that's okay for a freshman, but all these freshmen think.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Gifts.
Yeah. No, I already went on a rant about that earlier, about the kids showing up and thinking that there's going to be a Heisman.
I just don't get it.
Walking on campus. And not thinking, expecting. Like, there's a difference. We all show up thinking that we're going to be big time and all this stuff. But, like, when it's so bad that you expect it, it's just ridiculous. Like,
well, my issue with it, and this isn't necessarily just picking on McCall specifically, but if you have evidence before you in practice that you're not worthy of grabbing those reps, and you've got months of that.
Correct.
Where is this coming from at that point? Because if you had earned the reps, look, they've needed help at corner this season.
Correct.
I mean, if you were, exactly. Omarion Cooper last year. Omarion Cooper's had a really bad year this year by the standards he set last season. But Omarion Cooper emerged, Dominic, in November of last year and was a force. He had a pick against Clemson, a pick against Miami, came out of nowhere. Those reps like that could have been had this year if you were doing well in practice. So it was just very strange. It felt strange. Florida State, and there's McCall on a kick return, taking a touchback. Good call. It'll be 1st and 10 for Florida State from the 25-yard line. 5:16 to go in the fourth quarter. The score 49-17 for the Noles, who are about to be 8-3. Pretty awesome. And it looks like Tate's day might be done. Was that Geno English, the walk-on, who had a helmet on? I think, yep. Or, sorry, not Tate, A.J. Duffy. A.J. Duffy retreats to the sidelines. Geno English, a scout team walk-on quarterback who, honestly, some days in practice, you go, look at English. He can play a little bit. He gets his
Where's
moment.
He from?
Great question. But he gets his moment, though, which is really cool. I think a lot of guys are about to get their moment today. So there is an English completion. If I'm ahead, forgive me, D-Rob, but I don't know that this will make any of the grease board today.
Oh, man. Yes, he completed a pass to, I think, another walk-on.
That's Mike Russo, a redshirt senior who transferred from Columbia. He was Ivy Leaguer. Russo was brought in to potentially be a punt returner. He's not bad at it. We were wondering if he was going to get some run if anything went wrong. But Russo now has a catch, and so they're across the 40-yard line. This is pretty cool. I love when things like this happen. These guys deserve a reward. They work very hard in practice throughout the season.
Oh, yeah. They work incredibly hard. like I said, at this point, everybody's sore. Everybody's hurt. Everybody has some sort of injury. So yeah, get them some reward.
So for background, Geno English is only a redshirt sophomore, but he's from Winter Park, Florida. It'll be 2nd and 10.5. 4 minutes to go in another shellacking. Just a good time to be a Nole fan. Here's that set that they ran. Oh, no, they're going out of the gun. Never mind. Nope, it's pistol. This is when D-Rob was breaking down, and I encourage you folks to see the video entitled Behind the Counter, hosted by Dominic Robinson, breaking down Florida State running the counter on Miami over and over again. They got into a pistol formation with too tight, and that was it. They said nothing fancy here. They just ran that play again on 2nd and long to Rodney Hill, who gained nearly 10 yards. It'll be 3rd and short for Florida State.
So what you're seeing there kind of sort of is what we, as coaches, we call it sort of day one install. It's like, hey, these are the things everybody in your program should know what to do. When we get in this formation, we run this play, like this concept. Those are the kinds of things that you do when you get to this point of the game. You start running day one install, and that's how you really kind of find out, like, when you really want to know who someone is, these are the situations that you look at. Like, okay, this is Mike Norvell showing us who he is. Obviously, you're not going to have as much of a passing game element to it, so it's not completely who someone is because they're going to run the ball a lot more, even if a guy likes to throw it a little bit. But you can kind of see the formations that they line up in, the personnel groupings that they get in. You see they still keep a tight end out there. So it's like, okay, they must not just think they have a special tight end. They want to have a tight end, period, in the game all the time. Like that's his day one sort of his belief, his philosophically who he is. So that's what you're seeing. Them line up in that formation, pistol, and run counter.
Got a couple of more walk-ons and/or freshmen in. I spotted Ben Ostaszewski, who is a legacy player here at Florida State, and then scholarship freshman Kayshawn Sapp also. It looks like he's playing right guard for Florida State at present. Jalen Early, a freshman, also a part of the heralded 2022 offensive line recruiting class, playing right tackle. And I see Daughtry Richardson, who's got a mean streak. Just from practice observations, I won't go into it more than that, but Daughtry Richardson, he's not to be trifled with, playing left tackle for FSU. So quite a few guys that I have not seen play much at all this season have made their way on the field. Just inside of a minute 20 to go here, 49-17 and a 3rd and long coming up for Florida State as they're about to put a bow on it.
There was a question up there asking about Ricks. You want to post that, Ben?
Oh, all right. Optimus Climb back at it again. How good of an athlete was Chris Ricks? Well, let's hear it, D-Rob.
Guys, he was really athletic. Like, the guy physically could do everything. And if you just put him in a workout, you absolutely were looking at an NFL quarterback. Like, no question. That guy could drill better than anybody. If we're just if we're not playing a football game, the guy is a first-round talent. Like, no joke. He could run. He was strong. He had a very strong arm. His issue had nothing to do with physicality. Nothing. He could physically do everything you wanted from your quarterback. His issues were always mentally doing the right things. Great athlete. Not just good. He was great. I mean, if you look at some of those games, I mean, he was running away from Miami guys. And back then, that's not the same Miami. Not the Miami that you guys know. The Miami that I know was athletes, like legit. and Ricks was able to run away from those guys. Like the dude can roll. The dude can roll. He was an athlete.
Yeah, freshman season especially was something crazy, man. That looked like he was a lock for at least going to New York for the Heisman ceremony a couple of times. FSU fan 1993 asks, does missing the first half of the game affect how you prepare? One UF defensive player is going to miss the first half because of targeting. Oh, interesting. Okay, so there was a targeting ruling in the second half of the Vandy game today. If you're a defensive coordinator and you know you're missing somebody for a half, does it affect the way you game plan?
Yes, it does, and it becomes very difficult. It's very hard to juggle. Now, I would imagine they're better at it than we used to be because we didn't have like a targeting. There wasn't a half. Type thing where you could get taken out for a half, targeting and stuff. So in the beginning of that, it was really hard, when they first started, this ruling. I'm sure they've got sort of processes for it now that are a little bit better than they used to be, but it's still really hard. And the harder part is for the player, honestly. That's very difficult to only play a half of football. It is. There's a certain rhythm to your preparation that when that gets thrown off, man, it's very hard to get into a groove.
Ben, I know it's not a touchdown, but we are putting a stamp on another Seminole victory as handshakes are taking place at the middle of Bobby Bowden Field. So let's hear from Gene Deckerhoff one more time after another Noles win.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
There we go. We got the one with the space shuttle, D-Rob. Which one's your favorite? Do you like the space shuttle, the Galaxy, or John Cena?
It's just kind of depends. I think I love when you called him Galactic Gene Deckerhoff. Yeah. That made me laugh. That made me chuckle. I think I like the John Cena the most. I think that's like my favorite. That's my go-to. But I do like calling him Galactic Gene Deckerhoff.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
There you go. Good job, Ben. You give Dominic Robinson what he wants. I mean, he did play on both sides of the ball for Florida State. So when the man says he likes something, please feed him. It's 8-3 now for Florida State on the season. All eyes, let's be honest, folks. I know mine were, and we talked about this on the weekday programs here on Warchant TV. All eyes have been on Florida since the conclusion of the Syracuse game. And now, for those of you that are saying one game at a time, I appreciate you out there. I get that. We don't have to play the game. That's for the players to focus on. Now, even you can join us as all eyes are on Florida State and the Florida Gators, who trail Vandy. That game's gone a little crazy. 31-24 is the score. Florida has the ball inside a minute to go on their own 9-yard line. To give a quick wrap-up on one of the games, TCU kicked what I assume to be a walk-off winning field goal against Baylor.
Oh,
TCU
wow.
beat Baylor 29-28. That is a weird score, but that is the final in that game. Illinois still leading Michigan 17-16. Illinois has the ball with a chance in a 4-minute drill to run out the clock. So there's still one potential upset brewing in the Big Ten. The upset bid in the Big 12 did not happen, but we'll see if that penalizes TCU in the college football playoff rankings. And then Florida trails Vandy by 7 points inside a minute to go, and they've got to go 91 yards to tie the game. So a lot of things happening, but the most important thing here on Zaxby's Warchant GameDay, Florida State with another blowout. 4 weeks in a row, a month of blowout victories. The starters have not yielded on defense a touchdown since before the bye week. It's an amazing thing to remark on. And Dominic, I see Gene Williams is in the green room. We'll get the post-game show started in just a moment. But your final thoughts on what has been a nice, easy, the blowout bunch as we've been second half conversation.
I think the last thing that I wanted to talk about, or that we should be thinking about, is I remembered early on our probably biggest concerns, because we saw that, okay, well, we actually do have a good team, but it was the front line of this team. Mm-hmm. What's the attrition going to look like? Somebody's going to be hurt. Guys are going to be dinged and things like that. we didn't think that we had enough depth, I think, to get to this point. I just think the sun is shining on this group because we're going into the final game of the season, the big game, the rivalry game, and the depth has held. The consistency has shown. We are who we are. There's not real drastic peaks and valleys. The ship is steady, even through those losses. The stamp of this team, the consistency of this team has not it's not wavered. It's just been very steady. And the one thing, I never worried about whether they were good or not. I worried about, were we deep enough? Because nobody finishes the season with their complete frontline guys. So us getting to this point has shown that, man, we were deep enough or lucky enough to make it. Where the injuries are at the right spots at the right times, where guys get back healthy, and this has been a very good season.
So, final question I'll ask you before we go. You go on your Thanksgiving break, and I'll see you on the other side of a turkey day. Just as an outside observer, you're very good, Dominic, at taking off the Nole fan cap and looking at it as a coach or former player, an analyst, a true analyst. When you see the improvement, because you said you were surprised by the pulse that Florida State had showed at Clemson when you went and saw that game with your own eyes last year.
Yep.
When you see the step that they've taken, and multiple steps, I'd have to imagine, from that point to where we are now, just as an observer of the game and somebody who can appreciate how difficult it is to coach a team and prepare a team, what is your takeaway on the continued evolution of what you're seeing, and how significant is it? Are we overblowing it in the Tallahassee bubble, saying that this is a massive turnaround, or are we understating it? Where would you fall on that spectrum?
I don't think you can overstate it. I think it is huge for a lot of reasons. One, because it's a lot harder to do. Look at Texas. Look at the Miami team that we just played and the Florida team that we're about to play. Obviously, we got a year jump on those guys, but Texas is the same. We're on the same time table as Texas, and they're sort of again. This is what I was just talking about: the consistency or lack thereof. You see a really good Texas team almost beat Alabama, and then you see them lay eggs. So again, the peaks and valleys are very drastic. That is to be expected. I'm not saying that that's that it's bad and they're doing a bad job and they all need to get fired.
Right.
It's just incredible that we're not having that. Even our lowest lows are very sustainable things that can be changed. They're not, wow, I don't know what that was I just watched. We're just not making the mistakes that you would think you should have at this time in terms of the rebuild. And it's just it's incredibly impressive. And like I said, I don't think you can overstate it. I think this is a huge turnaround, again, for a lot of reasons, but mainly because it's hard to turn things around right now because of the parity and the whole NIL game and all of it. It's really, really hard to do what Coach Norvell is doing. And man, he's doing it at an incredibly high level. And a big part of it is the way that he's building it is a sustainable thing. And that's kind of been the exciting part as a fan, and not as a Florida State fan, but just as a fan of college football. I don't want Florida State to be great in the short term. Oh, they brought in 12 transfers and then they won 1 year and then they fall off. I want to see Florida State be there on a consistent basis. So that's where we're at, man. And that's
That'll
exciting.
That'll be the conversation and an exciting one that we have on the Warchant Watch Along Friday night, 7:30 here on Warchant TV. The Florida Gators will be 6-5 when they take the field against Florida State, as they have lost to Vanderbilt. On the final play of the game, Anthony Richardson throws a bomb towards the end zone to try and tie the game, and the ball goes way sailing out of the back of the end zone. It looked like it was a kickoff from Sebastian Janikowski circa 2001 or something along those lines.
No.
Yeah. Yep. Not even close to anybody. It was a Hail Mary for the stands, not the end zone. And we're okay with that here on Warchant TV, as that sets the stage for the rivalry game next week. Dominic, I can't wait to work with you on that one. I look forward to it. And I hope you and your family have an excellent Thanksgiving.
Thank you, man. Love you guys. Can't wait to see you again next week. Let's do it all again. Oh, don't forget, shoot me a tweet. Twitter. What's it called? Is Twitter even going to exist? Will it even exist at this time next week?
While it does, look at the bottom corner of the screen at 3D Robinson. There it is, at the bottom corner of the screen underneath Dominic, at 3D Robinson. Shoot him some questions. He's going to be thankful.
Let me know. What do you want to see? What do you want to see broken down?
That's what he does here for us at Warchant. He's Dominic Robinson. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it is the Warchant Game Day post-game call-in show. It'll be me and Gene talking about an 8-3 Florida State football team. Times are heady here in Tallahassee. Thanks to our friends at Zaxby's. We'll be right back after this on Warchant TV.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
There are no words to describe what it must feel like to lose to the Vanderbilt Commodores if you're a Florida Gator. But if you're a Nole, you say, If you're just watching the commercial, you understand what I just did there. Welcome into the Warchant TV post-game show.
Is that a Mick Hubert voice for the commercials that you were trying to do?
Well, I was trying to do whatever that voiceover guy from Zaxby's does.
Okay.
I was just trying to be that guy. But alongside, and you hear his voice if you're listening on the podcast, Gene Williams, the founder and administrator of Warchant.com. My name is Tom Lang, and we live in Blowout City, USA, for the fourth consecutive game. Florida State dismantles its opponent. Today, the final score, not nearly indicative of how much of a one-sided fight it was. And it's still a one-sided score, 49-17 for the 8-3 Florida State Seminoles. Gene, we talked about it, and we debated it ad nauseum here on Warchant TV in the summertime. 7 wins, is that enough? 8 wins, is that enough? 9 wins, is that too pie in the sky? Florida State has a chance now in their final regular season game, welcoming the Gators next Friday night, to get to 9-3 because they have achieved the 8-win plateau. Your thoughts, sir, on what has been a remarkable football season?
Well, I think the thing you look at the most when you see this, I don't know how much you can take from this game, other than Florida State took care of business again, which you expected them to do, but they just seem even more and more impressive each week. You think, oh, they have a little letdown. This is a bad team. They just keep doing better than we even expect. But more than that is the turnaround. I don't think the national people really are going to focus on this, and I think even a lot of fans kind of missed the point of how bad Florida State was in 2020 and where they are now. And, Tom, you talked about the blowouts and why that resonates with me. Go back to 2020. Florida State played 9 games. They were blown out in 4 of those 9 games.
Right.
They didn't have any blowout wins on their own. 2 years later, they've had 6 blowouts on their side of the ledger, and they haven't been blown out at all. So, I mean, it's another metric. We look at all the changes. It's just a completely different program than it was 2 years ago. And that's a credit to Mike Norvell, to these players. The culture there's no doubt the culture's changed. I think there's been a decent bump up in talent, thanks primarily to his work in the transfer portal. And, these guys just playing together, man. It's so much fun to watch these guys play like this. And they just, every time you think they're going to have a letdown, they blew out Miami, they're going on the road, they're going to have a little bit of a letdown. Oh, they just blew out. So they're playing, they've got Florida next week. Surely they're going to look ahead. Damn, that thing could have been easily sick. It could have been a 60 burger, Tom.
Yes.
It almost makes me mad that they gave up 2 garbage times touchdowns.
Yeah.
But at least Florida State still covered easily. It wasn't like there was a backdoor crazy cover or any kind of nonsense like that. But still, it annoys you a little bit because, like you said, that's not indicative. This was about a 55, 60 point, should have been a win. But again, it's awesome. I would prefer having the starters rest in the second half, making sure you're very healthy, so I can live with it. But I'm looking for one little thing I was annoyed at, and that was they gave up those 2 late touchdowns, the backups.
Yeah, I agree. And that's something that's happened for the backup defense quite a bit. Syracuse decided not to run the play. Dino showed no.
Yes, I'm very happy. Florida State won, and the Gators lost.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
Gene is happy, and also so are the 2 teams in the top 4 that are going to escape. It looks like upset bids. Michigan just kicked a field goal to go up on Illinois, 19-17, 9 seconds to go there. And look how many fans left the Big House. Boy, everybody always raves about that fan base. There's swaths of that stadium. That's
not as bad as College Station.
That is correct. Not much.
I don't know if Ben can pull that one out. That's freaking shocking to me. In the second half of that game.
Yes, it is.
That's like Dade County West, I guess, is what that is. Orange Bowl West. I mean, Jimbo brought that. He didn't coach at Florida, but I guess he's brought that fan mentality over to College Station.
Yeah, he killed Miami, then he became Miami. How about that? So I saw Noel Kev. Thank you very much, Noel Kev, for the contribution. He says it's a Xbox headset and Red Solo Cup kind of day again. So I will feed the beast. There you go.
There you go.
There it is. We'll keep that in check. Let's hope, Noel Kev, that I can pop that up for next week's game as we wrap up late night on a Friday, Florida State and the Gators.
Jeremy, good to hear from you. You're not Fabio. That was a fabulous Noel, but still, yeah. I'm glad you're drunk and fabulous.
Yep. You know what? You had a chance to start about in the first quarter, Jeremy. Once you saw that the flu bug really didn't ravage Florida State, Mike Norvell was telling the truth, everybody, on Wednesday when he said, we've had a sickness go through the team, but I don't expect it to impact much of anything when it comes to who plays today. And it bore out. Jordan Travis took warm-ups around 10:20 this morning, and Ira Schafel reported it on Warchant.com. In the pregame show, Jeff and I went, whew, okay, we can proceed with our day. Jordan Travis will be playing in the football game. He was good, Gene, rushing touchdowns galore in the early portion of this game. Good plays being made by a lot of different players. I don't want to oversimplify, and I also don't want to look past blowout wins. I don't want to take those for granted and not learn the lesson that we've been taught over the last 5 years. But it's hard to look at this game at the same time and say, this is going to project against Florida. Today was about getting out to the lead, getting your work in, staying healthy, getting off the field, allowing for your backups to get experience, and then be a full go against the Gators. Think about it, Gene. Florida had to play their starters from start to finish on the road in Nashville today. Florida State checked in, checked out, a half of football, maybe one more drive in the second half for a few of those starters, and then they're done. So they're going to be more well-rested come Friday night. What an advantage that's going to be.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe one of their defensive starters was ejected for targeting in the second half. So that means by rule, he will have to sit out the first half of the Florida State game. So that helps there. And they, got to remember, this was a road game at Vandy. So they're also losing the travel time. I mean, these are little tiny things, but they do add up. It is an advantage for Florida State to have a home game by a home game where Florida's got back-to-back road games and they got to travel a little bit more. There's the logistics and stuff involved in that. So no, and you mentioned the other thing, resting your starters. So these guys don't risk injury. You're fresher too. You're playing on a short week. That can say a lot for a wide receiver running back to have a little extra juice, especially if it's a tight game in the second half and you're a little fresher than your opponents. That can really make a big difference.
I think also it could sway the attendance factor in terms of percentage of the crowd by 5 to 10% towards Florida State. That result today, if I'm a Florida fan who is on the fence, I'm going to go wherever I'm going for Thanksgiving and just stay there. I'm not going to go drive up to Tallahassee after we lost to Vandy. It's so weird to
Yeah,
say.
they might be selling their tickets. You're right. They may
That's
say,
right.
I'm checked out on this. What do you think that line's going to be, Tom? I'm very curious.
You
Now
know,
that they lost to Vandy and Florida State has looked so good, that line's got to keep going wider and wider for Florida State.
I thought because sometimes a part of the line being released, Gene, is to induce the public to bet. It's not always like the standard. This is what's true.
Sure.
It's how do we induce the most action? So I thought as of this morning it would be 6.5. Maybe to tease that over a touchdown and get some money flowing both ways. That's probably got to be around 8 or 9.5
I
at
think
this
it's
point.
over a touchdown now. It's got to be.
Yeah. And we like that here on Warchant GameDay, presented by our friends at Zaxby's. Let me mention them right at the outset. Our friends at Zaxby's, a 17-year Golden Chief booster. I'm not going to read about the pregame, postgame, or no game at all. You guys know that part of it. But I want to speak a little bit extra today about Danny and the great support that the folks at Zaxby's here in Tallahassee provide for us at warchant.com. It's just like our friends at Garnet and Gold. When you support Zaxby's of Tallahassee and you make this trip up this upcoming week, you're supporting somebody who's going to pour money right back into the program. I love when we have businesses like that who are a part of the solution for Florida State and what, the university athletic department is going to be moving forward. So anytime you come to Tallahassee and you're saying, hey, where can we grab a quick bite? You have tons of choices. Please support Zaxby's. 17 years, a Golden Chief booster. They say go Noles, and we agree. 8-3 are the Florida State Seminoles here on the Warchant GameDay postgame show. Gene, I don't know that we have to volley back and forth like it's, the U.S. Open at Arthur Ashe with takeaways from this game. We can open up the phone lines sooner than we typically do. But I do want to stay, here between the two of us just to remark on 6 blowout wins. You've already talked about that. They were blown out 4 or 5 times in the COVID season. They only played 12 regular season games. They have a chance next week if that Florida team that went up to Nashville today comes to Tallahassee for 7 blowout victories in one 12-game season. We were hoping there would be 7 wins, many of us in the fan base, before it started, not 7 blowouts. What an amazing situation we're in here. This is better than I thought it could be preseason, and I was a pretty optimistic guy.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And usually when you go see seasons where there's 6, 7 blowouts, those are national championship type teams.
Yeah.
You don't see those in usually 8, 9 win seasons. So it just, again, I think it speaks a lot of these in the back half. It speaks to the improvement of this team. And that's, again, more credit to the coaching staff. I got one little soapbox moment here I want to talk about on something here. I'm positive. I'm happy. This is great. I think we're going to see some of this stuff. People keep going, well, what about recruiting? I think in the next few days, I think you might start to see some of this improvement manifest itself on the recruiting end. I'm not going to give anything away. You're hearing some real positive buzz about a couple things that could happen here in the near future. So I think those few holdouts that are still, Mike Norvell's not recruiting well, I think that you'll start to see some of that. I think I've heard some very positive things also about the transfer portal. I think I've heard they've already got 3 guys locked in. At some positions of need. I think you're going to see some really good stuff come there. This could be as good of any transfer class that Mike Norvell's had, and there's been some really good ones. So stay tuned. That December 4th is when the official transfer portal season starts. That's going to be a blast. But a couple things. When you look at check boxes for Mike Norvell, he's at every single one but one for me.
Okay.
And I'm just going to go into this season. We saw the improvements, transfer portal, all that, blah, blah, blah. This season, I think we go, okay, early on, we're like red zone, man. There's nonsense in the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
They're having problems get players in and out. They seem to lack, boom, check. They've hit that. I mean, the percentage has been incredible. They look like they know what they're doing. They have a definitive plan. It's been great. You're not having emotional up and downs. I mean, that's what happens. To me, that's one of the most remarkable things. This team is consistently playing at a high level every single week. You beat Miami, you got Florida coming. It doesn't matter to these guys. And I knew that point at Miami when they had blown them out, the biggest lopsided win in the history of the series on the road. And those players were like, yeah, this is great. They weren't jumping around celebrating. They weren't smoking cigars and jumping around and going crazy. So that told me something there too. That's another check. What have the penalty totals been the last few weeks, Tom? How many did they end up with today?
A nominal amount. Ben, can you pull up the stats? We'll have it for you in just a moment.
They had 4. That seems to be 4. They seem to have 4. I mean, they were getting regularly 10 plus there for a while. So they've gone 4 or 5 straight games with 4 penalties or less. I mean, that's a dramatic turnaround. And the pre-snap penalties that drove us nuts, those are the biggest ones. You don't see those anymore. Special teams, suddenly another check.
Yeah. Oh,
Look where is that? I mean, that was, early in the season. We're like, oh boy, still special teams issues. They're not fielding punts or doing this, all these things, penalties all the time. They seem to have cleaned that up as well. Now we hope Micah Pittman can come back for punt returns. And he's a little banged up. I kind of agree with D-Rob, not an expert, but I think that looks more like a thigh bruise kind of thing, which is painful. If that's what it is, he'll be back. Maybe a little nagging, may have to wrap up his leg a little bit, but hopefully that's what it is and it's not serious. The one thing left, Tom, the one check mark. So I'm 95% of the way there. I'm 95%. This team is all in. Norvell's got it down. What happens in crunch time when it's tight and the game's on the line? How are you going to handle that? Both the players and Mike Norvell, will they have the poise to hang in there and do that? Because you saw that, especially early this season. You go back to LSU, you go back to Louisville, you go back to that NC State game. When they were in a position in a tight game, when they needed to stay within themselves, be composed, they weren't. And they lost one of those three when they completely should have won that game. And that's on Mike Norvell and the coaching staff. Despite what we saw from Florida today, I think you're going to be in that situation in the second half. That game is going to be tight in the second half. There's going to be some tense moments. How will this coaching staff handle that? If they handle that and show the composure and poise they have the last few weeks, man, the sky is the limit for this program.
yeah, I can already preview some of the talking points that we're going to have on Warchant TV throughout the week, and we'll have Wake Up Warchant live. I think it's going to be on Monday night this week. It'll be a special time because of the Thanksgiving holiday. The Jeff Cameron Show Monday at 1:00, Sunday Smash tomorrow. I mean, I can tell you at least where I'm going to go if I'm on any one of these shows, which is the best of Florida is capable of beating this Florida State team as good as we played. Like the best of what they've shown, because they've gone toe-to-toe with Tennessee. There was a comeback effort in the third quarter against Georgia when it was 28-3, and that game felt like it was over. Next thing you know, Florida's got the ball, and they got a chance to get it to one-score game. So they can go through these stretches that if you don't mind your P's and your Q's, you could be facing a deficit. And what do you do in that moment? So the other side of it, though, that I'll preview and say is after this Vandy game, if you chin check them in the first quarter, I don't know that they're going to respond because that has to be a shaken flight home for the Gators today. So to me, I wasn't going to talk about it, and I don't usually say the start of the game is very important because I think at the start of any game is important. But for this particular scenario, where Florida blows it against Vandy, if you can hit them in the mouth early like Florida State has done, and Gene, their scoring rate on the first drives of halves, so to open the game and then to open the second half, is absurdly efficient right now. It's something crazy, like 18 out of 22.
Tom, they flashed that. We need to look that up. Maybe Ben can find it. We can do a graphic on it this week. They flashed those first quarter numbers for Florida State this season during the game today, and it was. I knew it was big, but I was mind boggled by the disparity.
Yeah,
but you're right. I mean, 100%. If they can pull that up, because look, you talk about game script. If Florida State gets up a couple scores in that first quarter, they're the team that can run, and Florida's got an awful run defense. So you love to be in that position with a double score lead because you can dictate the game at that point. And Florida does not want to play from behind. I think that plays right into Florida State at home, especially you mentioned the emotional function of them right now. They're fragile right now. You get ahead, they're on the road, they kind of you run down their throats, they cash it in.
I just can't wait to play that game. I wish it was tomorrow. I'm sure the players do too right now because the way that today finished for both of these programs, I wish we could kick it off tomorrow. But that's why we're here to cover it for you throughout the week on warchant.com and Warchant TV. We've got a couple of people to thank for contributions to the program, and we have to do that because we're so grateful when you support us at Warchant TV. Things like Dominic Robinson being a part of the team can happen. So thank you to 100 Proof Football, who says, looking ahead much, Gators? Now we get a chance to beat Florida twice. Cheers. It's hate week. 100 Proof Football getting it going on, you're closer to lunchtime, I think. You're a couple time zones over on a victory Saturday. And John says, I'm looking for cheap ticks from the UF fans. LOL. Well, John, keep monitoring the ticket sites of the world in the coming hours. You might find a bargain or two. Drip Kings TV says, John, you are ready to mingle in the Gator section. I love it. Yes, we all do, Drip. We agree with you. I think that section, usually over in the corner in the tunnel where they emerge, might have a little bit more garnet interspersed there than most trips for Florida up to Tallahassee. But, Gene, again, here we are. It cannot be overstated. 6 blowout wins and now 16 straight quarters of football where Florida State has been utterly dominant. The only time it's been dicey was the first quarter of the Georgia Tech game where they didn't execute in situations. From there, it has been an absolute delight to watch this team. And I want to know if anybody in the second half stood out to you? Tate Rodemaker got just the one drive. It went so well. You could see the smirk of approval from Mike Norvell because Tate got to work with the starting group, and I thought that was very wise to get him in with the starters in case of emergency for Friday night. A.J. Duffy got some time, captained a short field drive for a touchdown for Florida State. Nice catch by Marquiston Douglas. And then some of the backups on defense. Is there anybody that you're excited to see? And maybe it's not even about today, but the future for a certain player that got on the field today, because it wasn't just the backups. It wasn't just the third team. A lot of walk-ons got out there too. It was a great day.
Yeah, no, how often you get to see 4 quarterbacks and no injuries, but you got 4 quarterbacks to play in the game. So that was just neat. It was neat for those kids. It was neat for Geno English being out there. I mean, to be able to go out there and play in a real game at home, that's pretty neat for him. Yes. You know, like you said, I mean, the second half, the only thing that really stood out, I mean, I love Biscuit's one-handed catch. That was pretty awesome.
What an adjustment.
A big guy to be that nimble and pull that off. I mean, the young guys you got, I mean, we all see it with Patrick Payton, what he can be. The future is going to be bright. He's going to be dependent on a lot more next year. I mean, he's going to have to be one of those guys. So, I mean, this was a good feeling to get those guys out there. I don't know if there was anybody that just jumped off the page at me in the second half, but
yeah. That makes sense. I mean, you know, for example, the Boston College game, Rodney Hill took over late, and you said, "Oh, that's a little different." He wasn't as explosive today, but you know, a lot of those offensive linemen he was running behind were a little bit more of the down the depth chart guys. I see that John wants to shout it out to Amari Gaynor, who got some run out there.
That's true. Gaynor looked, but he's not a young guy that stood out. But no, he looked really good on that tackle for loss. I wish that would have amounted to stopping them from scoring, but on that one drive.
Looks like they want to preserve the shirt of one Julian Armella because I saw Daughtry Richardson out there, Jalen Early, Kayshawn Sapp. I saw even walk-ons in a legacy like Ben Ostaszewski, but I don't recall seeing Armella.
Yeah, I don't think he did. But I guess we know how many games. What's the redshirt rule? They can play 3 or 4 games, 4 games. So I don't know. I know he's played in a couple.
He's at 4. Yep.
He is at 4. Okay, well, that makes complete sense. Again, you go, well, you know, he's not going to probably, but you never know. I mean, guys get hurt, stuff happens. He could play, you know, whatever it is. He could be his last year, he's going to go pro. He gets hurt in the 5th game, whatever it is, and you could bring him back.
They let him play down in Miami in front of his family, which I thought was a nice little touch, certainly when you're blowing out Miami. And congratulations to the Ragin' Cajuns of Louisiana, who scored 2 more touchdowns on Florida State than Miami did. So we really appreciate that effort.
That sounds like a good infographic we can do. And congratulations to them.
That's it. Yeah.
Hashtag. We'll tag Kane Sport in that one for that. They'll like that.
We can, sure. Those guys are delightful down at Kane Sport. I'm sure they'd love it. You're watching Warchant GameDay. This is the post-game show with Gene Williams. My name is Tom Lang, and it's all presented to you by Zaxby's. And if it seems like we're relaxed, how could you not be? It's starting to feel like fall in the air outside here in Tallahassee. It was a cool morning, overcast. I always associate overcast weather with football. And now Florida State has gone 4-0 to start, a 3-game losing streak, which stinks, but then 4 straight wins again after it. So 4-3-4 for the Noles, 8-3 with a chance to cap it with a 5-0 finish after the bye week and keg stands and beer funnels.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're only a week away. Well, we could be, if that win over Florida, a week away. We're doing all kind of drinking shenanigans at Corner Pocket.
So prepare yourselves, folks. If Florida State, this is totally contingent upon victory for Florida State on Friday, but if they do, then go to bed a little bit earlier, wake up somewhat without a need for, the hair of the dog by a gallon. And then at 11:30 a.m. the next day, the Saturday after Florida, will be a Corner Pocket Bar and Grill. If the Noles win, keg stands, beer funnels, and just a good time watching a rivalry Saturday. So mark that down in your calendars. I know a ton of you are going to be making your way to Tallahassee next week. And we also want to wish you all a preemptive happy Thanksgiving. To the over 700 of you that are watching us right now on Warchant TV, thank you so much for being a part of this program. Hit the thumbs up underneath the video. Subscribe to Warchant TV. I think, Gene, it's probably time to send it to a quick break. Fire up the phone lines. Ben, if you don't mind wiping up the phone number, I can tell you verbally, it is 850-805-5911, and there it is on your screen. The phone lines will be open. Screener Terry, I'm talking to you. It's going to be about 2 minutes from now that the phone lines go live. We will be right back on Warchant GameDay presented by Zaxby's with your thoughts.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich It's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
We are back live on Warchant Game Day presented by Zaxby's. The phone calls will be coming your way in just a minute. I saw a question in the chat, Gene, about one Johnny Wilson and the limited participation today. So once again, to reset, on Wednesday afternoon or Wednesday late morning, Mike Norvell said that there's a bug going around the football team and that none of the players that were affected should be missing time on Saturday. Johnny Wilson did dress for this game. Johnny Wilson was on the field early in this game. It appeared that Johnny Wilson was just pulled out of this game early for Florida State and was walking around on the sidelines, not limping, not going into the tent. So it was just a coach's decision that he was not going to participate beyond, a drive or two. So I don't think that that's going to impact Johnny's availability next week, Gene, which is huge, especially if Micah Pittman is less than 100%, because Pittman did leave with what appeared to be, just as you've said before, if you're just joining us, looked like a thigh bruise, maybe something along those lines as he got hit low on one particular play. But you want your receiving core to be at full strength. I wouldn't envision anything that happened to Johnny Wilson today would withhold him from Friday, and that would be a huge piece to the puzzle for Friday night.
No, yeah, I'd heard an unconfirmed report. We don't know 100% that he was one of the guys that was battling the flu this week. That doesn't mean that was the reason if that is true, it doesn't even mean that's the reason he came out. But it does kind of add up, makes sense. Because Ira, our eye in the sky, who's got the binoculars, and we've got the little, cartoon you see with Ira with the binoculars, because that's what he does. He's always keeping a close eye on what's going on the sidelines. He looked down there and said, Johnny looks fine. He's walking around. There was never any medical treatment or anything being done on him. So it really looks like he should be fine, which is good. Rest him up. Obviously, that's a game you're going to need. And we hope Micah, our initial unprofessional impressions is that he's going to be okay. So hopefully he is. And Florida State will be at full strength in that receiver core next Friday.
Optimus Climb asks a question, or he makes a demand, I should say. He says, Johnny, come back next year. Well, Optimus, I've got good news for you. It seems extremely likely that Johnny Wilson is coming back because Rising Spear, the collective that is not associated with Florida State whatsoever, announced this week that it had signed Johnny Wilson to an NIL deal.
Yeah, for two games and a bowl. I mean, that wouldn't make much sense.
It doesn't make much sense if he's there for one paycheck. It doesn't make, and a small one at that. So you would think that if Johnny Wilson signs a deal with Rising Spear with 2 games to go and now 1 game to go, that would be a great signal that he is returning for next year. So hopefully that makes a lot of you happy in the chat. If so, throw us a thumbs up.
And Tom, too, that he's a guy that, we see all the ability he has, but he's definitely has room to improve his route running and a lot of other stuff. He can make himself a much more viable draft prospect with a whole nother season to get better and polish his game. Right now, someone may take a flyer on him late in the draft, but I think this guy has, because of his size and everything he can do, he's got NFL written all over him. He's got it could be a first, second, third round pick potentially if he cleans up his game a little bit. So it makes sense for him to come back at least one more year.
Well, and everything about the details of his game, the NFL loves dudes who try hard. There are some guys that come from universities you've never heard of, but everybody's a freak athlete in the NFL. What separates you is work ethic and details. And Johnny with blocking, for example, is just you won't have to teach him at the next level how to block. Yeah. That dude's just a monster. Now our first caller is ready for today, and we go for the 30th time, I believe now, to Long Island, New York. Josh in Long Island, welcome back to the post-game show. Go ahead with your thoughts after a 4th consecutive blowout, my man.
Josh, you there? You can hear him. Okay. I don't hear him, but Yeah, no one's hearing the caller, Tom, but you.
Yep. Josh, I'm
Josh,
gonna
we got to cut you off, buddy.
I got to cut you off, Josh. So his question, unfortunately, I can hear him and nobody else can. I don't know why that is happening, but it sounds as normal to me. So let me, Josh, I got to drop you off the line for a minute. We'll see if we can get you back on. But his question is about 3 players that Florida State could keep this year. Who would they be for you, Gene? And then 3 players that you feel very confidently are going to leave. I can answer the first part.
Oh, I thought you were saying pie in the sky if I could pick 3 guys. It's not 3 realistic ones to bring.
Let's assume, and I apologize, Josh, and everybody out there. I could hear the call as usual. It runs off of my board. There's nothing different in the settings. But I'm going to tell you that Jared Verse is gone, Fabian Lovett's gone, and Jamie Robinson is gone. So those 3 are gone. We'll put some guys that are in the in-between category. Jordan Travis, Trey Benson, Johnny Wilson. I don't know if there are many more. Let's play a little bit of a different game. Gene, if you could keep only 2 of the 3 of Jordan Travis, Johnny Wilson, and Trey Benson, where would you go?
Woo. Well, I mean, obviously Jordan Travis. I mean, that's just the easy one. Between the 2, man, Benson is such a difference maker, and he's such a, he's your prototypical like Alabama, Georgia running back. He's just so bruising. I love it. But Florida State is so deep at that position. I think you could get by with it. I think Benson is a better player, but I think it's so unique to have Johnny Wilson, a guy of that skill set, out there. And I think he's going to improve a lot with another season to be coached up. And I think it creates such a problem for defenses. If I had to pick, and I think it's more likely anyway, I think there's a decent chance if you look at some of the advanced metrics with Trey Benson, especially that PFF elusive rating, which I've been told a lot of NFL teams really look at that rating, and he's by far number 1 in all of college football in that category. I think it's more likely Johnny Wilson comes back. And I don't know, Tom, if you're any different, but I think just because of all that depth at running back, I think I would take Johnny Wilson.
I think I would too, because this program has shown and this offense has shown that it can take a pretty good running back or an above average running back and make him explosive through the scheme. And you just can't teach what Johnny Wilson has. I know that's basically what you're saying, Gene, but it's just this offense hasn't proven yet that it can generate looks for receivers at the level that it can opportunities for running backs to make explosive plays. And Johnny brings so much to the running game as well, what he does in the perimeter. I am questionable on this, Gene, if we should continue with the phone calls, because
we could try it to warn the caller that we may have to cut you off. And if we can't figure it out, we'll just have to cut him. We can't have dead air for that long. So, I would just say, we'll try one more. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we're just going to have to cut off callers unless we can figure out what's happening.
So here's what we're going to do. Terry, stand by in the call-in studio. What I'm going to do is the old reboot, refresh the page, and Ralph in Hawaii is waiting patiently for us. The funny thing is they can hear us, which I find very strange.
And you can hear them.
And I can hear him like normal. So, Gene, you can give me the thumbs down. I know what Ralph is going to ask. And mahalo, my friend. It's the Warchant Ohana, Ralph. Ralph, if we have to cut you off, I apologize in advance. Gene's going to give the thumbs up or the thumbs down like Caesar.
Yeah. We got to have that. Come on. You didn't give enough notice. We need to have that one in the hopper. We need to have that.
Here we go. So
with
welcome in from Hawaii, Spartan Knoll. Let's see what you got. And I apologize if we have to cut you off.
Damn it.
Okay.
That sucks. Sorry, Ralph.
Yeah.
Been a weird day. I mean, you had the brownout today and had some just some weird tech stuff's happening today.
It is. I had the power outage. It's been funny. And Ralph, I had to hang up on you. I apologize. Here's what Ralph wanted to do. And Spartan, we'll get it cleaned up for next week. We'll go through a test.
Can we just do a reset on the phone lines and maybe try that again?
I did try it. And when I asked you about the Johnny question, unfortunately, Ralph wanted to give a shout out to Coach Norvell and talk about, the fact that he is taking this thing to a whole nother level. And more focus should be on the job that has been done there. And Gene, I would advance the discussion by saying this. I didn't think if you presented to me what the injury report was going to look like for Florida State and the guys that they were going to lose to injury over the first 10 games of the season, Fabian Lovett for 5, Robert Scott for a game and a half, Jordan Travis for a half while you're trailing on the road at Louisville, and you told me what's the record going to be, I'd say 500 at best. They've coached.
To consider some of the preseason, their offensive line preseason injuries too.
Yep,
on there too. A couple, Bless Harris and Kyle, those guys. I mean, throw that in too. No, you're right. I mean,
Caden Lyles. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Caden Lyles.
Yeah,
two guys, or at least one definite starter and 2 possible starters in there.
Coach Norvell has fostered a depth that I didn't think was possible. Is my point. I didn't think that the depth that they're at right now was possible, and it's very impressive to see what they've done, and how in a year where your best defender, because to me Fabian Lovett's your best defensive player versus close, and even he hasn't been fully healthy for a good stretch of the season.
Yeah.
But look at how the defense has changed with Fabian Lovett in the fold. He had a forced fumble today as well. You're still 8-3, and you're talking about if you had him, you might be 10-1 or 11-0. I thought Fabian Lovett would be the guy that helped you to get to 8-4, not the guy that could push you past 8-3 or 9-3 and get you to 11-1. That's unbelievable, the job that Mike Norvell has done to foster that conversation. I never thought it was possible we could be talking about Florida State in 2022 like that.
No, and I think what's lost, and no one's really talked about it too, and I've heard from several people close to the program, is Robert Cooper also, during a lot of those games, is playing well under 50%. Some people are saying most people would have sat out a couple of those games. He's not going to complain about it, and he fought through it, especially with Fabian being out. He felt like he needed to be out there for his leadership and everything else. So all that, and that you're absolutely right, and it begs the other side of the coin. What happens if those guys are healthy during that 3-game stretch? And I don't know if I actually saw it was made up, but did Lovett made a quote that he said we would be undefeated if he was healthy? Somebody said that. Like, I don't know if he actually said that or not, or alluded to it, but I don't know about that. But I guarantee they would have at least won one of those games, and probably 2, if they were at full health on defense. If you had a fully healthy Verse and a fully healthy Fabian in there at the time. And that's just what's amazing. What we thought the cap of the season was, it actually was probably a lot higher. I mean, it could have been 10-11 wins very easily.
Well, and if you won the correct 2 games, which would be one of those is over Clemson, and then pick your other one. NC State's the obvious choice, but let's just say
you're playing for the ACC.
Yeah, you would be playing for the ACC championship, and you'd be squarely in the playoff discussion because they'd have to put you ahead of LSU. They have to at that point. So
it's the SEC. You say logic. That doesn't, SEC, it won't matter. They would still get in over FSU would be my guess. But
they can't make a game control argument after that performance at Arkansas. I promise you that. And then they got blown out by Tennessee.
They haven't made that argument since that 1 year, since it hurt FSU, since then I've never heard that come up once.
That is correct. Kim is somebody we need to thank for a contribution to Warchant TV, and we appreciate you, Kim. I would have expected Tate to get more snaps. Now, this is interesting. Gene, I'd like to get your take on that first before I answer.
Yeah, I really thought more than one series, I guess because it was a scoring drive. Maybe he wanted to have all the quarterbacks have some success. I mean, Tate is your immediate backup, but we don't know for sure Jordan's coming back. So I would have liked to have seen him get another series or 2 in there, but he probably wanted to make sure Duffy got in there because it's first chance to really get some extended time would be my guess. Hopefully he'll be asked in the post game about that. But no, I was a little surprised that Tate didn't get more run. But hey, at least the one time he was out there, he led him to a score. So good for him.
So, Gene, we could go one of 2 ways here. We could continue, and Island Chief will get to you first. How much better is Lundy this year? Island Chief, I'd say marginally better. There have been a lot of moments this year where I thought 46 has his eyes in the wrong place. But he's gotten leaner and he's gotten faster. And so that's helped him make more plays than last year. We appreciate your
sack and a pass breakup. I mean, never thought. I mean, the sack, he actually I know he's not the speediest, most athletic guy out there, but he ran the quarterback down, got a sack, and was solid in pass coverage, which you never see from him. So I mean, I do think there's some definite improvements. But no, he's still got a ways to go, but I really like what I saw at him. So I don't know if we want to, are we clearing up if we're not going to we shouldn't have that phone number up there. I don't know. If
we could go we could take our, we have one more break in the queue that we have to get to before the end of the show. So we could take a break now and I could go a full reboot and then we come back and we give it another crack. You want
I like it. I like it. We want to hear from our callers. So let's give it one more shot, guys.
Okay,
We want to hear from you.
If you're on hold, stay there. That's not your problem. I'm going to reboot a couple of things. We're going to take a quick 60-second break, come back, and give it a shot. If it doesn't work, then it wasn't
And if not, we'll take more questions on from people in the chat. So if you're on Facebook, you're on YouTube chat, live chat, Twitter, we'll take more questions from you that way.
Jack and Coke celebrations for FSU fan 1993. Whoever else needs a refill, go get you a refill right now. We'll be back in just over 60 seconds. You're watching Warchant GameDay postgame presented by Zaxby's.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's chicken finger plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
All right, Gene Williams, get your Julius Caesar or what Commodus, the Emperor of Rome. Yeah. Get your thumb ready to go up or down. We're gonna fire away. There he is.
There we go.
Oh, Commodus. Now Ben, don't be a Debbie Downer. Here we go to Greg and Eastlake. Greg and Eastlake. I'm gonna have to cut you off if we can't hear you. I apologize in advance if that's the case. But come on, bring us through noise. What you got after a blowout win? Greg, go ahead. That's on Greg's side. I'm not hearing a thing. So we're going to switch, and we're going to drop Greg for a moment.
Maybe you heard all this. He said, I'm not going to try.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to go to Ed Frank the Tank in Jacksonville.
Come on, Frank.
Come on, Frank. Give it to us. What you got? Gene, any luck?
Breakout Commodus.
Oh, no, Ed, I'm so sorry. Call back on Friday, and we'll get back to you. I am so sorry, my brother. All right. Sorry, man. Ooh, he just said a choice word. There you go. Terry in the screener room, you have an early reprieve today. We're going to open up. Unfortunately, Ben, you can take off the phone number line. We will work on that for Friday. Never had to test it before. We will now. Unfortunately, we're shutting down the phone lines, and I'm sure you're going to hear drop sound. I'm sure you heard that. Or did you, Gene? Did you not even hear that?
Nothing.
Fascinating. We're going to go only to the ABC viewer chat, the ABC Fine Wine and Spirits viewer chat. So if you've got questions for us, old Ben, Director Ben, is going to be pulling stuff up like Optimus Climb. And his question is, of the returning two deep, who is poised to replace a difference maker? Lovett versus Jamie Robinson, or become one themselves. And it can't be Patrick.
Oh, you stole that one.
Wow. Okay. Gene, do you want first crack or do you want second crack?
The only thing I'm going to say is I think you're going to see this address in the portal. I mean, outside of Peyton, I mean, there's some younger guys that have some potential in there. I don't know. I don't see a Lovett or a Verse on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't even know if I see somebody of J-Rob. I mean, right now, those are your three best players on defense. And it's not, Tatum Bethune is in there. I think he's the fourth. I don't think there's anybody else kind of in their league right now. So it's hard for me to pick somebody that's just going to make a monumental jump between now and then. I think one or two of those guys are going to go the portal for them.
Yeah, I'd say they should dip into the portal anyway. But I would say that Joshua Farmer has a chance to be
good,
close to Fabian Lovett, just because he's got the ability to make plays in the backfield. But that's not the same thing as being somebody who can stuff the run as well as Fabian does. But if you're just talking about splash plays, tackles for loss, high-profile moments where you go, oh, man, second and short, now it's third and long, Joshua Farmer's got a chance to be that guy. But
at the end, you don't see anybody then, do you?
No, not after Peyton.
But I think the thing is too. Here's where the transfer portal really helps you. Florida State, if Verse leaves, we assume he's a first rounder. A lot of the early mock drafts have him in there. If you can get 2 transfers back-to-back years being drafted that highly, I mean, there's going to be people lining up, some defensive ends at some of these SEC schools, Big Ten schools are going to want to come play for Mike Norvell and play for John Papuchas. So I think there's a decent chance you may get 1 or 2 out of the portal.
The other name I put out there to replace Jamie Robinson, if they bring him closer to the line of scrimmage, Shaheem Brown has a nose for the football and a nose how to get downhill and make a tackle. But I don't know about, some of the other responsibilities at safety. Shaheem Brown's a good player. I think he's got a chance to be a difference maker, but more work ahead. The good news is that the coaching staff likes him enough that they rotate 3 safeties out there at times where you see Jamie Robinson, Akeem Dent, and Shaheem Brown on the field all at the same time.
How about that hit by J? We're bringing up J-Rob anyway. How about that stop on 4th down?
Goodness.
I was so mad at the officials when they called that a first down because, and even Tom, you probably weren't listening to the broadcasters. It was so annoying listening to these guys, and they weren't even ACC network people. But they kept saying, "Oh, it's not, it's not conclusive. It looked like he made it to them." It's like, look where the ball is, guys, not where his head is, because the ball was way out here and his head's here. It was pretty obvious he did not pick up that 4th down. So I'm glad they reviewed that and they came up with the right call. But just a vicious hit by J-Rob on that, and that just stuff like that's going to be hard to replicate next year. Somebody with that kind of instinct and that kind of ability to sit in there at safety.
Yeah, I was actually a little bit late to get home. I got home halfway through the first quarter. We were working at Hotel Indigo to make sure that the stream was working with today's ridiculousness of, how to find the game and such. And Jeff Colhane was on it all the way. He and bar none William Floyd were saying, that's short. They thought so before the spot. They said it was a generous spot. And when they reviewed it, they told you loud and clear that this is a non-issue. So
yeah,
it was good to hear that on the radio broadcast. So I wasn't shortchanged because I know how these broadcasters can be in the low end of the ACC network, or when they put you on the RSNs, they can be extremely, extremely frustrating. Screener Terry, I got a text from you. No mas on the caller, so go enjoy you a nice single malt. I know you're a Scotch fella. Another question from John. We talk about the bad luck FSU's had with injuries. How much do you think FSU's benefited from injuries other schools have had in the last few weeks? Or are the Noles really this good? Fair question. Gene, what do you think?
It's bad. Is it? I know we got 4 straight games where the quarterback was limited or out, their starter. So, I mean, it makes a difference. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But you just look, I talked earlier about the execution, the poise, the not committing penalties, all those kind of things. That has nothing to do with the other team. Florida State is playing a clean brand of football right now. You have to give them credit for that. Would some of these blowouts been a little bit closer? I think so, but I still think they'd be blowouts. I don't think if the quarterback for Louisiana plays today, it makes that much of a difference. All that would mean is your starters might stay in a little longer, and it could have been probably about the same score. I don't think a healthy Van Dyke, as much as Florida State dominated Miami, well, maybe they actually score a touchdown, Tom. I mean, we're talking minuscule differences in my mind because Florida State was so dominating on every aspect of those games. It makes a small difference, but I don't think it's humongous.
I think it's a little A, a little B, John. I agree with Gene. I look forward to seeing what Florida State looks like against the Gators if the right offense shows up or if they're not a beaten bunch like they were obviously earlier this afternoon in Nashville, as the Gators have lost to Vanderbilt. If you're just joining us, that's a thing that
you can say that you need to say that more often, Tom.
And Florida Man in Texas writes, the Gators have lost to Vanderbilt. He also writes, somewhere right now, Jeff Cameron is yelling at a bar, let's go beat that Gator ass. Yep. All right. Yes. Florida Man in Texas. We appreciate you. And he's making his first trip since 2010 is Florida Man in Texas to Tallahassee this week. So safe travel over the Thanksgiving holiday.
Hopefully he can make it to Indigo, because we're not doing happy hour, because that would be on Thanksgiving Day, which is kind of, I can't ask Corey and Jeff to do that. I'm not going to tell them to be away from their families, but we will be at Indigo. Is it 3 hours before kickoff? Is that correct, Tom?
It's 3 hours before kickoff.
3 hours before kickoff.
4:30.
So 4:30. Hopefully Florida Man in Texas can come by and see us at Hotel Indigo. I think Corey is going to be there. I'm going to show up. Of course, you and Jeff will be doing the thing. Hopefully it'll be a beautiful fall day.
Yep.
Out on the balcony, their beautiful view of Doak Campbell from the it was seventh floor.
Seventh floor.
Yep.
We are redefining what the 7th floor crew means here on Warchant TV. Yuckmouth, 8U. That's right. With 4 consecutive blowouts, possibly 5, shouldn't Florida State be the highest ranked 3-loss team? I don't see why not. I would say, yeah, I think so. Gene, would you agree?
I gotta look. Who are the other? I don't know if we can pull up the last playoff rankings. I'd like to see who's up there. I would imagine. Now, one thing I will say, if you go to the advanced metrics, or even go to the stats, total defense, Florida State was only one of 3 teams, I believe, that were ranked in the top 15 in total offense, total defense. Is that correct? And the other 2 were Georgia and another. Was it Georgia? And who was the
Ohio
other one?
State.
Ohio State. So that, I mean, when that's your kind of company, and that it's the same way in PFF, Florida State is right up there in all those offensive and defensive metrics. So by almost any measure, they are probably by far the best 3-loss team. I don't know if there's another team with 3 losses. It's had a lot tougher schedule than Florida State. And in the 3 losses, really all came down the last minute as well. So like we talked about blowouts, Florida State's not been really beaten by anybody. A couple teams edged them out, and that's the difference right now.
So the only 2 teams in the college football playoff rankings with 3 losses, and that'll change this week. Some more teams will have 3 losses just by the nature of how college football goes. Kansas State was 15th in the country, and Notre Dame at 18th. I think Notre Dame's a farce. I get they beat Clemson and we did not, but if you look last week with the Navy game and what happened in that particular, like if you're looking at trends, Notre Dame is not as consistent as Florida State has been for the better part of 5 weeks now. So I don't see why not at this point, as our friends at Metro Deli would say. But I think, win again this week, Gene, against Florida on Friday. And in that final ranking set before the conference championships, Florida State's looking at top 15. I just don't see how that's possible for them to be outside of the top 15 if they go 9-3 heading into a bowl, which could be significant because if North Carolina, say, were to fall to NC State next week, and then on top of that, they lose in the ACC championship game to Clemson, then Florida State could be in the second position with ACC bowl tie-in.
You know what that means?
Gator Bowl, right?
Oh, that could mean Orange Bowl.
Well, if Clemson
if Clemson backs in. Oh, that's one of the things. I was thinking about that today. That's why that TCU game was important today, if you weren't paying attention, which is amazing they pulled that out against Baylor, of all teams. But if they would have lost that game, then we really would be talking about the potentiality of Clemson backing into that playoff spot.
Yep.
And that means then Florida State, with 2 more North Carolina losses, becomes that second team poised to go in the Orange Bowl. So it's less, TCU still could lose a game, but that North Carolina thing is the other factor too, because they do play NC State next weekend. So that is still on the table. So don't completely discount that yet, but it's really looking like, I would say, Gator Bowl most likely, Cheez-It Bowl second, and there's about 4 or 5 that are kind of in the mix after that.
We're looking at about 20, 25 more minutes here on Warchant TV's post-game show. We will effort to get somebody from the press box. Our staff is everywhere, and they do all things very, very well here at warchant.com and Warchant TV. Be on the lookout for post-game press conferences. You'll have Aslan posting those, the Warchant Wrap with Ira and Corey. The column from Corey will be up. I'm sure it's another one that he could write in the second quarter again today. I'm sure he's loving life as a columnist.
Especially a noon game, man. He's done working. He's already done. He's probably already at corner pocket hanging out at this point.
Tom Ortner asks, are you and me going to burn one in the corner pocket next Saturday? No, that's not my style, Tom. But I'm happy to shake your hand if you're over at the CP. Maybe Corey's already there now because he's finished his column. I see a question from Jake as well, who says, what are y'all's bowl opponent predictions? Let's let the rest of Saturday's slate shake out.
Yeah. I think we're narrowing down the bowl possibilities, but the opponent, there's so many variables there. It's hard to predict at this point. But you're right. If you saw, I did a bowl video last week, and I may do another one this week, and I might start throwing in, because I think it'll be narrowed down some potential opponent, especially if it's really looking more and more like the Gator Bowl. There's only a handful of possible opponents.
Correct.
For those matchups. So I think we'll start narrowing that down. Tom makes a good point. As of Sunday, we'll have a better idea of those things.
Moving on to the ABC viewer chat. The next question we'll get to in just a moment. Reminder, folks, if you're going to a Thanksgiving table that's not your own and you don't want to walk in a door empty-handed, that's what my mom always taught me, ABC Fine Wine and Spirits has these awesome gift baskets that are already pre-wrapped for you, and they've got things like bottles of wine and chocolate, or a bourbon and then a highball glass.
Cheese and crackers. I've had that one.
Yep, that's right. You got a little charcuterie action to go along with the bottle. So it makes it look like you're the pro who was extremely thoughtful. Let ABC Fine Wine and Spirits handle it for you, especially if you're going somewhere that maybe your significant other is taking you to and you don't want to go, or whatever it is. It makes your night easier too. So walk in with maybe something around each arm, a nice little gift basket today. ABC Fine Wine and Spirits. That's good for the whole holiday season. Who do we have next?
Do they sell beer funnels at ABC? Does somebody have one? I was thinking about that. My old one retired years ago, so I don't know where we're going to get the beer funnel from.
If you have a 1 beer funnel and a 2 beer funnel, we are calling on you. Ira promised to do a 2 beer funnel at the Corner Pocket Bar and Grill if Florida State
Two
wins.
beers.
He did.
Wow. I'm sticking. I'll do 1, maybe 1.5. I don't know.
So I guess we could use the 2 beer funnel and just fill it halfway. That's called math. If you've got one, just leave it at Corner Pocket and leave a note that says to Bill and Gene.
We'll give you a shout out. If it's a sponsor, we'll I say ABC. If they want to give us one, we'll put them on the funnel. We'll put their logo on there.
There you go. If we can find it at ABC Fine Wine and Spirits. Next up on the Warchant viewer chat. Again, if you're just joining us, the phone lines, they are kaput today. A lot of things going wrong. At least it's not on a Florida Friday. We'd be really pissed off if that was the case. But we're good now. 4 straight blowout victories for Florida State. So if you've got any questions about 25 minutes remaining, let's see. Ben, do we have anything that's pressing at the moment in terms of a question for us? Optimus Klein back again. Gene, what's the NIL deal look like to bring D-Rob back for our in-game shows next season? Roster retention. That's always a big part of things for coaching staffs now is roster retention. Optimus was asking some X's and O's questions today and also some big picture stuff. D-Rob was Gene, you remember this from covering recruiting back in the day. Dominic Robinson from California was a big name and a big get for Florida State. And D-Rob was comparing the existence of recruiting in his time versus today. And D-Rob went on record saying he'd be a millionaire if he was being recruited.
I don't know about that, but I tell you, he did. Oh, he was all about the promotion. Like he never turned down a phone call from me. We wanted to do an update back when he was in high school. I mean, I've told the story before how he had Bobby Bowden in his house and then picked up the phone to talk to me about Bobby was in his living room. And of course, before you get mad at me, as soon as he told me, I asked because Coach Bowden was supposed to visit. I go, is Coach Bowden visit yet? I go, yeah, he's sitting right next to me. I'm like, D-Rob, I'll talk to you later. Call me back when Bobby leaves. I'm not going to interrupt the visit. And then it was funny when we would, so the old Moore Center, I don't know if you were even remember that, Tom, but they would have these kind of like stairs you could sit on behind where the trophies and stuff were back in the corner. And we'd sit there. The media would, when the players came in and out of the locker room, D-Rob would always beeline right to us after every practice. We'd hang out there and get the players. And sometimes if we didn't get them the first time, he would circle back again to make sure we knew he was available for interviews. And that's the opposite. If you've been in the media for a while, so many of the players will find ways to avoid us. And not, Chris Winkie was notorious out of sneaking out the back and finding little secret ways to avoid talking to us. So no, he loved the self-promotion. And in terms of Optimus's question, our collective is putting together a package. We're working on it right now to we got to beef up that NIL for 2023. But his work on the grease board alone, Tom, is worth merit to try to bring him back next year.
He had a good breakdown of some of the formations that Coach Norvell is starting to roll out again. Mr. Eiche, Weatherman says chance for rain for the Gator game. Gene and Tom, how do you think it affects the game? Gene,
I hate talking weather. We've got all these weather people that freak out. It makes me. It's one of the things that's it's probably me. It's a pet peeve. I hate these wet people freaking about weather a week in advance. Nobody can predict the weather almost 24 hours in advance. We're not going to know in a week what it's going to be like. That said, I don't mind answering the hypothetical. If it is rainy, I definitely think it helps Florida State. They're the team who runs. They have the better running game. Florida is weak against the run. I think a slugfest would be good. You'd have Trey Benson just running down their throats. And it takes now Anthony Richardson also is a good runner too. But I mean, I think at the end of the day, Florida State would have a little bit of an advantage were it to rain. I'm not predicting rain or not at this point. Let's check in about Wednesday, Thursday and see what the weather forecast is like.
Yeah, Optimus says that means FSU runs for
I like it.
Plus. Yeah,
I like it, Optimus.
I tend to agree. Also, you've got better receivers too, and in worse weather. I think if you've got a middling receiver, that guy becomes bad, and if you got good receivers, there's still going to be enough. And Jordan Travis' legs are also a big factor in the rain too. So, however you slice it, Florida State is going to be favored in this game. Gene and I are speculating more than a touchdown, and they should be. They should be favored by more than a touchdown after what Florida put out in the field today. Doesn't mean that that's not within the margin. This is different than being favored by 7 points on the road at Miami. Called for a blowout on that one. This is going to be a little bit more testy. At least Florida has the potential. They've got better players than Miami does, and that's just a fact. That's why they play the games too. So it's going to be a wild atmosphere. Gene, I had said it earlier, not that this is a World Cup program, but the USA website for soccer had Pacific times listed for the start of these World Cup matches erroneously. So at 2 p.m. on game day against the Gators, USA England in the World Cup, 2 p.m. So in the tailgate lots, you may have Noles and Gators together for the purposes of the country for 90 minutes of soccer, and then they go their separate ways around 3:30, 4 o'clock as they head to Hotel Indigo for our pregame show on Warchant TV. It'll be a unique setting, not only Black Friday, but then also there's just a World Cup game that's happening in the middle of the day. Game Like a Dylan asks, does UF losing to Vandy lessen or heighten the impact of Friday's game, and why?
I think what it does is a couple things. First of all, Florida's to salvage anything. What are they, 6-5 now?
6-5. Yeah.
6-5. So, I mean, to salvage anything in their season. So I think a little bit their backs are against the wall. And I know this is not the way they want to start a new regime with a new coaching staff who's trying to build momentum and recruiting and NIL and all that. If he falls flat on his face and loses to your rival, especially if it's ugly, I think it's really going to affect what they want to do, just like what's happening down in South Florida. The same thing there. They'll lose a lot of that momentum. How I think it maybe affects Friday's game, and I think you nailed it, Tom. Because they've lost, they're down. They've lost to Vandy. If they fall behind big early, I think that's where you get a chance to put your foot on their throat. They may just kind of cash it in at that point. So I think that's where you're at now. I think they're losing a little bit of that confidence. It's got to shake your confidence when you lose to Vandy. You thought maybe you were playing better. You mentioned they were competitive, a couple of really good opponents during stretches of games. But, man, losing to Vandy, you got to be second guess. Maybe we really aren't that good. You fall behind. So I think it is an advantage to Florida State if they can jump on them early. And the good thing is Florida State's been one of the best in the country when it comes to getting a quick start.
I think it would, and I don't mean to be a negative guy, but honestly, they're coming off a loss to Vandy. I think it would make us all feel a little bit more negatively about a potential loss to Florida Gators.
Oh, FSU's feeling sure if you lose to a 6-5 Florida team, right?
Right, yeah, we would take it harder, I think, if Florida State were to lose as Florida's coming off of this. Jeremy says the March Madness Committee sometimes gives more consideration to teams that dealt with injuries and or finished the season hot. Will a 12-team college football playoff be the same? If so, this team could sneak in. Yeah, they're not consistent at all with 4 teams. And I think, Jeremy, not to get on a soapbox here, but that television product every Tuesday is a farce. They just do it for ratings. The final rankings will matter. This is all for nonsense to get people riled up. And basically it's trolling. That show every week is a troll job. But I think that Florida State, if this were, let's move it to this question. If this were a 12-team college football playoff season with whatever that would be, 7 at-large spots or 5 at-large spots, however you want to divvy it up, Florida State would be in a really important game this upcoming weekend, Gene. They would have to be in consideration.
That's interesting because what were they, 19 this week?
Yes.
And so you're thinking somewhere 16, 15, 16 around there probably this week. So they would be right on the edge. And this is where it would come down to style points.
Yes.
This is one of those ones because you're right on that borderline. You would probably have to blow Florida out to make sure you did that. So, yeah, I think they'd be right on the borderline of being on that 12 team. But you're right. And who knows that, who knows what that committee considers. Like you said, it was game control one week. It's almost like whatever fits the narrative, whatever riles people up, they're going to bring up. I would think it would make sense that you would consider when they lost those 3 close games against really all-ranked teams at the time, that they were down several key players. So they should take that into consideration because you're talking about the postseason being healthy and the way they play down the stretch should factor into it. I know in some of the other stuff too, in the bowls used to do a lot of times when they would look at all these factors, they would look at how a team played down the stretch and more important second half of your season in the first half. So if you look at that for Florida State, you have to be impressed. And being a close between Florida State and another team, they should get the edge based on that.
I would agree. Mile High Noel says, what has you most optimistic for our last game of the year and most concerned? I'll start with this one. Most optimistic, the maturity level of this group to be prepared week in and week out. One key ingredient to Florida State losing down in the swamp last year was getting baited into pregame nonsense, where you have an interim coach and a broken bunch that are trying to intimidate the Noles and or talk trash to Florida State. And the question is, do you take the bait or do you not? Florida State took the bait. And one of the best things I've heard Coach Norvell say in the last month, Gene, is that before the Miami game, he challenges players to handle this more like a business trip. Even though it's a game that matters more, play with more maturity, because he cited in, I forget which press conference it was, but he said something to the larger effect of, we had some maturity issues in some games last year, which is, Mike is always accountable for any time they make a mistake like this, Gene. And this is another instance in which he says, we screwed up, and we allowed them to get in our head. And so because of that, and because of the way they handled Miami Mile High Knoll, I feel very good that their head is going to be in the right place, and they're not going to get too high for this game. They're going to treat it as they've treated the last four, which is with razor sharp focus and with a physicality at the jump that Florida better be prepared to match. Gene, do you have any concerns and or overriding other excitement topics for Friday night?
No, I mean, I think you're right on it. The fact that they've played so clean the last four games, and I went through the litany of things, the red zone, the lack of penalties, just guys playing cleaner, executing, the consistency, not having the emotional up and downs. And that's a great point about last year's Florida game, but they were punch in the mouth. A lot of chippy stuff happened, and it got to them. Yep. I've seen teams try to do that to Florida State this year. A few instances, doesn't phase them anymore. They just walk away. And that's a huge sign of maturity. So I'm most optimistic about that, because I think Florida State plays a clean game, doesn't turn the ball, they don't lose the turnover battle. They're going to win this game 9 times out of 10, in my opinion. So I'm much more confident than I was a month ago that they're in a superior position to win this game. The thing you worry about, it's a rivalry game. Florida's back is against the wall. This is any semblance of salvaging the season will be to beat Florida State in Doak Campbell. Right. So those players are going to be fired up. They're going to give it their best shot. And they've got a dynamic quarterback, and he has to scare you. You see that guy now. I think he's massively overrated. I mean, the fact that they pushed him for the Heisman Trophy was laughable, because you see how many mistakes and stuff he makes. But at the end of the day, when he's hot and he goes on a run, you don't see it for a whole game very often. But if Anthony Richardson plays hot for 4 quarters, you're going to have a dogfight on your hands.
Yeah, and a couple of things. This isn't a 6-5 bunch that had aspirations for an SEC East championship, so you're going to get an effort out of them. There are seasons when things are falling apart and you're 6-5. You're like, oh my God, they were preseason picked to finish number 1 in their division. You might get a bunch that shows up and wants to quit. That's not the case with this group, because they're still building towards the future. And then for Anthony Richardson, his case, Gene, I understand that you're probably going to laugh at this, but his measurables are off the charts, and it's a bad year. It's a light year for quarterback prospects to the NFL. It's a light year. So this would be his final opportunity to put something on film for scouts in his own mind. So to me, I think you're going to get a very motivated Anthony Richardson out the gate. So you got to be prepared for that. I think Florida State will be. They've proven that. They were prepared for this today. This was a game that if you were going to take a nap, this would be the one, and they didn't do it. So maturity just with flying colors. Wilson, thank you so much. We still are appreciating your phone call from a couple of weeks ago, the heartfelt call on the Warchant postgame show. What are the chances Billy got caught looking ahead, and that's why they lost? Gene, want to put a percentage on it?
I'd say Billy and the whole team, I'd say there's about a 90% shot of that. Florida's good enough to beat Vanderbilt. They shouldn't have lost that game. And Tom, we talked about the maturity of Florida State. That would have happened to Florida State a year or two ago. They would have these ups and downs like this. And we just talked about how this team has matured because they've had 3 years with the staff. Now, I don't know if Billy Napier's the answer or not of Florida. I kind of tend to think maybe not. But it's too early to judge him, just like anybody who tried to judge Mike Norvell in the first year and a half. It really wasn't fair to judge him because he's got to bring his players in. He's got to install his culture. And I'm sure Napier's trying to do the same thing down there. And you're going to have these ups and downs because you've got so many moving doors going on there right now. So I'm sure it played a huge role in them being upset.
Nolebuck83, we'll get to you in just a second. I'll add one footnote to that. I asked Dominic Robinson, is that just a thing we make up in the media, or can you look ahead? Is that real? He goes, oh, no, it's real. It's real. Yeah. So as a player, if he says it's real, then I think it's 90 to 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Nolebuck83, thank you very much for contributing to Warchant and Warchant TV. Coming to Tallahassee for my boys' first ever Florida State game this week. What a way to come into the week from Ohio to Tally. See y'all in Hotel Indigo. Thanks for the great content. Well, a preemptive welcome and happy Thanksgiving to you and yours, Nolebuck83. We look forward to seeing you. Optimus Climb, I love you guys. Been following Warchant since the Booker Sims days. That's quite a while ago.
Yeah, that's the old school days. That was just me running the show back then.
Still the best, only getting better with adding the JCS crew. Oh, thanks, Optimus. Appreciate all you guys do. Well, it's because of you all out there that we're able to do what we do. So we turn that thank you right around.
There's our man, Z-Chan.
Z-Chan. Here's to Geno English getting in the game. Another amazing game and lots of confidence going into Florida. See you guys next week.
Yes,
Official
Z-Chan, can't
TMD.
wait.
We look forward to talking to you on the phone after another victory, Z-Chan. We'll get that tied up for next week. We'll make sure.
I wish Geno could have gotten him. I mean, it would have been so cool if Geno could have gotten him in the end zone there. Just give him a little love.
Yeah, they had the one fumbled snapper. Else they looked like they had something.
Yeah, they were moving
on that drive. Eric Angel drops in the chat, and he's calling Gene for a 50 burger on the Florida Gators.
What?
And why do we highlight that? For two reasons. Number one, old Eric Angel, a pillar, usually comes on the post-game call-in version of the show. He also was the first to mark it down and call a blowout against
He called a 40 burger against Miami, and he nailed it.
He did. So, Eric, here's hoping, because if you're correct, egg stands galore on a Saturday morning.
There may be multiple funnels if that happens.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Are we going to get – is it multiple keg stands and funnels?
I'll try to do two. If I get the first one down, I'll try to do a second one if they score a 50 burger, just for you, Eric.
Hawaii Noel, later, guys. Yeah, we'll see you later as well to Hawaii Noel and Spartan Noel. Gene, we had somebody from Singapore today, Japan, Canada,
Germany, right?
Germany, all over the map. Yeah, Warchant TV is worldwide, and we thank you all for your support. It's a last-ditch effort we're making to see if we can get a report from stadium side over Bobby Bowden Field at Doak Campbell Stadium. If we can, we will have that guest come on. But if you've got a couple more questions on the ABC Fine Wine and Spirits viewer chat, last call for those questions. Cade asks, and I see him recently jumping in the chat, how optimistic should an FSU fan be based upon this season? Gene, you've seen a lot more of the ups and downs than I have, so I'll let you lead the way on this one.
I mean, how can you not be? I mean, just the growth from year 1 to year 3, it's phenomenal. And they're doing things. They're executing. Just everything you want to see out of a team, you've seen out of the team. I would say the one thing is we've talked before. They're going to lose some really good players.
Yep.
They're going to leave early. Now, I've heard very early reports, but you're always leery. There's no guarantees in recruiting in the portal. So that's the only thing I would be a little bit concerned. You can't just, you replace Jermaine Johnson, there's no way they can find anybody comparable to him. Well, you know what they did? I don't know if they can keep repeating that over and over again. You're losing 2 big time likely defensive tackles. Can you replace them with somebody comparable? The safety, maybe one of the best safeties in the country. You got to replace him too. Can you do it? Is Jordan Travis coming back? We kind of think so, but we don't know. So there's still some scary things, but overall, the health of the program, man, you got to feel fantastic, especially where you came from. And you really feel like you have the right staff, the right system. Everything's in place for this team to continue to grow and get better and better.
So, Cade, I'll say it this way. If Jordan Travis comes back next year, you should set your baseline expectation at 9 wins. Your baseline expectation. Here's why. I'll run through the opponents very, very quickly. We know they're playing LSU.
Early for W's and L's, though, Tom.
It is. I won't do W's and L's. We're not going that far. But LSU, we know they're going to kick off on Labor Day weekend. That's Sunday night. That's going to be a tough game. You're going on the road and you're playing Florida.
Could that be a top 10 matchup?
It should be. And think
of that, where Florida, especially if Jordan comes back, that could be a top 10 national television. Ooh, maybe game day even. Who knows?
I think they would be foolish not to do that, Gene. And the networks and the media love, inflating numbers, even if they're close, because they want those digits on the screen. So I think that's absolutely going to be a top 10 matchup if Jordan comes back. At Florida is going to be a tough one. At Clemson next year. So those are 3 toughies. If you could win just one of those, here's the rest of it. Southern Miss, North Alabama, Boston College, Miami at home. The Qs, Wake Forest, Duke, Virginia Tech, and Pitt. What are we doing here?
Yeah, and Wake will not be the same. Wake, all those 12th-year seniors have to finally leave Wake Forest and their quarterback. I know Hartman, someone told me technically he could come back for another year, but there's just no freaking way he's coming back for his 18th season at Wake Forest. Get out of there.
He's officially said that that's no mas for him.
Okay, good to hear that. So, no, and I'm calling it right now. They're beating Clemson. The Wicked Witch is dead. I'm calling it right now.
All right, so then you allow for maybe a slip up where you don't expect one. So 9 wins should be the base.
Yeah, I agree. As soon as you started talking, Tom, my mind went 9. 9's the.
That's it. BYU East, Wake Forest, go away. All you 26-year-olds that go on your mission and come back. Those guys were all men, and then they fell apart, of course, Gene, after Florida State was unable to get the win. R. Wilmer asks, what non-starter do you think showed improvement? I'll extend that to the entire season, Gene, not just today? What non-starter do you think has shown a lot of improvement to you? I got 2 or 3.
Well, I mean, we always talk about Patrick Payton.
Yep, that's one. For sure.
Got in there. Boy, one guy that we haven't talked about him much that I just from last season to this season that has really blown me away, and that's Lawrence Toafili.
Point.
I mean, he got the jitters, the shakes last season. Something happened. He was in the doghouse. You can see he lost confidence. Man, for a little guy, he's running with confidence, and I love him getting the ball. I mean, he's gonna. I think he can find a niche for himself in the NFL, being the third down back, because he's so good out of the backfield catching the football, and I love that. And he runs hard he's not the biggest guy, but he runs really hard. I like seeing that. So I would put him in there, even though nobody talks about him. Man, the third one, there's so many guys. I'll let you. I'll see if I can think of a third one. You come up with
I'll go kind of off the board here because I doubt you'd go to this particular player, and I don't know how real it is given the opponents we've played, but it's in practice too. Greedy Vance has come a long way in the last month and a half. It's not just that he's intercepting passes against the likes of Garcia from Miami, Jake Garcia. He's doing it in practice. In those one-on-one drills they do on Tuesdays that I get to watch and observe closely, he's physical and he also releases well. In preseason camp, Gene, when he first came here, we thought if he doesn't get his hands on you, then he's screwed. But he has gotten better, more fluid, a lot like some of the defensive backs last year. Remember, you saw the metamorphosis from an awful defensive back group in September. By the time we got to November, we thought they were a pretty good group. Well, Greedy Vance has been like that. Greedy Vance has been like that this year. So that's one guy I'd say. But there are many others. I mean, Trey Benson technically wasn't a starter to begin the year, and how could you not list that?
Yeah, but I think now we consider him a starter.
That's
now,
correct.
I have to say. Yeah,
Marquise Douglas has had a nice year. Another touchdown catch today. But that's a guy who you're going to lean on next year. Cam McDonald can't.
I mean, McLean with that catch today, you see so much potential in a guy like McLean, man. If he can just, and he's going to be probably relied on more next year. You're starting to see him get better and better. He's an exciting prospect.
I've said this a couple times, once on the pregame show, once today on the watch along, so I'll complete the trifecta. But Alex Atkins doesn't give praise out, Gene, lightly. Alex Atkins is not that type. There are some coaches who, like Kenny Dillingham last year, would praise everybody and say everybody's the greatest thing. Atkins is not like that. On Monday, Alex Atkins said about Malik McLean, he's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
That made me stop in my tracks for a minute.
He won me over with that stiff arm at Syracuse. That's a man play right there.
Yep.
I loved it. But yeah, imagine him getting better, running routes, and some of the stuff of that physical prowess he has.
He does. He has the body type that looks like it translates to the next level. Khalil Young, thank you very much for your contribution, sir. He could technically come back for 3 more years, but I don't think he can do much more to help his stock. With that being said, does Trayshawn Ward stay? It's a good question. That's a really crowded running back room, Khalil. And I don't think that Trey Benson's going to give back those starters reps if he decides.
If he leaves,
yeah,
I think that definitely opens the door for Ward staying. And this is one of those things we talk about NILs. It really in his best interest to be an undrafted free agent to leave, get a little bit of money from NIL and hang out. Especially if Trey Benson leaves, I mean he could be the starter.
It's a really crowded room because then you got Toafili, Ward if he comes back in that scenario, Keziah Holmes from Penn State who transferred in during the season. And then also Rodney Hill.
And maybe you got Baxter. We'll
Gene's pushing for it. Gene, are you calling for it, Gene, or are you just suggesting that it might happen? What are you doing?
I'm close.
Okay.
I'm close. Right. I'm not going to officially call it, but I think it's a legitimate possibility.
Here's what we're going to call this. We're going to call this man a walker. And he is
speaking of our 5-star.
He is walking away from the stadium right now. It is Corey Clark, the lead writer, the senior writer for Warchant.com. Let's put him in the featured screen. There he goes.
There we go. There we go. I'm going to hold it back. That's too close to my face. There we go. That's better.
Corey, just another boring blowout. That's six blowout wins. I mean, you expected a blow up, but still when you wrap your mind around what's happened the last month, it's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, man, and people can look at the opponent like, oh, it's Louisiana. You're supposed to win. Well, Vegas doesn't usually miss them by this much. Last week, you were favored up at Syracuse by a touchdown. You won by 35. This week, you were favored by 24 at home. You were up 49-3. Like this, even Vegas doesn't know what to do with this team because they're playing so well and they are absolutely pulverizing teams right from the jump for every week, 4 weeks in a row. This is unlike, obviously, it's unlike anything I've ever covered since 13. but this just doesn't happen anymore. And I hope people appreciate, like, I know it's Louisiana, it's not Ohio State, but beating the crap out of a team like Florida State does on the regular now is not normal at all.
Now, part of the advantage to doing that, obviously, it's easier for us because you probably had your column. Is your column already up, or I guess Ira's probably editing it right now?
No,
right?
I wanted to add some quotes because I'm going to make it more about Florida. So I asked the players about Florida
Okay.
game. So I got a little work to do on that.
Well, I'm curious. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, and Tom may have some more centric questions to this game. But to me, it's like Florida State was able to rest those starters in the second half. Florida had to play a 4-quarter game and lose at Vanderbilt.
Right.
How much of an advantage do you see that is for Florida State? Because not only they had to play the whole thing, they've got to travel on a short week. So it seems like that really lines up well for Florida State.
Yeah, man, there really are no excuses if you don't win this game. I mean, you're the better team, clearly. You're playing as well as anyone in the country. You're at home. Your starting quarterback had his hat on to start the third quarter, and your backup quarterback got to wear a baseball hat. That's how out of control this game was. Your backup had a hat on after he got his one rep with the starting unit or his one drive. So yeah, man, that is a huge factor, or could be. Also the fact that they kept you from a bowl last year, so you should have the motivation factor as well. Norvell was really good about it after the game. I asked him, like, short week, what is that like, a short week, and who you're playing, how much does that add into it?
Oh my God, Corey Clark is so handsome.
That was Aslan. That's Aslan. You need to fire him. That was ridiculous. I can't deal with it anymore. I can't deal with him.
It's your posse, Corey. Come on now.
I
You
know.
got a posse surrounding you.
I know. You'd think I'd be used to it. But so yeah, Norvell was like, look, yeah, I'm getting ready to go watch film right now. Like, he doesn't say them by name, but as he stressed before the Miami game, this is these two games are the ones that mean the most to him. And he makes that very abundantly clear, according to the players. So he understands how important this game is to this program. And I just think all the motivation, the fact that they did get to rest their starters, you are at home. It should be an incredible crowd on Friday night, I think, because they love this team, man. I like covering it. I have to imagine people watching this show love watching this team because it's been so long since you had a team that was this easy to cheer for and this dominant. This month has been nuts. It's straight out of 13, or like, I don't know, Gene, like it's straight out of 1995, what they're doing.
I made that comment earlier that you don't see a team have this many blowout wins unless it's like a national championship caliber team.
Yeah.
The last couple of times, 2013, 1999. I mean, those you go back and you see this many blowouts. So it's so weird to see that happen in this season. The one I did want to ask, and I know getting injury information is like pulling out teeth from a bear. It just, you can't get it there. But, the only starter that went down was Micah Pittman in that first half. Now, it looked like it might have just been a thigh bruise or anything. I know he went to the locker room. He didn't come back. Have you been able to gather any other information, or being there, maybe you had some more insight on what his status might be?
Come on, Gene. No, of course
I had to ask.
It's Norvell. He said, he said that he used the word cautionary in talking about Pittman, but I don't know that we can put any stock into what he says about Pittman, or any injury, not just Pittman. But yeah, he got hurt on the run, the reverse, or the end around, and then didn't come back in the game. But yeah, Norvell didn't. And Johnny Wilson only played 3 plays. I think, I don't know if Johnny Wilson was sick or if he got banged up at practice, but I think that that it was more of a cautionary, like, okay, we'll play him if we need to. And then it became very evident, oh, we don't need him. So let's get him ready for Friday. So yeah, man, it's going to be pretty interesting. Michael Langston's here too. Look, everyone.
What's up, guys?
He did it. Any news?
Any commitments to break, Michael?
Nobody committed yet, but I got what I needed. Offensive lineman.
Okay.
Visited this today. I'll have a story up later.
Right.
So,
Look at that. Right there on the spot, Corey.
Yeah,
Just going
we
around
did, man. You're getting all the Warchant luminaries walking by.
That's awesome. I mean, I guess Tom, I have a question. Just any other takes from this game other than, man, this team is just, they're playing at a really high level. To me, the biggest thing is the fact that they've been so focused and so much poised for 4 games. You're not seeing the pre-snap penalties. They're money in the red zone. Special teams have been solid. Everything we worried about a month and a half ago, it's kind of all gone away.
Yeah, and going back to Pittman real quick, if he can't go, and we have no idea, I have no reason to believe he can or can't, but you look pretty. I mean, Ja'Kai Douglas can play the slot. You've got other guys that can play the slot, and I liked Jamie Robinson catching that one punt on the run.
Yeah,
that was good to see too. That was a nice that was a nice rep for him to get something like that. But overall, yeah, man, it's hard to fathom being up 35-3 on a team that could go to a bowl game, and it wasn't anything extra special. Like, Jordan missed some throws. Trey Benson might have missed some runs. It doesn't matter. They're just crushing teams, which is it's cool to be around. It's cool to be around, gang.
All right, so my question, Corey, it's just a fun one. I think I recall back in the day on headlines, didn't you do a John Travolta voice at one point?
Yeah.
Okay. So who's better at what they do? Aslan as the old woman who just walked by you and said, that man is so handsome, or you doing John Travolta? Who's got the better impression?
Well, let me put it to the viewers. It's so weird. It's so weird in here. There it is. You did it. It's a Dana Carvey impression of John Travolta.
Come on, ABC chat. Let's hear you.
Let's see who wins. Who wins? Oh my God, Corey Clark is so handsome, or what he just did.
That's tough. That's tough.
We'll have to pull that out as a short. We'll put that out there. The two voices.
All right. So this is the real last question. You can't say Virginia Tech Willie Taggart's opener. When was the last time Doak Campbell will be as electric as it will be on Friday night? And you can't say the Virginia Tech opener of Willie's era.
I would say Notre Dame when McKenzie started making some throws. That place got nuts, and it was really into the game, and you really thought, oh, my God, they're about to beat a top 10 team with McKenzie Milton. Since then, nothing. I mean, look, the throw to Parchment, the 4th and 14, that was an electric moment, and that was a very good win for that team. But the pregame, the tailgating, the excitement going into the game, yeah, man, I would say maybe – I don't know, like the Clemson game in 16 maybe, but even then you had a couple losses. But I would say the 16 game against Clemson, or before that, maybe Notre Dame in 14. When I think they were top 10 with Golson. I mean, it has been a long time. I'm really looking. This is why we do what we do, guys. This is why we lift all them weights. It's to get to these moments where you get to cover a game like this. We've all been through the muck of the last 5 years, man. We've all had to live it. Some of you could at least tune it out. We had to actually write and talk about it. So to get to a team now that's going to be top 20, that's playing as well as anyone in the country, is going to have an atmosphere like it's going to have Friday night, man, that's exciting. That's why we do this job. So I'm just excited we're back, baby. Not back as competing for national championships, but back to feeling like a big-time college football program again and getting to cover these kind of games.
Corey, hopefully 1 week from now, we're doing keg stands and beer funnels, and I didn't know which one you committed to at the corner pocket. If they beat Florida that Saturday, a week.
I'm not committed to either. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm
negotiating that.
Yeah, it's going to be something electric. Jeff said I might be smoking weed. I don't think I'm going to do that.
No, we're not.
I'm not going to do that on camera for you. I won't even eat a gummy. I'm not going to do any of that stuff. We'll figure something else out though, buddy. But it might involve dumping something on myself.
Oh, all right. Well, stay tuned. And we also got the announcement. Tom can tell us this. When will the Cat 5 maintain, whether that's going to be for this game? We just talked about how electric it's going to be on Friday. When will that be announced?
The Cat 5 selection committee is comprised of 2 members, Jeff and myself. Jeff gets 2 votes. I get 1 vote. So my vote doesn't matter at all. And they will convene and vote on a Cat 5 ordinance Monday.
Stay tuned to the JCS on Monday. And you guys can talk about that on Seminole Headlines.
That's right.
Which will be on Tuesday.
Game, by the way, they put a little bit of a wrench into the juice around the game by going and losing it to Vanderbilt. So,
that's a shame.
That's a real shame. I'm sure you guys are really broken up about it.
Yeah, a lot of our chat people were very upset at that.
I'm sure.
4 straight blowouts, Corey. Go enjoy a nice, easy evening after a noon kick.
I love you guys.
Oh, there it is.
See you, Corey. Have fun at the CP. Have one for me.
You got it. See you guys there.
That's Corey Clark, the lead writer, the senior writer for Warchant.com. And see, there I go. I'm on the left.
How about I get very uncomfortable when I'm on the left.
Director Ben with the quick trigger when Michael made the cameo. He was ready in the lower third. That's who that guy is. Everybody's on their game except my technology today. Everything except for my technology.
I like it. There we go. Oh, awesome. I love @Crying Jordan. Well done.
Oh, those never get old. There's some
we may need to save that because Jeff and I have talked about bringing back the Man Cave show for some time over the holiday break, and we may have to say we're big on the memes and the gifts. That may be one we need to save.
I love that. Yeah, because there's nothing more festive than a good Man Cave show. That's a
holiday Man Cave show.
The first edition was 12, 13 years ago, I want to say. It was a long.
Jeff had hair in the first one. That's how long ago it was.
Our appreciation goes out to Corey Clark for making a stop for us as he was walking to his car. That's 4 straight blowout wins for Florida State. I see a lot of positive vibes going in the chat. We just want to say something real quickly. I see Gene has something to say, but
No. I looked at that. We talked about Notre Dame not being in FSU's class. Boy, are they putting a beat down on Boston College, 44-0.
Ooh, all right.
In the third quarter. Wow, they're making a statement. They heard that. They go, nope, we're right up there with FSU.
Well, they've got a better chance next week too because they play USC. So they've got Notre Dame as a chance to make one final statement that they are the top of the cream of the crop when it comes to 3-loss teams. But I see a couple of people, Florida Man in Texas is saying it right now. We want to wish everybody, the 550 plus of you that are out there, the happiest of Thanksgivings. Because the next time we sign on for you turkeys and otherwise will be Friday after Thanksgiving. So we hope if you're traveling, your travels are safe. If you're traveling to Tallahassee, make it out to Hotel Indigo on Friday. 4:30 p.m. pregame show. If you can't do that, that's fine. Just get here safely and be as loud as you can on a Friday night that you won't soon forget. I love primetime kickoffs, Gene, against the Florida Gators.
And they can come by Saturday at the corner pocket, hopefully.
If it happens.
Between 11 and 12. But so if you're heading out, if you go to Florida, if you can't make it to one of those, you're heading out the next day, just hang out a little bit longer, go to corner pocket, have lunch, and take part in the festivities.
With a victory, 11:30 a.m. will be the beginning of the proceedings. It will take place on the outdoor deck at the Corner Pocket Bar and Grill. The happy hour show is typically on the stage. But this show, well, it might get a little messy. So we want to make sure we're on the
Especially me trying to beer funnel. That is going to be messy.
And I don't know if Corey's going to do the champagne pour. I would think that would be the play, wouldn't it? Because that's what made him extra famous. I mean,
he's got to dump something different. Now, at one time we thought maybe the Duke's Mayo Bowl, we could have dumped mayo on it, but we're past the Mayo Bowl.
Yeah, I would hope so. But for all of you out there, we wish you the happiest of Thanksgivings, and we look forward to a Friday night of covering this game. But don't just sign off and only come back on Friday, because we've got a ton of content for you on warchant.com. Corey's column, I'm sure, is nearly up. Ira's 321. Gene will have the Pro Football Focus grades. There are going to be a lot of names on the grade sheet for this particular week, which is really, really cool. A lot of Florida State Seminoles got into play. Some of them their first game in the Garnet and Gold today. So Gene will have those grades. Sunday Smash tomorrow night, 7 p.m. here on Warchant TV. Then you're going to have Wake Up Warchant available on Monday morning. That'll be the weekend edition. They'll be live again on Monday night, as we understand it right now. So a lot of Wake Up Warchant going on Monday. Corey and Aslan will be leading the charge there. The Jeff Cameron Show 1 to 3. And to let you guys know about the holiday schedule, you get used to it, and we love it. Live shows on Warchant TV every weekday at 1 o'clock. For this week with the holiday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 1 o'clock, Warchant TV. Thanksgiving, no dice. And on Friday, we will do the pregame show. That'll be the first you hear from us at 4:30 p.m. at Hotel Indigo. So much content. This season's not over. I wish they could play 5 more games, Gene. This team has just been so darn fun to watch. But, I mean, I just feel fired up and calm all at the same time. We haven't been able to feel this way on the Warchant Post.
No, if they can just finish the drill and do what we expect them to do, I mean, it's going to make for a fun offseason, because we're having all these optimistic conversations about what does this mean? I mean, how good can Florida State be next season? What's going to happen in recruiting? What about at the transfer portal? Man, you're going to be riding the wave, especially if you knock the crap out of Miami and then you do the same to your other rival in state. You're separating yourself right now from them, and that's a position you want to be in, because that will pay dividends and all these other factors in bringing in talent.
Of course, always stay tuned to Warchant TV if there's any late-breaking news in the recruiting world. You saw Michael Langston. He'll be hard at work with our own Austin Cox as well for wrap-ups from today's recruiting events, and then that visit on Friday night. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of
there's the big recruits coming in next Friday.
Big-time names. Michael alluded to it and said dudes that have not been on campus yet will likely set foot in Tallahassee. So there's a ton of recruiting coverage coming as well.
Hopefully some of those Gator commits will come and get to see, maybe I don't want to play for that dumpster fire.
That's correct. Why not? If you look at brand A and brand B, why wouldn't you choose brand A? Because that's the FSU brand. Yuckmouth, appreciate all the Warchant staff. Best dollar I ever spent. Thanks for the annual sub there, Yuckmouth. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. We share that sentiment as well. Our final thanks also are in order to Zaxby's. Zaxby's. 5 Tallahassee locations. Stop by any of them when you roll into town this week. A Golden Chief booster for 17 years. You could get a platter, too. If you want to get your tailgate all set, you can get a family platter, 24 chicken fingers, a bunch of sauces. They'll give you Texas toast. They'll give you the crinkle fries. It's a great deal. So support those who support the Noles with Zaxby's. They are the sponsor of Warchant GameDay. For Ben, who's directing behind the scenes, for Terry, who is screening the calls, Jeff Cameron on the pregame show, D-Rob and Aslan, Corey, who joined us postgame, for all of you in the chat, all of you that contributed, for the Crying Jordans, and the founder and administrator of Warchant.com, Gene Williams. My name is Tom Lang. Here's hoping you have a better night than the Florida Gators. We'll talk to you next time.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Warchant
Have a great day.
TV.